Of course, during this time he still needed to search for some materials to refine the body integration stage pills with the corrosive poison weed as the main ingredient. Compared to the corrosive poison weed, all of the other materials were barely worth mentioning, but they were still quite rare in the spirit realm. As such, he would have to expend some effort if he wanted to gather all of the materials required to refine the pills. On top of that, in order to deal with the major heavenly tribulation that would strike him once every 3,000 years, he also had to refine the high zenith azure mountain he had obtained in the vast glacial realm into an extreme mountain. Even though the combined effects of the two extreme mountains still wouldn't be able to compare with that of the true 5 extreme mountains, but it would still be somewhat effective against heavenly tribulations. Furthermore, he also had to find the purpose of the spirit void pill somehow. Only then would he be able to consume it without any qualms, and also be aware of when the ideal time to consume it would be. Now that he had progressed to the body integration stage and mastered the first stage of the spirit refinement technique, although he still couldn't release 10,000 gold-devouring beetles at once, he could release around 1,000 and sustain them for a while. Such a massive swarm of mature gold-devouring beetles was naturally going to be an extremely fearsome trump card of his that even the average body integration stage being would be extremely fearful of. With that in mind, it was also a priority of his to refine the legendary rainbow pills from the inner cores of the flying rainbow fish. Those pills combined with the golden lightning bamboo leaves would surely have a very good chance of making the mature gold-devouring beetles evolve again. Many years ago, that strange stone block had already caused a mutation among a small portion of his gold-devouring beetles. Unfortunately, this mutation didn't seem to have resulted in any special effects aside from making the gold-devouring beetles extremely heavy and giving them the minor stone form ability, so he had been rather disappointed by this. As for the gold-devouring beetles monarchs that Qing Yuanzi proclaimed would pose a major threat even to true immortals, that was too far beyond his reach, and he had no idea how to even begin nurturing his beetles toward that direction, so there was no point in thinking about that for now. However, regardless of whether he wanted to be able to control more gold-devouring beetles or prepare for his future breakthroughs, he had to cultivate the second stage of the spirit refinement technique. In his current state, he already satisfied the spiritual sense requirements. However, his physical constitution was slightly lacking, and he would only be able to barely satisfy those conditions once he reached the late body integration stage and completely mastered his provenance true devil arts. Prior to that, he could use some external items to bolster his own body. For example, that red silk heavenly wine could slowly enhance one's physical constitution, so he could brew some to drink over time. Of course, he also needed to spend some time to study the talismans and mysterious starry sky diagram that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm. With that in mind, Hanli fell into a period of silent contemplation. During the next year, Hanli didn't take so much as a single step out of his cave abode and focused all of his efforts on consolidating his magic power and mental state. However, in contrast with the peace and quiet inside his cave abode, the outside world had been stirred up into a frenzy by his breakthrough. Many of the powers in the nearby area wanted to approach him, but all of these powers knew that Cultivator had to go into seclusion for a year after breaking through a major bottleneck. As such, these powers had been very thoughtful in that they hadn't sent anyone to disrupt Han Li's cultivation. However, as soon as 1 year passed, some of them immediately sprang into action. On this day, a thin and tall elderly man appeared at the edge of the Sea of Mist. He wore a set of long azure robes with a green jade scepter hanging from his waist. He was standing on a nearby mountain and casting his gaze toward the center of the Sea of Mist in a completely expressionless manner. All of a sudden he turned and looked up into the air. Spiritual light flashed in the distance in that direction, following which a streak of silver light that was over 100 feet long appeared. The silver light was traveling at an astonishing speed, and after just a few flashes, it reached the nearby area, looking as if it were about to plunge headfirst into the Sea of Mist. However, right at this moment, a faint cry of surprise rang out, and the elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The silver streak of light circled around before abruptly descending onto the mountain that the man was situated on, and a slender humanoid figure appeared over 100 feet away from him after a flash of silver light. This was a young beauty in a blue palatial dress. There was no aura emanating from her body whatsoever, and she had a pleasant smile on her face, making her appear as if she were an approachable mortal beauty. The elderly man's pupils abruptly contracted at the sight of her. Fairy Xiaofeng. I didn't think the esteemed leader of the Gu family would come here in person. So it's Elder Qi of Deep Heaven City. Have you come for the man on Sunrise Peak? The young woman asked as she extended a slight curtsy. Deep Heaven City is only several months' travel away from here, so we were naturally made aware quite a while ago that a body integration stage fellow Taoist has appeared here. All of the other members on the panel of elders are either in seclusion or away doing something else, so I had to make this trip. Are you also here for the same purpose, family leader Gu? The elderly man replied with a smile, and he was being quite polite to the young woman. Indeed, senior. One of the elders of our Gu family has already approached the senior on Sunrise Peak around a year ago, but never did I think that he would progress to the body integration stage after just a single year. Hence, I naturally had to pay him a visit in person, the young woman said with a smile. If I recall correctly, the True Spirit ceremony that's held between your True Spirit families once every 3,000 years is coming up in a few more years, right? No wonder you're so eager to bolster the power of your Gu family. However, if this man really has reached the body integration stage, then I'm afraid I won't be able to hand him over to you. Back when the foreign races attacked our city, 2 of our elders had perished, and we also have 2 other elders who will most likely struggle to transcend their next major heavenly tribulations. Hence, we desperately need new body integration stage fellow Taoists to supplement us, the elderly man said as he shook his head in an unyielding manner. Of course, a body integration cultivator isn't that easy to convince to join a certain power. Perhaps both of us will be going away empty-handed. Let's wait until we meet him before we discuss anything else, the elderly man said with a nonchalant chuckle. Indeed. In that case, I'll be visiting this senior together with you, Elder Chi. The woman nodded in agreement, and the elderly man also had no objection to this. Thus, the 2 of them rose up into the air and instantly arrived at the edge of the sea of mist. The elderly man took a deep breath before suddenly calling out, Qi Shubing of Deep Heaven City and Fairy Xiao Feng of the Gu family have come to pay a visit. The elderly man's voice transformed into a burst of profound spiritual power that spread through the entire sea of mist, causing it to ripple incessantly. Han Li was meditating in his cave abode, and he immediately opened his eyes as a solemn look appeared on his face. He abruptly made a grabbing motion, and a white formation plate appeared in his grasp. He pointed at the formation plate a few times in rapid succession, then said something into it, and at the same time Han Li's voice also rang out from the sea of mist in response. I'm honored to be visited by such esteemed fellow Taoists. I'm currently in seclusion, so I won't be able to come out and greet you in person for now. Please enter my cave abode and take a seat, and I'll come out to meet you right away. As soon as the voice trailed off, the sea of mist parted to reveal a path that was several tens of feet wide. The elderly man and the woman exchanged a glance before flying on ahead one after another. A short while later, the 2 of them descended in front of the cave abode halfway up the mountain, and at this point the gate was already wide open. The 2 of them made their way inside before taking a seat in a simple hall. An expressionless white-robed woman then emerged with a tea platter and offered the 2 of them a cup of fragrant spirit tea each before standing off to the side in silence. The elderly man and woman didn't pay any heed to this initially, but after casually casting their spiritual sense toward the white-robed woman, both of them were alarmed by what they found. Senior Chi, am I right in saying that this woman seems to be a puppet? The young woman transmitted her voice in a bewildered manner. That is indeed a puppet, and judging from its aura, it seems to be a spatial tempering stage puppet. What's strange is that it seems to be able to move on its own without being controlled by anyone. The elderly man had an even sharper discerning eye, and he was able to see some details that the woman had failed to notice. The young woman was even more stunned to hear this. However, before they had a chance to inspect the white-robed woman any further, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the hall, following which a young man who appeared to be in his 20s strode in a calm manner. The young woman immediately cast her gaze toward him, following which her expression stiffened slightly, and she hurriedly rose to her feet before extending a slight curtsy. As expected, you really have progressed to the body integration stage, senior. I congratulate you on behalf of our Gu family. The elderly man also rose to his feet and smiled as he cupped his fist in a salute. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Qi Shubing, an elder of Deep Heaven City. It's an honor to meet the 2 of you. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you in person, fellow Taoists, Han Li said with a smile as he also extended a salute in return. Haha, you've only recently reached the body integration stage, so you must be consolidating your cultivation base. I certainly can't blame you for that, the elderly man replied with a stroke of his beard. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each took a seat. Truth be told, I almost didn't believe it when I was informed that Senior Han had reached the body integration stage. After all, Elder Gu Yun of our family had only just returned not long ago, and he had told me that you were at the spatial tempering stage. Who would have thought that you'd become a body integration cultivator after just a year? the young woman said in a slightly awestruck manner. I had actually already begun preparations to break through my bottleneck back then. However, as I'm sure the two of you are aware, the probability of reaching the body integration stage is quite low, so I didn't think that I would succeed the first, which is why I withheld this information from fellow Taoist Gu Yun. I hadn't intentionally omitted this detail to deceive him, Han Li explained in a slightly apologetic manner. I wouldn't dare to accuse you of deceit, senior. Breaking through the body integration stage bottleneck is an extremely important matter, so it certainly makes sense to be more cautious, the young woman said with a smile. Back when I broke through my body integration stage bottleneck, I also found an extremely secluded place to make my breakthrough, so it looks like we have something in common with our thought processes, fellow Taoist Han. The elderly man chuckled. Han Li merely smiled in response. After that, the three of them moved on to some more casual topics of conversation. Han Li had explored multiple continents in the past several centuries, so he naturally had a vast wealth of knowledge and experience. As for these two guests, one of them was the leader of a true spirit family while the other was a veteran body integration stage cultivator, so they had naturally seen and experienced a lot themselves. Thus, the three of them were having quite pleasant conversation, and the elderly man and young woman both felt as if their horizons were being significantly broadened. Fellow Taoist Han, you seem to know a lot about foreign races, and much of this information isn't recorded in the tomes of our human race. Could it be that you've traveled to other continents in the past? The elderly man couldn't help but ask. You have a sharp discerning eye, fellow Taoist Chi. I did indeed just return from the primordial world, and I also traveled to other continents during my journey as well, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. Both the elderly man and young woman drew sharp breaths upon hearing this. Fairy Xiaofeng was silent for a moment before speaking again. It's no wonder that I've never heard you despite your powers. It makes sense that you've been traveling elsewhere and have only just returned to our human race. However, I heard from Elder Gu Yun that you had mentioned the true spirit families, the Yi family and Long family to him. That reminds me of something, but I'm not sure if I should disclose it. What is it? Go right ahead, fellow Taoist, Han Li prompted. Truth be told, after Elder Gu Yun informed me about you, I was very intrigued and sent out some of my people to investigate those with the same surname as you. Not much time has passed, so I haven't been able to find a lot of information, but I did hear about a certain Han Li who was a dark azure guard of Deep Heaven City several centuries ago. Would that be you, senior? Fairy Xiaofeng said in a slightly timid manner. The elderly man was quite surprised to hear this. He was stunned, both by the fact that Han Li had lived in Deep Heaven City hundreds of years ago, and the fact that a dark azure guard like him had become a body integration cultivator in just a few centuries. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it immediately returned to normal thereafter, and he replied, True spirit families really are very resourceful. I didn't think you'd find out this information about me in just a year. I was indeed a dark azure guard several hundred years ago, but I regained my freedom after completing a mission at the time. In that case, the one that the Long family and Yi family are searching for is also you, Senior Han? The young woman said with a slightly peculiar look in her eyes. The Yi family and Long family? They've been searching for me? Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. The Yi family once searched for you for over 100 years but gave up after that. However, the Long family still hasn't withdrawn their official search order. During these past years, the Yi family and Long family have been on very bad terms with one another. Their relationship isn't bad enough to lead to full-blown conflict, but they're often standing against one another, and this deterioration in their relationship seemed to have begun right around when they began to search for you, the young woman said in a meaningful manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't offer any reply and fell silent in contemplation. You were once a dark azure guard of Deep Heaven City, fellow Taoist? That's rather surprising to me, but this is a good thing. I can cut straight to the chase and won't have to go around in circles now. I'm sure you've already guessed the reason for my visit, right, fellow Taoist Han? The elderly man said after clearing his throat. Could you be here to invite me to join Deep Heaven City again? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I'm here on behalf of the panel of elders to officially invite you to join our city. With your body integration stage cultivation base, you'll immediately become a member of the panel of elders if you decide to join our city. As for the benefits you'll receive, you've stayed in Deep Heaven City before, so I'm sure you'll be aware of those, and I won't waste any time by listing them, Qi Shubing said in a serious manner. Well? A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and he didn't immediately agree or refuse. The young woman's expression stirred slightly upon seeing this, and she also made her case. Seeing as Senior Chi has opened up this topic for discussion, then I'll weigh in on the matter as well. As the leader of the Gu family, I'm naturally also here to try and recruit you to join our Gu family as our guest Grand Elder. Not only will we make sure to offer you satisfactory conditions, our Gu family won't restrict you in any way unless our family is in grave danger. Her conditions seemed to be even more alluring. The elderly man's expression darkened upon hearing this, but he couldn't do anything to stop her. She may have only been a spatial tempering cultivator, but her status as a leader of a true spirit family made her a force to be reckoned with even in the eyes of a body integration cultivator. After a brief pause, the elderly man continued, "There is currently a severe shortage of body integration cultivators within our human and demon races. Aside from this city, I'm sure there's nowhere else in the 3 regions and 7 territories that's inhabited by so many body integration stage beings at once. The members of our city's panel of elders will be able to regularly exchange cultivation experiences, and I'm sure that would greatly benefit your cultivation if you were to join us. Also, our panel of elders will often join forces to hunt for some powerful ancient beasts in the primordial world. These are conditions that can't be offered by any other, so please consider my offer carefully, fellow Taoist. This is truly a sincere offer for you to join our city." Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as if he really had been tempted. Our Gu family only has one body integration stage Grand Elder, but as one of the true spirit families, we have some unique secret techniques for the utilization of true spirit blood. I heard that when you broke through your body integration stage bottleneck, you summoned a giant mountain ape projection. According to my knowledge, none of the true spirit families have inherited the bloodline of the giant mountain ape, so I can only assume that you obtained this true spirit bloodline outside of the human race. If you're willing to join our Gu family, I will pass on the method to refine and utilize true spirit blood to you. Also, if you wish to found another true spirit family yourself 10,000 years from now, our Gu family definitely won't oppose you. On the contrary, we'll support you with all our power. The young woman was also laying down the most attractive conditions she had to offer. The elderly man was quite stunned to hear that Han Li possessed a true spirit bloodline, and his expression completely changed upon hearing the conditions offered by the young woman. A new true spirit family? Han Li was also quite surprised to hear this. Indeed. With your powers and the true spirit bloodline you inherited, our Gu family wouldn't dare to restrict you as our guest Grand Elder forever. As long as you're willing to undertake the role of guest Grand Elder in our Gu family for 10,000 years, we'll offer you our wholehearted support if you decide to found another true spirit family after that. Otherwise, even with your powers, you'll definitely encounter a lot of opposition if you try to found a true spirit family on your own. After all, none of the true spirit families would wish to see a new competitor arise among them, the young woman said with a smile. Han Li stroked his chin and fell silent upon hearing this. A wry smile appeared on Qi Shubing's face. Han Li hadn't yet offered a response, but even if he were to join a certain power, it definitely wouldn't be here in Deep Heaven City. In contrast, Fairy Xiaofeng appeared to be quite calm and collected, but she was also feeling rather uneasy as she didn't know if these conditions would be attractive to Han Li. After all, many high-grade cultivators were interested in establishing their own major family or power, but there were also many who were only interested in cultivation and didn't want to have ties with any entity, even as just a guest. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult for Deep Heaven City to source new body integration cultivators to replace the ones they had lost. After a long pause, Han Li suddenly said something that caught both Qi Shubing and Fairy Xiaofeng off guard. "I heard that the heavenly spirit sovereign among the 3 sovereigns passed away not long ago, and that a new spirit sovereign will be chosen in about 100 years. Is that true?" "That is indeed true. A body integration stage fellow Taoist will be chosen to become the new spirit sovereign in a tournament to be held 100 years from now. Are you interested in that, fellow Taoist Han?" The elderly man asked with a peculiar look on his face. "Do you think I don't have what it takes to enter the tournament?" Han Li asked with a nonchalant smile. All human cultivators at or above the body integration stage have the right to enter this tournament, but almost all of the 3 sovereigns of the past have been cultivators at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, and the only rare exceptions are mid-body integration cultivators with unfathomable abilities. According to my knowledge, there has never been an early body integration cultivator who has managed to take on that role ever since the human race established itself in the spirit realm, the elderly man said with a wry smile. "You do indeed possess a true spirit bloodline which will grant you immense powers, but it's most likely still too early to be going after the position of spirit sovereign. 100 years will only just be enough for you to familiarize yourself with your new powers and abilities, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to compete with those at the mid and late body integration stages, the young woman also persuaded in a euphemistic manner. I'm not arrogant enough to think that a new body integration cultivator like me can become the next spirit sovereign. However, I'm sure many other body integration cultivators will be participating in the tournament. I only want the opportunity to acquaint myself with and communicate with these fellow Taoists. As for your offers, I must decline as I don't like staying in a certain place for too long, and I don't like to be bound to too many people. However, I'm quite interested in the refinement and utilization method of true spirit bloodlines of your Gu family. Would you be willing to pass on this secret technique to me for any treasures or cultivation arts? Han Li asked. The young woman was completely stumped by the direction this conversation had suddenly taken. Han Li hadn't agreed to join their Gu family, yet he still wanted to obtain their most valuable true spirit bloodline refinement technique, rendering her completely speechless. Her expression changed several times before she finally managed to force a smile onto her face, and she replied, I'm afraid I won't be able to agree to that, Senior Han. The bloodline techniques of our Gu family can't be passed on to outsiders, not even in exchange for treasures or cultivation arts. Of course, that all changes if you accept my initial offer. Han Li wasn't surprised nor offended by her refusal, and he said in a calm manner, in that case our discussion can end here. I won't be joining the Gu family, nor any other powers. It looks like both of you will have to return empty-handed. The young woman could only heave a faint sigh before falling silent, and Qi Shubing's brows were also tightly furrowed as he sat in silence. After that, the three of them discussed some cultivation experiences, and the awkward atmosphere was gradually alleviated. Several hours later, the two of them decided to take their leave. Han Li naturally asked them to stay out of politeness, but the two insisted on departing, so he could only accompany them out of his cave abode. Not long after that, two streaks of light emerged from the sea of mist before receding as the elderly man and young woman reappeared. Looks like we've both made fruitless trips, Senior Qi. I'll be going straight back to the Gu family. Will you also be returning to Deep Heaven City? The young woman asked with a smile. I won't be returning to Deep Heaven City for now. I heard that there's also a new body integration cultivator in the Xianwu region. Apparently, he's already accepted the Tyrant Sovereign's invitation, but I still want to pay him a visit just in case, the elderly man replied after a brief pause. In that case I'll be taking my leave. The young woman nodded before extending a slight curtsy. Spiritual light then flashed from her body, and she flew away as a streak of silver light. In the blink of an eye, the silver light had vanished into the distance. The elderly man remained on the spot and looked in the direction that the young woman had disappeared in for a long while before finally heaving a faint sigh. He raised a hand to summon a green flying canoe, then flew onto it before making a hand seal, upon which the canoe flew away as a ball of green light. Thus the area was suddenly empty and quiet again. However, around an hour later, the silver streak of light suddenly reappeared before stopping once again at the edge of the sea of mist. The light receded, and the young woman was revealed. She wore a calm expression and said something into the sea of mist, following which a path was opened up before her once more. She immediately flew into the sea of mist, and the path was gradually closed. Around 4 hours later, the path reappeared in the sea of the mist, and the silver streak of light flew away again. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated in the hall of his cave abode, holding a silver jade badge in his hand. He was stroking the badge with his finger absent-mindedly with a contemplative look on his face. The jade badge was shimmering with silver light, and on one side of the badge was the character, Gu, while the other side of the badge held the image of a three-headed beast. The beast had the body of a horse that was covered with crimson scales, and one of its heads was that of a unicorn. As for the other two heads, they consisted of a black tiger head and a blue lion head. This was the appearance of the legendary true spirit Liu. It was said that this beast was only around the middle of the pack among true spirits, but its three heads controlled powers of three different attributes, and each of them possessed an incredibly powerful ability. These abilities were not just extremely effective in battle, but also had miraculous effects in other areas. This jade badge had been given to him by Fairy Xiaofeng during her second visit, and the true spirit bloodline that the Gu family had inherited was none other than that of the Liu. Han Li had also been rather surprised by the young woman's return, and he was currently thinking back to what she had told him upon her arrival. As soon as she entered the hall, she had tossed him that jade badge and offered him a deal that was very difficult for him to turn down. She had told her that Han Li didn't need to be a guest member of the Gu family for 10,000 years, all he had to do was lend the Gu family his assistance during the True Spirit ceremony that was going to be held between all of the True Spirit families over 10 years from now. As long as he could secure enough benefits for the Gu family, she was willing to give her part of the Gu family's bloodline secret technique. Of course, she made it very clear that this was only part of the secret technique, and it wasn't the most important part, but it was still something that none of the other True Spirit families outside of the Gu family would be willing to offer to him. Hanli was quite tempted by this offer as it meant that he would only have to help the Gu family once, rather than be bound to them for 10,000 years. There was a bloodline refinement method enclosed with his 12 awakening transformations, but that was a technique designed for flying spirit beings after all, so there were parts that weren't ideal for humans. Prior to reaching the body integration stage, he hadn't detected that anything was amiss, but during the past year where he had been consolidating his cultivation base, he finally discovered by chance that there were many mysterious residual components of the true spirit bloods he had refined inside his body. He had thought that the true spirit bloods had been completely refined, but these residual components were hidden extremely discreetly within his body, and he had been quite alarmed by this. He immediately examined the situation in greater detail, and he discovered that there wouldn't be any issues for now as he could use his own magic power to restrict these residual true blood components. However, if he were to continue absorbing other true spirit bloods in the future, then major unforeseen issues could arise. He would either suffer backlash from this true blood residue or be unable to use his 12 awakening transformations in the future. As such, while he had been consolidating his cultivation base, he had also been pondering a solution to this, which was why he had been so interested in the true spirit bloodline refinement method that Fairy Xiaofeng had mentioned. Even though the refinement techniques from these families wouldn't be able to help him completely refine the true blood residue, they would definitely be quite useful for him to reference. If he hadn't mastered the 12 awakening transformations, then the refinement techniques would be completely useless to him, but in his current situation, all he had to do was find the differences between the human refinement techniques and the refinement techniques enclosed with the 12 awakening transformations to resolve this pressing issue. However, it was just as he had stated before, he wasn't going to be bound to the Gu family for 10,000 just for something like this. Even if he couldn't obtain the Gu family's refinement techniques, he would still be able to obtain similar refinement techniques from other true spirit families through alternative avenues. Of course, doing so could prove to be rather troublesome, and it was quite likely that he would be making enemies out of some of the true spirit families. Hence, after hearing that all he had to do was spar with some cultivators from other true spirit families and secure some benefits for the Gu family, he decided to accept this deal. Fairy Xiaofeng was naturally elated by this, and as for that jade badge, it would act as temporary proof that he was an elder of the Gu family. He reviewed the exchange several times, and after ascertaining that there seemed to be nothing amiss, he set aside the matter for now and returned to his secret chamber to continue consolidating his cultivation base. Several more major powers came to visit him during this time, including even a messenger sent by the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, but Hanli had already made up his mind and politely refused all of their invitations. Thus, several years passed by in the blink of an eye, and one day 3 years later Hanli emerged from his secret chamber before departing from his cave abode as a streak of azure light. During this short period of seclusion, he had already completely mastered his own physical body and magic power, so it was naturally time for him to do some of the things that he had wanted to do. His first destination was naturally Deep Heaven City, which was the closest to him. He had a smooth journey, and after 2 months he appeared in the air above the city walls of Deep Heaven City, then paused momentarily before flying toward a certain direction. There was a rather renowned place in Deep Heaven City that offered temporary lodging for cultivators from outside the city. It consisted of a large cluster of pavilions that was situated between 2 massive stone towers. Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation bases or were short on money had to share one pavilion between several or even over 10 people, while the more powerful and wealthy cultivators could have a pavilion to themselves. One of the pavilions had been rented by a group of 4 deity transformation cultivators. It was said that these 4 deity transformation cultivators were quite powerful, and they had lived here for over 100 years. On top of that, they had ventured into the primordial world on several occasions and returned with their lives, so they were rather renowned in Deep Heaven City. However, during these past few years, these 4 had only left their pavilion very rarely, and spent most of their time in seclusion. According to some of their neighbors, the 4 of them had ventured deep into the primordial world several years ago and encountered a perilous situation that had resulted in all of them sustaining rather severe injuries, which was why they had remained in seclusion all this time. However, this was a very common occurrence in Deep Heaven City. It only served to make people even more aware of just how dangerous the primordial world was, and it soon became a forgotten matter. However, on this day the 2 men and 2 women who were cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion suddenly all heard a voice. "Fellow Taoists, it's me, Han Li. Would I be able to pay you a visit?" The voice was able to completely disregard the layers of restrictions they had set up around the pavilion and was clearly audible to them. The 4 of them were naturally quite startled by this, and a person immediately sprang into their mind, upon which their expressions changed drastically. All of them hurriedly rose to their feet before rushing down to the first floor of the pavilion. The scholarly man who was the leader of the group had already completely recovered his lost arm, and upon appearing on the first floor, he immediately flung the doors of the pavilion open, revealing an azure-robed young man outside. "We pay our respects to Senior Han. Forgive us for not coming out to greet you earlier. We were unaware that you were going to grace us with a visit." A look of surprise and elation appeared on the scholarly man's face as he hurriedly extended a deep bow before inviting Han Li into the room. Han Li nodded in response before walking into the pavilion. At this point, the other 3 cultivators had also appeared on the first floor, and all of them also extended respectful bows at the sight of Han Li. "No need for formalities, we're already old acquaintances," Han Li said as he waved a hand before calmly taking a seat, while the 4 cultivators stood respectfully before him. After departing from the pavilion, Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light toward the massive stone towers that he had once lived in as a deep heaven guard. Not long after that, Han Li appeared near one of the stone towers, and he looked on at the guards entering and exiting the tower with a nostalgic look on his face. This stone tower was none other than the one he had lived in as a dark azure guard, and even though centuries had passed, everything was still the same as it had been back then. Han Li took a deep breath, and the reminiscent look in his eyes faded as he flew toward the stone tower. At the entrance of the stone tower were a dozen or so black iron guards and 2 dark azure guards. The approaching Han Li clearly wasn't a deep heaven guard, and all of them turned toward him with suspicious looks in their eyes. Han Li continued to approach these guards in a calm manner, but at the same time he released his body integration stage aura without making any attempt to conceal it. Even though he had only released a wisp of his aura, the massive disparity in cultivation base still caused the 2 dark azure guards to sway unsteadily on their feet. The black iron guards fared even worse as all of them stumbled back several steps before steadying themselves. "Body integration," a dark azure guard exclaimed. "Is that you, fellow Taoist Han?" An astonished look appeared on the other dark azure guard's face as he appraised Han Li. This man clearly recognized Han Li. Han Li was rather taken aback by this, and he focused his gaze on the elderly man to find that he was rather familiar. After a brief pause for contemplation, he managed to identify the man. "Your fellow Taoist, you right?" "Fellow Tao." "No, Senior Han, you." The elderly man looked as if he had seen a ghost, and even he himself felt as if he were in a dream. The other dark azure guard was also quite stunned, but he hurriedly extended a respectful bow and asked, "You don't seem to be an elder of Deep Heaven City, Senior. May I ask your name? And is there something we can do for you? Do you recognize this senior brother you?" However, the elderly man was clearly still too astonished to muster up a response. "Is Fairy Sue of the Dark Azure Guard in the tower right now?" Han Li asked. The Dark Azure Guard was quite perplexed by the elderly man's flabbergasted reaction, but he still replied in a respectful manner, "Fellow Taoist, Sue has just left the city to go on patrol duty, so it'll most likely be a few days before she returns." Han Li's brows furrowed before his expression immediately returned to normal, and he said, "In that case I won't go in then. Please pass on a message to Fairy Sue for me when she comes back. Tell her that I'll be waiting for her in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. As for my identity, fellow Taoist, you knows all about it, so I won't waste any time with self-introductions." He then cupped his fist in a salute toward the elderly man before flying away as a streak of azure light. All of the guards bowed in a respectful manner as he departed. "Who is that Senior Han brother you? Why are you so astonished?" After the azure streak of light vanished into the distance, the dark azure guard turned around, only to discover that the elderly man was still completely rooted to the spot, and he was slightly displeased. The elderly man finally managed to regain some semblance of composure and replied, "He's here to look for Fairy Sue, so there's no mistaking it, it really is him. Forgive me for my lack of composure, Brother Ding, but 300 years ago, this Senior Han was still a dark azure guard like us. Back when I last saw him, he was still only at the mid-deity transformation stage." "He was a dark azure guard 300 years ago? Surely you jest, brother you?" The dark azure guard exclaimed in an incredulous manner. You only joined Deep Heaven City around 200 years ago, so it's no surprise that you don't recognize him. Back in the day, Senior Han and I were both Dark Azure guards, and even though we weren't exactly close friends, I was saved by him once. This Senior Han was extremely renowned among us Dark Azure guards 300 years ago as he had slain spatial tempering stage foreign beings as a deity transformation cultivator. After that, he seemed to have been given some kind of mysterious mission and disappeared after entering the primordial world. I'm truly astonished that he's managed to progress all the way to the body integration stage from the deity transformation stage. The elderly man sighed with undisguised astonishment and envy in his voice. The Dark Azure guard was left rooted to the spot upon hearing this, just as the elderly man had been a moment ago. After departing from the stone tower, Han Li paused momentarily before flying toward the market. Even though he had assigned the 4 cultivators with the task of purchasing the spirit medicines he required, it certainly couldn't hurt to visit the market and purchase all of the ingredients that he could first. Han Li had already made several trips to the Deep Heaven City market, and he went to the same shop as last time before asking the shopkeeper to source as many items on his list as he could. After that, he departed from the shop and headed straight toward the giant hall at the center of the market. There were people helping him on human territory, so he didn't have to concern himself with the matters here, but it was quite likely that there were going to be ingredients that he needed on demon territory as well. Thus, he decided to take a trip there to see if he could reap any rewards. However, he was forced to visit the market on his own just to purchase some materials and ingredients, and that was one of the downsides of not being a part of a major power. If he had joined one of those major powers, he could easily assign such menial tasks to someone else. Of course, the benefits that he would derive from this still couldn't outweigh the fact that his freedom would be restricted to a certain extent. With his current abilities, he could easily establish his own power, but doing so would require a lot of time and effort that would severely hinder his own cultivation, so it simply wasn't worth it. As such, it was a rather appealing option to become one of the spirit sovereigns. After all, the powers commanded by the 3 sovereigns were different from other sects and families, and most of their powers arose from their status. Anyone who became one of the 3 sovereigns would immediately become a vastly influential figure in the human race. As these thoughts ran through Han Li's mind, he arrived in front of the massive hall that facilitated exchanges between human and demon vendors. Just as Han Li issued the spirit stones for the entrance fee and was about to step into the hall, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from a certain massive formation that was quite far away from human territory. This formation was situated within a certain obscure underground cave, and it was being guarded by a dozen or so armored puppet warriors. All of a sudden, spiritual light of different colors began to flash from the formation, and red light immediately flashed from the eyes of the previously stationary puppets as they slowly pointed their giant blades toward the formation. Almost at the exact same moment, spiritual light flashed at the entrance to the cave, and a blurry humanoid figure that was shimmering with silver light appeared. In the next instant, 2 humanoid figures emerged in the teleportation formation amid a flash of scintillating white light. After the spiritual light faded, the 2 humanoid figures were revealed to be a tall and broad black-robed man and a graceful white-robed woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s and had a dark complexion with a set of hideous and ferocious facial features. In contrast, the woman's complexion was as fair as snow, and her eyes were as black as night. "Who are you? You 2 aren't silver beings. Why are you able to use our silver race's teleportation formation?" The humanoid figure enshrouded within silver light screeched in an astonished manner. "There's a silver being guarding this place. Please let me eat him, sacred ancestor." The black-robed man turned to the silver figure with yearning in his eyes. "That silver being is no less powerful than you. You might chip a tooth if you try to eat him," the white-robed woman said in a calm manner. The silver being yelled in shock and horror, and spiritual light flashed from his body as he attempted to escape again. The white-robed woman's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and in the next instant spatial fluctuations erupted from beneath the silver figure's feet, following which a massive pink flower silently emerged. The silver figure's body tightened and he was completely immobilized. His face was instantly drained of all color as the black-robed man burst into raucous laughter. Black chi suddenly began to swirl around his body, and he pounced directly toward the silver being. Within the black chi, a massive mouth that was around 10 feet in size spread open, and the overwhelming stench of blood and gore wafted forth from within. The white-robed woman seemed to have lost interest in all of this, and she withdrew her gaze while summoning another pink spirit flower in her hand. She brought the flower to her nose before taking a slight whiff, and a hint of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, the black chi that the black-robed man had transformed into had already completely enshrouded the silver being, and blood-curdling cries could be heard. Within a palace on a certain section of the seabed between the Tianyuan continent and Thunder continent, there was a secret chamber that was enveloped by layers of black chi. Within the secret chamber was a huge crimson cocoon-like object that was hanging in mid-air. The surface of the cocoon was flashing incessantly with crimson light, and it was constantly fluctuating in size by minute degrees. It seemed that something was being nurtured within the cocoon. Below the cocoon were 12 massive shadowy beasts. One of them had 2 heads and 6 eyes, one had 4 wings and 3 paws, and there was even a golden WRM that possessed 9 thin tails that were extremely eye-catching. However, all of these beasts were currently lying on the ground in a completely stationary manner, and were completely devoid of any aura. From the crimson light that was flashing above, one could see that the 12 beasts were all completely shriveled up as if all of their blood had been sucked away, and their bodies had shrunk significantly as a result. Otherwise, with the original statures of these 12 beasts, there was no way that this secret chamber would have been able to contain them. There were 12 ancient lamps situated in a corner of the secret chamber, but the flames on those lamps had already been snuffed out. On the other side of the secret chamber was a short green jade table, atop which sat a fist-sized crystal ball that was flashing with faint spiritual light. There was a clear image on the surface of the object, depicting an extremely lifelike silver lotus pod that was shimmering with silver light. In the exchange hall of Deep Heaven City, Hanli was appraising a demonic woman enshrouded in black chi with a surprised look on his face. I didn't think I would encounter you again here, fellow Taoist. I also didn't think that I would ever see you again, fellow Taoist Han. I had thought that you had already fled the city back when the foreign races had attacked. It seems that I underestimated your resourcefulness. The demonic woman within the black chi was none other than the one whom Hanli had traded with many years ago, and she was appraising him with a faint smile. Furthermore, she also seemed to be rather excited to see Hanli. Due to the restriction in this hall, Hanli was unable to identify whether this woman's cultivation base had improved or not, but he had given her many myriad-year spirit medicines back when they had last met, so theoretically she should have become a lot more powerful. Of course, the woman was completely oblivious to Han Li's extraordinary progression as well. Thus Han Li smiled and said, I actually didn't manage to escape in time. If it weren't for some fortuitous events that swung my way, I might not be standing here right now. I had thought that you would go into seclusion and cultivate for a long time after you obtained that batch of myriad-year spirit medicines from me. That would have naturally been ideal, but even though I obtained a lot of myriad-year spirit medicines from you, I couldn't use it on myself alone, and I've exhausted that supply a long time ago. However, I did obtain another batch of precious medicine seeds during these years. Are you willing to continue trading with me? The demonic woman sighed before asking in a hopeful manner. I certainly won't turn down any seeds that I currently don't have. However, during these years I've gathered a lot of medicine seeds myself, so there most likely won't be much that I don't already have, Hanli replied. In that case, the seeds I have may not be up to your standards. The demonic woman sighed as the excitement in her eyes faded. There's no need to be disheartened, fellow Taoist. I'm not here just to exchange for medicine seeds this time. If you can gather some materials for me, I'll still be willing to trade myriad-year spirit medicines for them, Hanli said with a smile. Materials? That's right. I have a list here. Please track down as many items on the list as you can from your demon territory, Hanli said as he swept a sleeve through the air to toss her a white jade slip. A fair white hand emerged from within the black chi to catch the jade slip. After briefly injecting her spiritual sense into the jade slip, she immediately exclaimed, A lot of these materials are spirit bones and inner cores of us demonic beings. You sure are quite bold to request for such things, fellow Taoist. Are you planning to refine some treasures? I am indeed planning to refine a few treasures. As for spirit bones and inner cores, aren't demonic beings like yourself often sourcing them as well? Hanli countered. That may be true, but even if we have to use spirit bones and inner cores to refine something, we make sure to use materials from other races and never turn on members of our own race. In contrast, such requests from a human like you are considered to be quite taboo in our demon race, the woman harumphed coldly. If you ask me, it doesn't seem like you care too much about this. Otherwise, you wouldn't be telling me all this, Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. The woman hesitated momentarily upon hearing this before replying, It doesn't matter to me as long as you don't request any materials secured from beings of our race. However, even in our demon territory the items you've listed in your jade slip are very rare. As such, I'll only be able to gather most of the items on the list, and they'll all be quite expensive. That's alright, as long as the items are to my liking, I'll definitely offer you satisfactory myriad-year spirit medicines as compensation, Hanli replied in an elated manner. Alright, that's all I needed to hear. However, it won't be very convenient for me to take these items to Deep Heaven City to trade with you. If you're really interested, then let's trade on the Myriad Treasure Convention to be held several years from now. That's a large exchange convention that's held by our human and demon races once every 1,000 years, and the venue for this edition of the convention has already been decided. It'll be held on the Nine Immortals Mountain between the Xianwu region and the Heavenly Fox territory, the woman said. The Myriad Treasure Convention? I have heard about this. In that case, it looks like I'll be attending this convention in a few years. Hanli contemplated this offer momentarily before nodding in response. Alright, then it's decided. I'll bring out the spirit medicine seeds I have, and you can see if any of them catch your eye. After that, we can exchange items that we can use to identify one another so we don't have to waste time searching for each other during the convention. The woman smiled, and a hint of seduction had crept into her gentle and pleasant voice. Hanli had no objection to this and agreed to that arrangement. After a while, Hanli emerged from the hall with a faint smile on his face. This trip to the market had reaped him many unexpected rewards. The materials on the list enclosed in that jade slip that Hanli had given to that woman weren't just for pill and tool refinement. Many of them were items he required to refine the high zenith azure mountain. The refinement of this mountain was going to be far more troublesome than that of the extreme essence-fused mountain. Not only did it require far more materials, many of those materials were extremely rare and difficult to find in the spirit realm. After asking the servants to clean up the pavilion, he went to the top floor and began to meditate. The next morning, Hanli was meditating atop a futon when he suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Looks like someone decided to come after all." However, this aura is a little unfamiliar, and it's mid-body integration cultivator, so it looks like it's not Elder Chi from last time. This was rather surprising to him, and moments later, the sound of gentle footsteps rang out from downstairs, following which the nervous voice of one of the servants sounded from down below. "Esteemed senior Buddhist monk Jin Yu of our city has come to visit." Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this name and he replied, "All right, I'll come down right away." He wasn't overly familiar with the other elders of Deep Heaven City, but this Buddhist monk Jin Yu was one of the two ascended body integration cultivators of Deep Heaven City, and Han Li had heard much about him. However, it was said that this elder was constantly in seclusion within a secret area of the city, and almost no one ever got a chance to see him aside from members of the panel of elders. It was no wonder that the servants of the pavilion were so nervous now that such an important figure had suddenly come to visit. However, he had expected this visit as he had revealed his cultivation base to those two dark azure guards, so even if this Buddhist monk Jin Yu hadn't come to visit him, another elder of Deep Heaven City would have most likely been sent here in his stead anyway. With that in mind, Han Li made a hand seal, and spiritual light flashed around him, following which his body suddenly became blurry and indistinct. In the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, there was a monk with a golden kasaya draped over his body inspecting a piece of antique artwork hanging on the wall. There were several beautiful servants beside him who wore extremely excited expressions, and all of a sudden, the monk abruptly turned toward an empty corner of the hall. In the next instant, azure light flashed in that corner, and a humanoid figure appeared. It was none other than Han Li. "I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit, fellow Taoist Han," the monk said as he extended a salute toward Han Li. "Not at all. I've heard much about you, esteemed Buddhist monk." Han Li hurriedly cupped his fist to return the salute before focusing his gaze on the monk before him. This was an elderly monk with a white beard that was around half a foot in length. His face resembled a pile of wrinkles, and his eyes were nothing more than narrow slits. It was as if he were so old that he couldn't even open his eyes properly. I was made aware by you through a letter that Elder Chi sent to me not long ago. I heard that you've progressed from the deity transformation stage to the body integration stage in just a few hundred years, and you're also an ascended cultivator. On top of that, you've also been a dark azure guard, is that all correct? Buddhist monk Jin Yu smiled as he cut straight to the chase. Han Li faltered momentarily before smiling as he replied, "You sure are a straightforward man, fellow Taoist Jin Yu. Indeed, that is all correct. I encountered many vastly fortunate opportunities during the past several centuries. Otherwise, there's no way I'd be at my current cultivation base. All those who have reached our level have encountered their fair share of miraculous opportunities. However, even if your rate of progression isn't completely unheard of, There are definitely very few humans in history to have achieved what you have, the monk said in a benevolent manner. Han Li naturally offered a modest response. I heard from Elder Chi that you have no intention of joining our Deep Heaven City. That's a real pity. If you had agreed, then I wouldn't be the only ascended cultivator left on the panel of elders, the monk said in a disappointed manner. If you and I were both on the panel of elders, I'm sure we'll be able to drastically improve the conditions for many ascended cultivators here, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a solemn manner. A solemn look also appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but after a brief hesitation, he still shook his head in response. As an ascended cultivator myself, I'm naturally aware of the circumstances surrounding us ascended cultivators. However, this is not something that you and I can change on our own. Even if I were to join the panel of elders, it wouldn't make much of a difference, and I would be swept up in undesirable conflicts. Ever since I embarked on my path of cultivation, I've been determined to walk this path to the point of immortality. Even though I've reached the body integration stage, I'm still far from being able to ascend to the true immortal realm, so I can't divert my attention to other matters. Buddhist monk Jin Yu could tell that Han Li had made up his mind, and he heaved a faint sigh as he said, I am truly in awe and admiration of your ambition, fellow Taoist. In that case, I won't try to persuade you any further. Do you have any important matters that you need to attend to here in Deep Heaven City? Perhaps I can lend you my assistance in some matters. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm only here to complete some menial tasks such as purchasing some materials, Han Li replied in a polite manner. I see. If you do need any help with anything, you can come and find me. I'm sure I'll be able to help you out with most things here in Deep Heaven City, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said. Han Li naturally extended his gratitude upon hearing this. After that, Han Li and this Buddhist monk Jin Yu began to discuss some cultivation experiences, which was something that almost all body integration cultivators who were on good terms with one another did. After all, this was the limit for most cultivators, and as for the legendary Grand Ascension stage and Tribulation Transcendence stage, those were virtually completely out of reach, and even the most powerful races in the spirit realm only had one or two such beings on average. Hence, without anyone else available to offer them guidance, body integration cultivators could only attempt to resolve their own cultivation issues by communicating with others. This Buddhist monk Jin Yu was already a mid-body integration cultivator and was only one step away from reaching the late body integration stage, so he had a far greater wealth of cultivation experience than that early body integration stage Elder Chi. In contrast, Han Li possessed several powerful abilities and was also using the Provenance True Devil Arts, which was a simultaneous cultivation art that no one had ever used before, so he naturally had many unique cultivation insights to offer as well. Thus, both of them benefited greatly from their discussion, and they conversed for an entire day and night. Only on the next morning did Buddhist monk Jin Yu depart in an elated manner. After that, Han Li returned to the top floor and continued to meditate. No more body integration cultivators came to visit him after that, so they had to be either busy or had already learned from Buddhist monk Jin Yu that there was no way he would join the panel of elders. 6 days passed in a flash, and on the 7th day the one that he was waiting for finally arrived. Before the servants on the lower floors even had a chance to alert him, he abruptly rose to his feet from his futon and descended from the top floor. The servants were chatting with one another in a bored manner, and they were all given a fright by Han Li's sudden emergence. They hurriedly approached him before extending respectful curtsies, in response to which Han Li waved a hand and said, "You can all wait outside for now. The one that I'm waiting for has already arrived, so you can invite her in." Our human and demon territories, as well as the territories of the neighboring few races, all constitute one of the regions where the devil realm will fuse into our spirit realm, so a massive tribulation is unavoidable, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied in a grim manner. If both the Holy Island and Master Mo have verified this, then it has to be true. In that case, the 3 sovereigns and 7 demon monarchs as well as the other major powers must have also received this information, so there's no way they'll be willing to replenish our panel of elders, the white-robed elderly man mused as he stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. Indeed. At the same time, the neighboring foreign races will also be compressing their forces in anticipation for the upcoming devilish tribulation, so they definitely won't be attacking us during this time. The 3 sovereigns and 7 demon monarchs were actually first established as a countermeasure to these devilish tribulations. In reality, not only have no body integration stage elders joined our city since the attack from the foreign races, we haven't even managed to replenish many spatial tempering stage and deity transformation stage guards, and that was even after our panel of elders made a concerted recruitment effort. the masked woman said in a calm manner. Our Deep Heaven City suffered extensively at the hands of the foreign races during the previous battle. If we can't replenish our members, then we'll only be able to focus on self-preservation during the upcoming devilish tribulation, instead of sending people to actively slay the invading devilish beings like we did during the last tribulation. A man with a head of hair that resembled purple flames said with furrowed brows. There's not much we can do. These devilish tribulations are truly horrific ordeals for cultivators like us. It's a good thing that the devilish beings aren't interested in mortals without any spiritual power. They focus solely on plundering the resources of our spirit realm and slaughtering us cultivators, and they very rarely target mortals and ordinary beasts. Otherwise, our human and demon races would have most likely been wiped off the face of the spirit realm by these past devilish tribulations already, the white-robed elderly man said with a dark expression. Humph, that's not because those devilish beings are kind-hearted philanthropists. They're intentionally leaving the mortals behind like livestock so more cultivators like us can emerge from them, thereby giving them more targets to slaughter when they invade next. After all, the demon cores and nascent souls of cultivators like us are the best delicacies for devilish beings, Buddhist monk Jinyu said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Furthermore, there are some resources that our two races can't relinquish. Otherwise, we could minimize casualties by gathering in one place and holding the fort until the devil realm separates from the spirit realm, the purple-haired man sighed in a resigned manner. Seeing as all of the other powers have already made other arrangements in anticipation for the upcoming devilish tribulation, we won't be able to force them to do anything. All we can do is protect Deep Heaven City as best as we can. From this day forth, let's withdraw the restrictions between this city and the neighboring cities so we can transfer the nearby normal people into Deep Heaven City en masse. On top of that, we'll send out some cultivators who are adept in earth attribute cultivation arts to construct a few empty cities. All we can do is protect the mortals from the nearby area, the white-robed elderly man concluded. We still have some time before the devilish tribulation strikes, but it's a good idea to make some preparations in advance. Even though we have formations and restrictions to rely on, it would still be best to recruit as many high-grade cultivators as possible. After all, the most difficult parts of this ordeal to overcome will be the first few waves of attacks, which will be the most ferocious. If we can keep the devilish beings at bay, they'll most likely be forced to ease off to limit their casualties as well, thereby resulting in an impasse. It won't be possible for any beings of our human race to progress to the body integration stage in the next few centuries, but I've heard that there are some beings in your demon race who are recently making breakthrough attempts to the body integration stage, so I'll have to ask you to keep an eye on them, fellow Taoist Bao, the white-robed elderly man suddenly said to the black-robed man. I'll be sure to do so. There are indeed a few exceptionally talented juniors who have recently appeared in our demon race, and there's a decent chance that one or more of them will be able to progress to the body integration stage, the black-robed man replied with a nod. Following a brief hesitation, the white-robed elderly man then turned to the masked woman. Speaking of the demon race, there's something I would like to ask fellow Taoist Silverlight, but I'm not sure if I should. We've been acquaintances for so many years. You can feel free to ask me anything, Brother Gu, the masked woman said in a rather curious manner. In that case, I'll go right ahead. Is Senior Ao Shao of your demon race still alive and well? The white-robed elderly man asked. The masked woman faltered slightly before taking a glance at the black-robed man before chuckling. Oh, so that's what you wanted to ask? That's certainly not a taboo topic. However, I'm not the only demonic elder here. Why did you decide to ask me? Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Fairy Silverlight? You may not be from the Silvermoon Wolf race, but you possess part of the Silvermoon Wolf bloodline, and you had once stayed with Senior Ao Shao for over 1,000 years. If anyone here were to know anything about Senior Ao Zhao's recent situation, then it can only be you, the black-robed man countered as he raised an eyebrow. That is indeed true. Senior Ao Shao was sighted once on the giant cloud mountain over 3,000 years ago, but no news of him has emerged since. Senior Ao Shao is one of the two grand ascension stage beings among our human and demon races, so we're naturally very eager to hear how he's doing in the face of the imminent devilish tribulation, the white-robed elderly man said in a solemn manner. Everyone also turned to appraise the masked woman with concerned expressions upon hearing this. A hint of hesitation flashed through the woman's eyes, and only after a long pause did she reply in a resigned manner, I'm naturally aware of your concerns. Indeed, ever since our human and demon races were established in the spirit realm, no one has been able to transcend more than 20 major heavenly tribulations, and Senior Ao Shao was approaching his 21st major heavenly tribulation all those years ago, so many fellow Taoists were quite concerned for him. The purple-haired man was a human cultivator, but he also seemed to know about this, and he said in a slightly surprised manner, "Fairy Ling Long? Is that the concubine that returned with divine wolf Celestial Kuei from the lower realm? I heard that not only is this fellow Taoist Ling Long a direct lineal descendant of Senior Ao Zhao's, she's also extremely adored by divine wolf Celestial Kuei." "That's right. Back when fellow Taoist Ling Long returned from the lower realm, she was only at the late deity transformation stage, yet last time we met she had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage and seems to be about to progress to the late spatial tempering stage soon. Perhaps she'll also be able to make a breakthrough before the devilish tribulation arrives. After all, that woman's aptitude was vastly renowned even in the Silver Moon Wolf race. If it hadn't been for the fact that she had been trapped in the lower realm for so long, perhaps she would be one of us already," the masked woman sighed. "No matter how outstanding her aptitude is, the fact that she was able to improve so drastically by staying by Senior Ao Zhao's side for just a few centuries is testament to Senior Ao Zhao's extraordinary powers. However, if she's the divine wolf's concubine, then why is she staying with Senior Ao Zhao? Does Senior Ao Zhao have some plans for her?" the purple-haired man asked in an intrigued manner. The masked woman hesitated momentarily before speculating, "I'm not particularly sure about the details there. However, I heard from others in my race that some strain seems to have appeared in Fairy Ling Long's relationship with fellow Taoist Celestial Kuei after she emerged from the lower realm. Apparently, it was Senior Ao Zhao who stepped in to take her away. Perhaps it's because they're both displeased by how Divine Wolf Celestial Kuei had left her in the lower realm for so many years. Alright, the important thing is that Senior Ao Zhao is alive and well. There's no need for us to speculate about others. Next, we should discuss the imminent arrival of the envoys from the Yaksha tribe and the Wood tribe. Those two tribes have most likely sent envoys to us with the devilish tribulation in their consideration." The white-robed elderly man suddenly moved on to another topic. Everyone else's expressions stirred slightly, and they all began to listen with intent focus. Thus, time slowly passed by, and the meeting between the elders of Deep Heaven City lasted for over half a day before it was adjourned. 2 days later, a certain teleportation formation within Deep Heaven City suddenly lit up, and 2 humanoid figures vanished from the center of the formation. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from a certain formation within a large city that was far away from Deep Heaven City. Bright white light suddenly erupted from a carefully guarded teleportation formation, and the chatting guards were all startled by this before immediately turning their attention to the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation was deemed to be extremely important by the mid and high-grade cultivators in the city, and it was regularly maintained and tightly guarded. However, due to the astronomical teleportation fee required to use it, very few people actually make use of it at all. The teleportation formation would only be used a handful of times per year at most, and its users were naturally all-powerful cultivators. Thus, as 2 humanoid figures began to appear at the center of the formation, the core formation guards immediately stood up straight and put on respectful expressions. A young man emerged from the teleportation formation first, and he looked around before asking one of the armored guards, "Is this Maple Forest City?" "This is indeed Maple Forest City, Senior. We welcome you to our city," the armored guard replied in a respectful manner. The guards had already assessed these 2 with their spiritual sense, but were completely unable to ascertain their cultivation bases, so they naturally didn't dare to display any rudeness to the 2 of them. "Good." The young man smiled before striding out of the hall with another woman with skin as fair as jade, who had just emerged from the formation as well. These 2 were naturally none other than Han Li and Fairy Su, who had just teleported here from Deep Heaven City. Even though the Su family wasn't actually in Maple Forest City, this was the closest city to the one the Su family was in that was still accessible via teleportation. After passing through several lines of guards, the 2 of them finally emerged from the hall, and they found themselves on a massive bluestone plaza. The plaza was very plain and simple, and was constructed from massive azure tiles with no other eye-catching embellishments. However, there were some pavilions surrounding the plaza. Aside from the several groups of armored guards patrolling the area, there were no other cultivators around. Han Li spread his spiritual sense into the distance, and his expression changed ever so slightly. The plaza was situated halfway up a mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and there were many buildings as well as rows of orderly streets surrounding the foot of the mountain. Han Li turned toward the summit of the mountain to find that there was a small palace up there. Not only was the exterior of the palace quite lavish and grandiose, there were several auras within it that were of the spatial tempering stage. It seemed that those were the high-grade cultivators who were responsible for overseeing the city. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense before waving a sleeve through the air in an expressionless manner. A burst of azure light swept forth from his body, enveloping himself along with Fairy Su, and the two of them instantly departed as a streak of azure light. Within a certain room in the palace at the mountain summit, there were 3 spatial tempering cultivators sitting around a table that was filled with delicious dishes, and they seemed to be enjoying a very pleasant conversation. All of a sudden, they abruptly fell silent before exchanging a few astonished glances with one another. What was that? That burst of spiritual sense was so powerful. Could it be that a body integration stage senior suddenly came to our city? An elderly man in a brocade robe murmured. Judging from how powerful that spiritual sense was, it seems that it really is a body integration cultivator. I wonder if it's one of the sovereigns or one of the elders of Deep Heaven City, a middle-aged man in a suit of white armor said in a bewildered manner. The third cultivator was a young man wearing a shimmering golden headband, and he said, "From what I've heard, the sovereigns are all busy preparing for a major event in Deep Heaven City, so there's no way that they would have the spare time to come here. It should be one of the Deep Heaven City elders." Oh, if it's an elder of Deep Heaven City, then he must be merely passing through the city. He seems to be in quite a hurry, so there's no need for us to go and greet him. The brocade-robed elderly man heaved a sigh of relief as his expression eased slightly. That may be the case, but our Maple Forest City is quite a secluded place in the Tianyan region. What's an elder of Deep Heaven City doing here? The white-armored middle-aged man was still a little concerned. Who knows? Those body integration stage beings have always been mysterious and unpredictable anyway. As long as he's not here for us, why should we care what he's up to? I'm glad he's not sticking around in our city, the young man said as a slightly twisted look appeared on his face. The elderly man was clearly quite careful and cautious, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he said in a solemn manner, "That's true. However, we should still tell all of our subordinates to be more careful during this time so they don't cause any trouble for us." Indeed. Our city isn't under the jurisdiction of Deep Heaven City, but that was still a body integration stage being, so it can't hurt to be more careful, the white-armored man replied with a nod. The conversation between the 3 of them seemed to suggest that they were trying to hide something deplorable they had done. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his arrival had struck the 3 city lords with a strong sense of unease. Under Su Qinyu's guidance, they flew out of Maple Forest City before continuing southbound. According to her, this was the nearest city to the Su family that was inhabited by cultivators, but it was still around a month's travel away from where the Su family was situated. Thus, not long after this, Han Li released a flying carriage, and the 2 of them got on the carriage to continue in their journey. This place was clearly quite secluded, and after flying a few 100,000 kilometers away from Maple Forest City, there were barely any humans that could be seen on the ground below. Even the occasional small towns they passed by were inhabited by both mortals and cultivators. However, around half a month later, they had entered a hilly region, and there were no traces of any living beings other than some beasts that roamed the valleys. What was rather surprising to Han Li was that although this hilly area wasn't completely devoid of spiritual qi, the spiritual qi here was clearly far more sparse than it was in other places. As for spirit veins, that was something that they hadn't encountered a single one of even after flying for so many days. Why did your Su family decide to settle in a place like this? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Please allow me to not answer that question for now, senior. You'll find out the reason for yourself soon, Su Qinyu said as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Oh, that sounds very intriguing. Han Li truly was growing a little curious, but his expression remained unchanged. After flying for another half a month or so, the yellow and green hills down below suddenly began to take on a red tinge. Regardless of whether it was the mountains, the soil, or the plains, all of them had become slightly red. In the beginning, Han Li hadn't paid much heed to this. However, after flying for a few more days, the entire ground down below had completely turned into a reddish-yellow color, and he couldn't ignore this phenomenon any longer. After carefully sweeping his spiritual sense over the ground a few times, a contemplative look appeared on his face. Looks like you've finally figured it out, senior, Su Qinyu chuckled. I see. So there's a large copper essence mine here. No wonder your family decided to settle here despite the lack of spiritual qi in the area, Han Li said with a smile. Indeed. The seniors of our family had engaged in some heated arguments about whether the family should settle here when they first arrived in this place over 10,000 years ago. In the end, they decided to settle here, and our family has become quite wealthy as a result, but the cultivation of the members of our family has indeed been hampered. It's hard to say whether the benefits or the downsides outweigh the other, Su Qinyu sighed in a slightly resigned manner. Han Li nodded upon hearing this, but didn't say anything in response. Su Qinyu also fell silent and left Han Li to his thoughts. Several days later, a hint of lush greenery finally appeared in the sky in the distance, and the spiritual qi surging toward them struck Han Li with a sense of reinvigoration. He knew that they were finally about to reach the Su family. Sure enough, not long after that, a small lush mountain range appeared before his eyes. There was only an ordinary spirit vein in this mountain range, but the spiritual qi here was still vastly more abundant than it was in the surrounding area. There were all types of buildings on the dozen or so mountains in the mountain range, and there were some profound fluctuations between the mountains, clearly indicating that some powerful formations and restrictions had been set up. We've arrived, Senior. Let me notify the members of my family so my father can greet you, Su Qinyu said as the flying carriage circled around in the air near the mountain range. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the mountain range, and his expression changed slightly as he nodded in response. So this is the Su family. As expected, you've really found a good place. All right then, I'll wait here for you. Due to the fact that he had made no attempt to conceal his flying carriage, the Su family cultivators on guard duty had already noticed their presence, and a burst of restriction fluctuations erupted as a dozen or so streaks of light flew out of the mountain range down below, and they certainly didn't seem to be approaching with friendly intentions. After securing permission from Han Li, Su Qinyu flew toward the cultivators of her family as a streak of white light, and she reached them after just a few flashes. All of those cultivators clearly recognized the daughter of their family leader, and the lights around them all faded to reveal a series of cultivators, all of whom had elated looks on their faces. Su Qinyu merely said something to them with a smile on her face, then descended with them toward the mountain range down below. Meanwhile, Han Li patiently waited on his flying carriage, and a short while later, delightful music began to play within the mountain range. Two groups of young women in white and red palatial dresses flew out of one of the mountains, and even though they were all only at the core formation and foundation establishment stages, all of them were very beautiful and wore respectful expressions. Behind these women were three people, one of which was none other than Su Qinyu. The one at the center of the trio was a scholarly white-robed man, while the final person to complete the trio was a massive burly man with an unruly beard and a pair of large menacing intimidating eyes. The two groups of women stopped several hundred feet away from the flying carriage, while the trio continued onward and only stopped after reaching Han Li. Junior Su Jiao pays his respects to Senior Han. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner. The white-robed man appeared to be around 30 years of age and had a set of ordinary facial features. However, he was at the late deity transformation stage, so he wasn't weak by any means. In the presence of Han Li, he hurriedly extended a deep bow with a respectful look on his face. Junior Su Lu also pays his respects to Senior Han. The burly man was at the mid-deity transformation stage, and he also extended a respectful bow. Are you the leader of the Su family, fellow Taoist Su Jiao? Han Li asked in an indifferent manner as he appraised the white-robed man. Indeed. I've been the Su family leader for around 1,000 years now, the white-robed man replied in a truthful manner. Han Li nodded and asked, I'm sure fellow Taoist Qinyu has informed you of the purpose of my visit, right? She did indeed. We are truly grateful that you've graced us with a visit for the sake of our matriarch. However, this is not a suitable place to talk. Please follow me and we'll discuss these matters inside, the white-robed man said in a respectful manner. Han Li nodded in response. All right, lead the way. Thus, Han Li withdrew his flying carriage and drifted down from the sky. The white-robed man and burly man accompanied Han Li on either side, while Su Qinyu followed along a half-step behind them. After arriving in the air above the mountain range, Su Jiao flipped a hand over to summon a green badge before gently sweeping it through the air. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted over the entire mountain range, and the dozen or so mountains twisted and warped like mirages before vanishing into nothingness. The mountains were still the same mountains, but they were now in completely different locations to where they were situated before. The dozen or so mountains had all shifted several kilometers in location, so presumably, if someone had tried to directly attack the Su family using a powerful ability, then they would completely miss all of the mountains and buildings. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly and he suddenly remarked, This is a mirage illusionary realm. I didn't think that you'd have access to such a legendary ancient restriction. I'm sure it's nothing much in your eyes, Senior. Around 10,000 years ago, our Su family enlisted the service of an extremely talented formation master, and it took him his entire life to restore most of this ancient illusionary formation. It's a pity that his cultivation base was rather lackluster. Otherwise, if he had lived for some time longer, then perhaps he would have been able to completely restore the formation. Su Jiao chuckled in response, seemingly also quite proud of this formation. Indeed, with this formation the Su family will be very safe and secure, Han Li said with a faint smile before falling silent. Su Jiao was slightly disappointed to see this. It was quite rare for a body integration cultivator to assess their formation, so he naturally hoped that Han Li would offer some more in-depth analysis. Senior, do you think this formation would be able to withstand a body integration cultivator's attack? The burly man asked in a careful manner. A body integration cultivator's attack? Hee. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he glanced at the burly man, but he didn't offer a direct response. Are you saying that this formation will be ineffective against a body integration cultivator, Senior? The white-robed man asked in a hesitant manner. After a brief pause, Han Li replied in a calm manner, I don't know whether it would be effective or not, but there are indeed a few fallacies in the formation, presumably because it hasn't been completely restored. If a cultivator with lackluster prowess in the art of formations were to encounter this restriction, then they would certainly have some trouble trying to circumvent it. However, in the face of a body integration cultivator who's adept in the art of formations, this incomplete mirage illusionary realm really won't do much for you. He then casually pointed out the points on the mountain range where the restriction had been set up. You can identify the fallacies in this formation, Senior? The white-robed man was quite surprised to hear this. Su Qinyu and the burly man exchanged a glance, and they could see their own astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. I once read a tome with information regarding this formation, so I'm naturally able to identify the fallacies in this incomplete formation, Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. This was indeed true. Even though this type of ancient formation had already been lost in the human race for countless years, he discovered a bunch of ancient formation tomes in a market while passing through the territory of a foreign race on his way back to Deep Heaven City. These tomes had all been written in ancient human text, and that particular foreign race had very little interest in formations, so the tomes were being sold like trash among a bunch of miscellaneous items. Han Li couldn't help but wonder which powerful human being had taken these ancient tomes out of the human race, only for them to end up on the territory of that foreign race. Han Li naturally wasn't going to pass up this opportunity, and he purchased all of those ancient formation tomes for next to nothing. During his journey over the territories of the other foreign races, Han Li had encountered many similar situations, so he didn't pay much heed to it. However, he was now able to compare this incomplete formation with the complete version on the tome, which naturally allowed him to instantly identify its fallacies. Su Jiao was naturally unaware of this chapter of Han Li's past, but he was quite stunned to hear that Han Li had the complete method for setting up this mirage illusionary formation. He didn't know how this senior Han had gotten his hands on such an ancient formation tome that had been lost for so many years, but if that really were true, then wouldn't the formation guarding the Su family be as good as non-existent in his eyes? Furthermore, he was only making a few points about the formation, but all of them were extremely valid and applicable, so he certainly didn't seem to be lying. Thus, the white-robed man still maintained a smile, but it had become slightly forced. Han Li paid no heed to this and merely continued onward in an unhurried manner. Han Li's group was led by the two groups of young beauties to a massive hall at the center of the mountain range. There was a pair of elderly men who bore a strong resemblance to one another waiting for them there. Senior Han, let me introduce to you my two granduncles. They were originally in seclusion, but they came out to greet you upon hearing about your arrival. Su Jiao immediately introduced to Han Li. Junior Su Hua and Su Yen pay their respects to Senior Han. The pair of elderly men hurriedly extended respectful salutes toward Han Li. One of them was at the early spatial tempering stage, while the other was at the mid-spatial tempering stage, and it was quite astonishing to see two beings of this caliber in a normal family of cultivators. After all, some of the smaller cultivation families could be established even with just a single deity transformation cultivator among their ranks. It seemed that Su Qinyu hadn't been exaggerating when she said that her Su family was relatively renowned in the Tianyuan region. There's no need for such formalities, fellow Taoists. I'm only here to fulfill a request assigned to me. Han Li waved a hand in response and was quite benevolent toward these two powerful Su family cultivators. They then briefly exchanged some pleasantries before the two elderly men led Han Li into the massive hall. After everyone had taken a seat, a group of qi condensation stage servants immediately offered cups of spirit tea to everyone present. Su Jiao said, due to the time constraints, my daughter only briefly disclosed to me the purpose of your visit. I heard that Senior Han has something that needs to be passed on to Fairy Ice Soul or her descendants. Is that correct? Indeed. I agreed to run this errand as I owe someone a favor. However, I heard from fellow Taoist Chinyu that Fairy Ice Soul's descendants aren't just limited to this branch alone. Hence, I'll need to verify your connection to Fairy Ice Soul before I hand over the items, Hanli said in a straightforward manner. How would you like us to prove this to you, Senior? All of the other nearby families are aware that we are descendants of Fairy Ice Soul, Su Hua said after clearing his throat in a slightly stumped manner. That shouldn't be too difficult. Anything left behind by fellow Taoist Ice Soul, such as cultivation arts or treasures that belong to her, will be sufficient proof of her connection with the Su family, Hanli replied in a calm manner. Su Jiao paused momentarily before replying, treasures? Prior to her disappearance, Fairy Ice Soul took all of her treasures with her and didn't leave any behind for her descendants. As for cultivation arts, our Su family does have a few secret techniques that our matriarch had once used during her days of dominance in the human race. However, the conditions required to cultivate these secret techniques are extremely stringent, and only several people in our family have been able to cultivate them. Thankfully, my granduncle Su Yan is one of them. Granduncle, please demonstrate some of your abilities to Senior Han. The elderly man hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. In that case, I'll display some of my abilities as proof. He then raised an arm to reach a thin and wrinkled hand out of his sleeve, then spread his 5 fingers slightly before turning his palm upward. All of a sudden, a ball of blue flames appeared over the center of his palm before transforming into a translucent blue lotus flower. The lotus flower was extremely lifelike, and it was as if a real flower had blossomed in his hand. Celestial blue flames. Hanli murmured to himself. Indeed, Senior. This glacial flame was our matriarch's signature ability, and full mastery of it would allow one to seal a vast area in ice within mere moments. Of course, I'm still far from reaching that level, Su Yan said with a smile on his face. The blue ice lotus revolved within his hand before suddenly surging forward as a burst of blue light, and the space in its wake instantly began to twist and warp, as well as shimmer with blue light. At this moment, Su Hua tossed his teacup through the air, and it instantly flew into the shimmering blue space. As soon as the teacup came into contact with the blue light, it was transformed into an ice sculpture that hung within the light in a completely still manner. Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and his expression remained unchanged, but a hint of surprise had surfaced in his eyes. He didn't think that the celestial blue flames would possess such an ability. However, upon closer consideration, he decided that this made sense. The celestial blue flames he had obtained from the Heaven Void Cauldron hadn't been cultivated by him. As such, the powers of those flames hadn't improved through his cultivation. In contrast, Su Yan's glacial flames had been developed purely through cultivation, and he also had the relevant cultivation art, so he would naturally be able to improve the power of these flames over time. Both of these methods had their own sets of advantages and disadvantages. Absorbing glacial flames that already existed allowed one to directly attain that ability without having to spend time to cultivate it. However, if they wanted to make the ability more powerful in the future, then they'd only be able to rely on the powers of external items or fuse other glacial flames into the existing one. In the examples of Su Yan and Fairy Ice Soul, who had attained these flames through cultivation, the process had taken them a very long time, but as long as they continued to cultivate according to the cultivation art, they would be able to eventually maximize the powers of these flames. The celestial blue flames that Han Li had absorbed had been found by him back in the human world. The celestial blue flames that Fairy Ice Soul had left behind at the time were only at the deity transformation stage at most, so they naturally couldn't compare with Su Yan's glacial flames. After quickly pondering the situation, Han Li understood everything, and the surprise in his eyes faded. However, the blue light in front of Su Yan only lingered for the span of a few breaths before shattering like glass, and the teacup that was suspended in midair began to fall. Su Hua was already prepared for this, and he immediately waved a hand to draw the frozen teacup back into his grasp. At the same time, crimson light flashed from his hand, and the layer of blue ice around the teacup instantly melted away, returning it back to its original condition. What do you think, Senior Han? Does my granduncle's demonstration prove that we're direct lineal descendants of Fairy Ice Soul? The white-robed man asked with a smile. Those are indeed celestial blue flames, and fellow Taoist Su Yan has mastered them to an exceptional degree. His ability to control the glacial power without allowing any of it to seep out is truly remarkable, Han Li replied with a smile and a nod. Su Jiao was quite pleased to hear this. Then, rest assured, fellow Taoist, seeing as you are indeed a directly lineal descendant of fellow Taoist I Soul, I'll naturally hand the items over to you. Han Li chuckled before sweeping a sleeve over the table beside him. An azure light flashed, following which 2 items appeared on the table. They consisted of a faint blue jade slip and a pristine white jade box. Both of the items were sealed tightly with a shimmering golden talisman each, and that was sufficient proof that Han Li hadn't examined these items at all. The white-robed man glanced at the 2 items with a serious expression, but instead of reaching out for them right away, he asked in a cautious manner, "Would you be able to tell us who entrusted you with these items now, Senior?" "It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, it's just that even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't know who he is. All I can tell you is that this Senior isn't from our human or demon race, and his powers are far beyond my own," Han Li said with slightly furrowed brows. "So he's a foreign being with powers that far surpass even yours?" It was quite apparent that this reply came as quite a revelation to the members of the Su family present. Bewildered looks appeared on all of their faces, and Han Li wasn't surprised by their reactions. A contemplative look appeared in Su Jiao's eyes and he said, "Prior to Fairy I Soul's departure, she had only just progressed to the body integration stage, so it's possible that she ventured into the primordial world to explore the entire Tianyuan continent. In that case, it certainly wouldn't be implausible for her to acquaint herself with a few seniors from foreign races. Could it be that these 2 items contain information regarding her whereabouts?" Su Yan and Su Hua exchanged an elated glance and they said almost in unison, "It's certainly possible." Su Qinyu and the burly man were also quite excited at this prospect. The white-robed man took a deep breath before drawing the 2 items on the table into his hands, then said, "I'm only making baseless assumptions here, so don't get too excited. Please wait here for a moment, Senior, I'll be back soon. In the meantime I'll get Granduncle Yen and Yuer to keep company." "Go ahead, fellow Taoist Su," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus Su Jiao departed with Su Hua and the burly man while carrying the 2 items, leaving only Han Li, Su Qinyu and Su Yan in the hall. After chatting with Han Li for a while, Su Yan cupped his fist in a salute, and said, "Senior Han, I heard from Yuer that it was only thanks to your guidance back in Deep Heaven City that she was able to progress to the deity transformation stage so quickly. I must thank you on behalf of Yuer as a senior of hers." "I didn't do much. Fellow Taoist Qinyu's outstanding aptitude is the main reason behind the speed of her progression. I merely looked out for her from time to time," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Speaking of which, I heard from Chuer that you seem to have some kind of connection with our matriarch. Is that true, Senior?" Su Yan asked in a curious manner. "I haven't ever seen Fairy I Soul before, but there is indeed a connection between us. Otherwise, that elder wouldn't have entrusted these items to me. If you still have some doubts, then I'm sure this will dispel them." Han Li pointed a finger upward as he spoke, and a burst of blue flames erupted from his fingertip, then transformed into a blue ice flower. "Celestial blue flames," the elderly man exclaimed as he stared intently at the blue ice flower with astonishment in his eyes. Su Qinyu was also quite stunned to see this and she murmured, "Could it be that you're also?" "It's not what you think. I merely came across some of the glacial flames that your matriarch left in a lower realm," Han Li explained with a smile. "I see." An enlightened look appeared on Su Yan's face, and there was still a slight hint of suspicion in his eyes, but it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask any further questions. After all, Han Li was a body integration cultivator, and was not someone to be interrogated by a spatial tempering cultivator like him. Meanwhile, Su Jiao, the burly man, and Su Hua were situated in a secret chamber behind the hall. The secret chamber had many layers of restrictions around it, and all 3 of them were intently scrutinizing the 2 items on the stone table inside the chamber. These talismans truly are very profound. Even with our powers, we're unable to force them to peel off. It seems that these items really have been passed on to Senior Han by a foreign Grand Ascension stage being. Su Hua seemed to have already attempted to remove the talismans, but the resigned look on his face clearly indicated that he had failed. If these really are talismans from a Grand Ascension stage being, then it only makes sense that we're unable to remove them by force. If we use the power of certain treasures to forcibly destroy these 2 talismans, we'll most likely damage the 2 items as well. There has to be another way to do this, Su Jiao mused as he stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. "If you have an idea, then why not give it a try? We can just try something else if it doesn't work," Su Hua urged. He was clearly quite eager to access the 2 items. Only after a long while did Su Jiao nod in response in a solemn manner. You're right, granduncle. Let me give this a try then. He then suddenly raised an arm before opening his mouth to expel a burst of white light. The white light quickly revolved around his wrist before returning into his mouth in a flash. However, in the next instant, a faint gash appeared around his wrist, and several drops of blood essence slowly dripped down onto the talisman that sealed the jade slip. Crimson light flashed momentarily, and the blood essence almost instantly seeped into the talisman. Immediately thereafter, bright golden light suddenly erupted from the talisman, following which golden runes of different sizes surged forth in a frenzy. However, all of these golden runes then vanished in an instant. At the same time, the astonishing spiritual chi erupting from the talisman receded, and the spiritual light also faded. Su Jiao was ecstatic to see this, and he knew that he had most likely guessed correctly. Sure enough, only those who had the inherited fairy ice soul's bloodline could safely remove these talismans. He took a deep breath before gently blowing on the jade slip, and the golden talisman shuddered before silently drifting off the jade slip. Su Hua and the burly man were also ecstatic to see this. Su Jiao repressed his own excitement and replicated the same procedure to remove the talisman on the jade box as well. After glancing hesitantly at the two items for a brief moment, he reached out and grabbed the blue jade slip, then gently pressed it against his forehead before closing his eyes. Time slowly passed, and the white-robed man's initially calm expression gradually became tinged with a hint of confusion, then slowly transitioned toward astonishment. Su Hua and the elderly man glanced at one another upon seeing this, and they couldn't help but grow a little nervous. Around 10 minutes later, Su Jiao finally exhaled before removing the jade slip from his forehead in a rather forlorn manner. "What does it say?" Su Hua immediately asked. An urgent look also appeared on the burly man's face. Su Jiao returned to his senses before tossing the jade slip over to Su Hua, seemingly unwilling to say anything. "You should take a look for yourself, Granduncle Hua." Su Hua was naturally slightly bewildered as he caught the jade slip, but after a brief hesitation, he also injected his spiritual sense into it. Meanwhile, Su Jiao's gaze fell upon the jade box, and after a brief pause he swept his sleeve over it, upon which the lid of the box flew off on its own. A swath of black light was swirling within the jade box, and it contained a small red vial that was several inches tall. There was a strange pattern on the surface of the vial, and it was releasing a faint odor of blood and gore. Upon catching sight of the red vial, a hint of surprise appeared on the burly man's face, and he seemed to have been able to identify it. "That seems to be our family's. Indeed, this is the blood soul vial that has been passed down in our Su family for generations. There was originally a pair of these treasures, but one of them was taken away by Fairy Ice Soul. I didn't think that the two treasures would have a chance to reunite someday," Su Jiao said in a brooding manner. "So it really is that treasure," the burly man murmured to himself. Su Jiao instructed, "Take my badge and mobilize all of the secret guards in our family right away. Surround the mountain that our ancestral shrine is situated on, and activate all of the nearby restrictions. Make sure that not even a single fly is allowed to leave. After that, rouse our eldest granduncle from his seclusion and ask him to wait in the ancestral shrine for now." "What? Mobilize the secret guards and rouse our eldest granduncle from seclusion?" The burly man was stunned to hear this. The white-robed man gritted his teeth as if he were making a difficult decision, then confirmed in an implacable manner, "That's right. This is an extremely important matter that concerns our matriarch, so even if our eldest granduncle is at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he'll have to come out of seclusion to address this. Have you really found the whereabouts of our matriarch? I'll go right away." The burly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately rushed out of the secret chamber. Following his departure, Su Jiao's gaze returned to the small red vial, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Not long after that, Su Hua exhaled as he finally finished reading the contents of the jade slip before also opening his eyes. "I see. So our matriarch really did venture into the primordial world, and she even went to a foreign continent. However, something seems to have happened to her, and only a wisp of the blood soul that she refined was sent back to us," Su Hua murmured with furrowed brows. "Aside from that blood soul secret technique enclosed in the jade slip, all of the other information is very vague. We'll have to use the blood crystal to reawaken the wisp of blood soul before we can figure out what happened. It's a good thing that Fairy Ice Soul refined that blood soul coffin and the pair of blood soul vials prior to her disappearance. Otherwise, we would be at a complete loss right now," Su Jiao said in a grim manner. "Indeed. However, the jade slip says that once the talismans are removed, the awakening ceremony must be held within a few days. Otherwise, even the wisp of blood soul in the blood soul vial will dissipate. After all, this blood soul has been sealed in the vial for far too long. A concerned look appeared on Su Hua's face. Rest assured, the ceremony will be arranged tonight, the white-robed man said. Looks like we'll have to do that. By the way, what are we going to tell that Senior Han? According to Yuer, he seems to have some kind of connection with our matriarch, and delivered her blood soul back to us, so he most likely doesn't harbor any ill will toward our Su family, Su Hua analyzed. Indeed. This Senior Han has only just reached the body integration stage, but he seems to be quite powerful and is very knowledgeable in ancient formations. Perhaps he can become a powerful backer for our Su family in the future. We have to convince him to stay for a few days no matter what. After we awaken the blood soul through the ceremony, we'll have to find a way to befriend him, Su Jiao decided after a brief pause for contemplation. Alright, then I'll go and make some preparations. Su Hua nodded before turning to depart on his own. However, the white-robed man faltered momentarily before stopping him. Wait, I'll come out with you as a show of our sincerity. Su Hua thought about this for a moment before nodding in agreement. That would be good. We certainly can't be too careful in our treatment of a body integration stage being. Thus, Su Jiao carefully packed up the jade box containing the small red vial before exiting the secret chamber with Su Hua. Around 2 hours later, Han Li found himself seated atop a futon on the top floor of an extremely lavish and intricate pavilion. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he was rather bemused by this situation. He had originally intended to leave the Su family after delivering the 2 items, but Su Jiao had been extremely hospitable and insisted on asking him to stay for some time. Seeing as he was still determined to leave, he had even implied to Han Li that the items contained potential leads pertaining to Fairy Ice Soul's whereabouts, and that her current location could be revealed if he were to stay for a few more days. This made Han Li rather hesitant. It was naturally impossible to say that he didn't care about Fairy Ice Soul at all. Regardless of whether it was the celestial blue flames he had absorbed, his risky venture into the Heaven Void Palace, the Heaven Void Cauldron he had obtained, or his run-in with the North Night Palace in the Great Gene, all of this had something to do with Fairy Ice Soul. As such, there were a few questions surrounding Fairy Ice Soul in his heart that he also really wanted to have answered. This crimson light surrounded the mountain and expanded and contracted in an erratic manner. The fluctuations that had alerted him were coming directly from that mountain. He could clearly see that a certain type of profound restriction had already been set up around the mountain. However, that crimson light was truly quite abnormal, and there was some spiritual pressure that could puncture directly through the restriction. Only after a long while did the blue light vanish from within his eyes, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that the Su family is holding some kind of blood sacrificial ceremony? But why would they choose to do this when an outsider is present? Could this have something to do with the items I passed on to them today?" As intelligent as he was able to roughly guess the truth after some quick deliberation. After determining a plausible reason behind this occurrence, Han Li's expression reverted back to normal as he continued to appraise the mountain in the distance. A short while later, the restrictions in the distance finally vanished, and he left the window with a contemplative look on his face, then sat back down onto the futon before closing his eyes. During the next few days, aside from Su Qinyu's mandatory daily courtesy visits, none of the other members of the Su family came to disturb him. However, from the hint of concern that was constantly in her eyes, it seemed that what the Su family had been doing hadn't progressed very smoothly. Sure enough, the same fluctuations would erupt from that mountain every single night, and during Su Qinyu's next few mandatory daily visits, Han Li could tell that she wanted to say something to him, but always decided against it. Han Li didn't display any reaction to this, but none of it had escaped his detection. On the 5th morning, Han Li was in the process of inspecting his talisman when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he abruptly flipped his hand over, upon which the talisman vanished in a flash. He could clearly sense that Su Qinyu wasn't the only one who had come to visit him this morning. She had also been accompanied by Su Jiao and another man who was unfamiliar to him. This man possessed a very powerful aura and was a late spatial tempering cultivator. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful cultivator in the Su family? They sure had hidden him quite well. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, Su Jiao's respectful voice rang out from down below. Junior Su Jiao pays his respects to Senior Han. May I have the honor of being granted an audience with you? Of course. There's no need to be so polite and formal, fellow Taoist Su. Please wait in the hall for a moment and I'll come down right away, Hanli replied before rising to his feet and making his way downstairs. Moments later, Hanli appeared in the hall on the first floor, and he immediately turned his attention toward the late spatial tempering cultivator whom he was unfamiliar with. The one standing next to Su Jiao was a young man in a set of slightly worn-out gray robes. He appeared to only be around 27 to 28 years of age, and he was also appraising Han Li with a respectful smile. Upon closer inspection, Han Li could see that this man bore a resemblance to Su Jiao, and judging from outward appearances alone, he looked like a junior of Su Jiao's. Su Jiao immediately extended a bow toward Han Li before making an introduction. Senior Han, this is the grand elder of our Su family, Su Yuan. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation a few days ago, so he was unable to come out of seclusion to greet you. Grand elder, eh? I can see that fellow Taoist Su Yuan has already reached the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage and can most likely attempt to break through to the body integration stage at any time now. Should you succeed, you and I will be equals, Han Li said with a smile as he examined the young man. Your discerning eye is truly unmatched, senior. However, my chances of making a successful breakthrough are very slim, the young man sighed after also extending a respectful bow toward Han Li. Han Li smiled upon hearing this, but didn't say anything in response. He sat down in the main seat, then motioned for everyone else to take a seat as well. Su Jiao and the others immediately expressed their gratitude before taking a seat on either side of Han Li. Have you decided to pay me a visit because you discovered news about Fairy Ice Soul, family leader Su? Han Li cut straight to the chase. Su Jiao was surprised by how straightforward Han Li was, and his lips twitched as a wry smile appeared on his face. We didn't dare to delay and gathered everyone on the same night as you arrived to perform the awakening ceremony. Unfortunately. Su Jiao's voice trailed off here as a resigned look appeared on his face. Su Yuan sighed before continuing where Su Jiao left off. Unfortunately, we've failed the awakening ceremony several times in succession. Perhaps this is because the blood soul has been contained in the vial for too long or because our bloodlines aren't pure enough. In any case, the talisman sealing the blood soul has already been removed, so if we can't awaken the blood soul in 2 more days, it's going to completely dissipate. You want me to join in on the awakening ceremony? Han Li asked in a calm manner. Indeed, senior. We've tried everything during the past few days, all to no avail, so I can only turn to you now, senior. Su Jiao rose to his feet as he spoke before extending another earnest bow toward Han Li. Han Li stroked his chin in contemplation, and only after a while did he reply, if it really is just a lack of magic power, then I can certainly give you a hand, but if the blood soul or the awakening ceremony is fundamentally flawed, then I won't be able to do anything. Su Jiao immediately nodded in an elated manner in response. Of course. Those issues are beyond our control, and if the issue truly lies in one of those areas, then we can only concede to our ill fortune. Su Yuan and Su Qinyu were also ecstatic to hear this. Seeing as Han Li had decided to agree to this matter, he wasn't going to sit around any longer. He immediately rose to his feet and said, let's not delay this any longer. I'll go with you to see fellow Taoist Ice Soul's blood soul right away and prepare the awakening ceremony with all of you. Su Jiao processed this request for a brief moment before deciding that there weren't any issues, and he nodded in response. All right. Even though this ceremony can only be performed at night, it would be a good idea for you to familiarize yourself with the blood soul first. If they could truly track down Fairy Ice Soul, then the Su family would immediately be elevated to become a superfamily in the human race. As such, Su Jiao and the Su family elders were keen to do everything in their power to awaken this wisp of blood soul. Thus, Han Li departed from his pavilion with the Su family trio, and the 4 of them flew directly toward the mountain where the fluctuations had erupted from during the past few nights. Such a short distance was naturally covered in the blink of an eye, and they soon arrived at the mountain, which appeared to be quite ordinary in itself, but was surrounded by balls of spiritual light of different colors to form a restriction. Between these balls of spiritual light were a series of azure-armored guards. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the area, and he discovered that most of these guards were at the nascent soul stage, and there were over 100 of them. This wouldn't be considered to be a formidable force in Deep Heaven City, but it was quite a force to be reckoned with for a single family. These guards were all concealed within the restriction in a very discreet manner, and none of them made a single sound nor any false moves to blow their covers, clearly indicating that they had been very well trained. This was even rarer to see in a family. Su Jiao seemed to have noticed Han Li's intrigue and he explained, "These are our Su family's secret guards, and they're the most elite forces at our Su family's disposal. I'm sure they aren't anything special in your eyes, but if they were to join forces in groups of 3 or 4, they would be able to combat even deity transformation cultivators. So these guards must be adept in combination secret techniques," Han Li remarked in an intrigued manner. "Hehe, that is indeed the case. It would be very bad if the awakening ceremony were to be disrupted, so all of our family's secret guards have been gathered here as a safety precaution," Su Jiao explained. Han Li merely nodded in response and didn't offer a reply on this occasion. Su Jiao summoned a formation plate to part the restriction first, and the 4 of them landed in front of a massive building that resembled a shrine, situated halfway up the mountain. Above the gate of the shrine was a large plaque with a single Su character inscribed upon it in ancient silver text. There were 8 more secret guards standing near the gate in an expressionless manner. What was rather strange was that the gate was tightly shut, and the only way to access the shrine was through a side entrance that could only allow a single person through at a time. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. "Please forgive me, Senior. This is our Su family's ancestral shrine, so we can only enter the underground secret hall through the side entrance," Su Yuan said in an apologetic manner. "It's all right, I understand." Han Li waved a hand in a nonchalant manner. Both Su Yuan and Su Jiao heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. If Han Li really did become displeased due to this small detail, then that would naturally be rather bad for them. Thus, the 4 of them entered the ancestral shrine through the side entrance one after another. After passing through a long corridor and going around in a wide arc, Han Li and the others skirted around the main hall of the shrine and went straight to the rear hall. There was a discreet secret chamber inside the hall, which was a white stone staircase that led underground. There were several more secret guards situated at the opening of the staircase in an alert manner, and Su Jiao waved a hand to dismiss them, upon which they immediately bowed before stepping away. Han Li and the others descended into the slightly dim staircase. The passageway was a little dark, and there were chilly winds occasionally blowing toward them from down below. There were first-sized moonlight stones embedded into the wall on either side at regular intervals, causing the brightness in the surrounding area to fluctuate as one progressed down the staircase, creating many overlapping shadows that were slightly eerie to behold. Thankfully, the stone staircase wasn't very long, and everyone soon appeared in an intricately designed massive underground hall. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly as he cast his gaze around him, upon which he discovered that this was a hall that was around 3,000 to 4,000 feet in size, and it was entirely paved with a type of black jade. There were complex and mysterious white runes carved all over the walls and the ceiling, and these runes were releasing white spiritual light that made the interior of the hall as bright as day. The most eye-catching thing in the hall was an extremely intricately crafted tall platform at the center of the hall. The platform was hexagonal in shape, and was surrounded by a massive formation. At the center of the platform was a circular pond that was filled with some kind of vibrant red liquid. Despite its resemblance to blood, it didn't smell like blood at all. Instead, it was releasing a peculiar fragrance. There were a dozen or so Su family cultivators within the formation with their eyes closed in seated meditation surrounding the hexagonal platform. Su Yin and Su Huo were among these cultivators. "We pay our respects to Senior Han. Thank you for extending your assistance to our Su family." Han Li had been accompanied to this place by Su Yuan and Su Jiao, so it was quite obvious what he had come here for. As such, Su Yin and Su Huo immediately rose to their feet in an elated manner before bowing to him in unison. "Don't be so quick to thank me, it's yet to be seen whether I'll be of any assistance," Han Li said with a shake of his head. Su Jiao paid no heed to this and waved a hand toward all of the other Su family cultivators so they could also come and pay their respects to Han Li. All of these cultivators were at the deity transformation stage, so they were clearly the true core of the Su family. Every single one of them was casting surreptitious glances at Han Li with awe and veneration in their eyes, clearly already aware of the fact that he was a body integration cultivator. After receiving an instruction from Su Jiao, all of them immediately rose to their feet before extending a grand welcome toward him. Han Li waved a hand in response before casting his gaze toward the pond with an intrigued look in his eyes. "We created this substance according to the method recorded in the Great Blood Soul technique. The spirit liquid in this pond was created using the blood essence of the members of our Su family alongside many rare and precious spirit medicines. Not only is it mandatory for awakening the blood soul, we can also use the blood qi in the pond to delay the dissipation of the blood soul," Su Yuan explained. "I see. However, the most important element of this awakening ceremony is the item that lies under the spirit liquid, right? Without that item, no matter how much spirit liquid there is in the pond or how profound the formation is, it'll be very difficult to unleash the blood soul secret technique, Hanli said as faint blue light flashed through his eyes. He merely strode slowly around the pond and the formation while intently scrutinizing the spirit liquid in the pond. Meanwhile, all of the Su family cultivators were appraising him with different expressions on their faces. After making several laps around the pond, Hanli said, "All right, perform the ceremony as usual, and I'll step in at the appropriate opportunity." He then turned and strode over to a corner of the hall before sitting down with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Su Jiao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and after a while, it really did appear as if Hanli was going to meditate here. He finally couldn't repress the urge to speak up any longer, yet just as he was about to say something, Su Yuan suddenly transmitted his voice to him. Even though the voice transmission was very brief, it still sent a stir running through Su Jiao's heart, and after a brief hesitation he decided not to say anything. After that, they joined all of the other Su family cultivators and entered the formation before meditating around the platform. Time slowly passed by and day gradually transitioned into night. As night fell, some of the Su family cultivators began to stir from their meditation. Many of them looked up toward the platform at the center of the formation with peculiar looks in their eyes. After a short while, Su Yuan, Su Jiao, and the others also opened their eyes before turning their attention toward the platform. After an indeterminate period of time passed, bright light suddenly erupted from the ceiling of the massive hall. A series of white runes began to surge through the air above before forming several simple small formations in mere moments. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out, and the small formations shuddered before releasing several pillars of white light that vanished into the pond on the hexagonal platform. Han Li's expression stirred slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, and almost at the exact same moment, the spirit liquid in the pond began to churn violently. A vortex began to appear at the center of the pond before rapidly rotating, and a series of silver runes of different sizes appeared and flashed within the waves, creating quite an intriguing sight to behold. "It's time. Activate the formation." Su Yuan yelled in a thunderous voice, sending slight tremors running through the entire hall. All of the Su family cultivators answered in unison before making hand seals and chanting incantations. A string of dull thumps rang out in quick succession, and spiritual light flashed from within the formation before 18 pillars of crimson light erupted from all over the formation. Every single pillar of light was about as thick as a large bowl, and they erupted directly into the ceiling of the massive hall with no end in sight. As the three spatial tempering cultivators present, Su Yuan, Su Hua, and Su Yen naturally occupied the three most important points in the formation. As everyone was chanting incantations to activate the formation, they each flipped a hand over to produce a red flag that was several inches in length. They blew on their respective flags, and the flags immediately began to rotate on the spot. This was clearly a well-rehearsed procedure for the three spatial tempering cultivators already, and they immediately bit through the tips of their own tongues before opening their mouths to expel a ball of blood essence each. As soon as the three balls of blood essence emerged, they exploded into blood mist amid a dull thump, and the blood mist instantly enshrouded the three flags. A sharp noise began to erupt from small flags, following which each of them expelled a burst of light to completely absorb the blood mist around them. Immediately thereafter, the three small flags began to expand drastically in size amid a flash of bright crimson light. After just a few flashes, they had transformed into three massive flags that were emanating tremendous baleful qi. White runes began to emerge from the pond before instantly vanishing into the crystalline coffin, and a ball of light began to materialize within the coffin that instantly transformed into an indistinct white humanoid figure. Su Jiao immediately swept a sleeve through the air upon seeing this, and a small crimson vial immediately flew out before hovering in front of him in a stationary manner. Su Jiao took a deep breath before raising a hand, and he quickly made a series of hand seals, casting one incantation seal after another, all of which vanished into the small crimson vial in a flash. A layer of translucent crimson light appeared over the surface of the vial, and it shuddered slightly before its lid flew off on its own. A crimson thread shot forth out of the opening of the vial, then surged directly toward the crystalline coffin above the pond at Su Jiao's behest. The crimson thread then entered the crystalline coffin without any impediment, following which a peculiar scene unfolded. In the instant that the crimson thread vanished into the coffin, the white humanoid figure was immediately stained red. The Sioux family cultivators seemed to all be aware that they had reached the critical moment upon seeing this, and the spiritual light emanating from their bodies brightened while their chanting crescendoed to a climax. As for the 3 spatial tempering cultivators, they were all pouring their power into their crimson flags in a frenzy. Bright red runes began to emerge from the crimson light in the air above the formation, and these runes then revolved incessantly around the crystalline coffin. The blood vortex within the pond also instantly began to emit a sharp screeching sound. One crimson thread after another shot forth out of the blood pond in large swaths before vanishing into the coffin and rapidly wrapping themselves around the crimson humanoid figure. With the influx of so many crimson threads at once, the indistinct humanoid figure quickly transformed into what appeared to be a crimson humanoid cocoon. As more and more crimson threads surged into the coffin, the cocoon continued to increase in size and clarity. Mere moments later, the crimson cocoon had expanded to the size of a normal human being, and facial features had begun to take shape on its head, creating a rather unsettling sight to behold. However, if one were to carefully inspect the cocoon with their spiritual sense, they'd be able to discover that even though there were countless crimson threads following into the cocoon, they quickly began to wither away from the inside before disintegrating into nothingness. Time passed by slowly, and the Sioux family cultivators were still pouring their power into the formation with all their might, but the number of crimson threads erupting from the blood pond didn't increase any further. Under these circumstances, not only did the mass of the humanoid cocoon not continue to increase, it was beginning to shrink instead. Countless crimson threads squirmed and writhed, and an agonized look appeared on the crimson cocoon's face. All of the Sioux family cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this as they dug deeper into their magic power reserves, but all they could do was just barely prevent the situation from deteriorating even further. Not long after that, all of the Sioux family cultivators' complexions had become quite pale, clearly indicating that they were overexerting their magic power. Su Jiao's anxiety was growing by the minute, and he couldn't help but turn toward Han Li, only to discover that he was still sitting at the same spot before and hadn't moved so much as a single inch. He was stroking his chin as he appraised the situation, and he seemed to be contemplating something. "Senior Han." Su Jiao called out in a beseeching manner, yet just as he was about to request for Han Li's assistance, Han Li interjected to cut him off. "There's no need to panic, fellow Taoist. I agreed to lend you my assistance, so I'll definitely step in when required." He then stood up in an unhurried manner, then suddenly laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Black light flashed, and a tiny black humanoid figure that was only half a foot tall abruptly appeared. The tiny humanoid figure wore a suit of black battle armor, but was wielding no weapons. It was completely expressionless, and it was none other than Han Li's second nascent soul. Immediately thereafter, Han Li raised a sleeve, and a ball of golden light shot forth from within before transforming into a small golden beast in a flash. The small beast had a cold look in its eyes and was emanating a fearsome aura. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. All of the Sioux family cultivators were quite stunned by the sight of this nascent soul and the small beast, yet before they had a chance to react, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air and commanded, "Go!" The nascent soul above his head immediately made a hand seal, and its body swayed before it abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Su Hua's head, and the black nascent soul abruptly reappeared. His expression changed slightly, and a sense of wariness welled up in his heart as he instantly placed several of his most powerful treasures on standby. However, the nascent soul completely ignored him and merely thrust its 2 little hands toward the crimson flag up ahead. 2 pillars of black light erupted from its hands, then vanished into the crimson flag. The flag had originally begun to dim slightly due to Su Hua's insufficient magic power, but the crimson light emanating from it instantly brightened amid a buzzing sound, and it began to glow far brighter than it had even in the beginning. Su Hua faltered slightly upon seeing this before switching to a series of different hand seals in an elated manner to assist the nascent soul above him. At the same time, the leopard Kirin beast's body blurred, and in the next instant, it appeared beside Su Yan. The small beast opened its mouth, and the pure spiritual power within its body also erupted forth as a pillar of golden light to strike the crimson flag ahead of it. As for Han Li himself, he took a step forward in what appeared to be a casual manner, but azure and white lightning suddenly flashed beneath his feet. The distance of several hundred feet was covered by him in the blink of an eye, and he appeared in front of Su Yuan. Before Su Yuan even had a chance to react, Hanli reached a hand out of his sleeve before gently flicking a finger toward the third crimson flag. A speck of azure light erupted from his fingertip, then instantly transformed into a fist-sized azure lotus flower that shot forth in a flash. In the next instant, the azure lotus projection vanished into the crimson flag, which instantly began to tremor violently before expanding even further within the crimson light. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her arms were crossed over her chest to conceal an even more alluring part of her body. Many of the male cultivators in the hall couldn't help but silently gulp at the sight of this stunning figure. Thankfully, all of the Su family cultivators present were at or above the deity transformation stage, so they had far superior self-control than the average person. Otherwise, it was quite likely that some of them would display even more unsightly reactions. Before Su Jiao and the others had a chance to do anything, crimson light suddenly flashed, and a gorgeous crimson palatial dress abruptly appeared over her body. Her long eyelashes then fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of completely expressionless crimson pupils. I'll leave you to their company now. Fellow Daoist Qinyu, please accompany me back to the pavilion, Hanli suddenly said to Su Qinyu. Ah, yes. Su Qinyu faltered slightly before turning to Su Jiao, but he was quite elated to hear this, and he immediately extended a respectful bow toward Hanli. I won't keep you any longer then, senior. After our matriarch stabilizes her new body, we'll be sure to pay you a visit and thank you for your efforts in person. The woman didn't say anything either, and merely extended a slight curtsy toward Hanli. Thus, Hanli and Su Qinyu departed from the massive hall, and only after his departure did Su Jiao and all of the other Su family cultivators rise up into the air to pay their respects to the woman. No need for formalities. You've done very well to awaken my blood soul. Are you the current leader of the Su family? The woman asked as her gaze settled on Su Jiao. Indeed. I am Su Jiao, a member of the 173rd generation of the Su family, and I pay my respects to Matriarch Ice Soul, Su Jiao replied in a respectful manner. The 173rd generation? It looks like many years have passed. Your cultivation base isn't all that powerful, but it's not bad. This blood soul of mine has inherited some of my memories, but it's not my true body. Also, all of my memories are rather incomplete, perhaps because I've been sealed for too long so I can't remember many things. There's no need for you to refer to me as matriarch either, just call me Blood Spirit, the woman said as she waved a hand with a wry smile. All of the Su family cultivators faltered slightly upon hearing this. Senior Blood Spirit, do you recall where our matriarch is and whether she's still safe and well? Su Yuan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. A grim look appeared on the woman's face, and only after a short while did she shake her head in response. Su Jiao and the others' hearts immediately sank upon seeing this. However, the woman then said something that reignited the hope in everyone's hearts. Rest assured, I'm unable to recall the whereabouts of my true body at the moment, but through the connection that this blood soul shares with her, I can tell that she's still alive and present in the spirit realm. Also, I still have some indistinct memories containing leads that pertain to her current location. Any information pertaining to our matriarch's whereabouts would be greatly welcome. As long as there are some leads for us to follow, we'll be sure to find her, Su Jiao said in a solemn manner after taking a deep breath. That won't be an easy task. I can't remember the specifics, but I do recall that my true body is trapped somewhere on another continent. I'll give you all of the details once I reorganize the memory fragments in my mind. For now, let's talk about the current situation in the human race and that body integration cultivator. I sensed a very familiar feeling from that man. A short while later, Hanli had roughly scanned through the contents of the entire jade slip, and he shook his head before placing it onto the table beside him. Thank you for bestowing this secret technique upon me, fellow Taoist, but it contradicts with the cultivation arts I'm currently using, so it looks like I won't be able to make use of it. Does this mean you're using a Buddhist cultivation art? Blood Spirit asked with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. After all, Han Li's second nascent soul was clearly the product of an extremely powerful devil cultivation art, and while there exist cultivators who use two completely opposite types of cultivation arts, they were definitely exceedingly rare in the human race. That's not the case. It's just that I've cultivated a special spiritual sense secret technique, and if I were to cultivate a blood soul, it would severely hamper my cultivation in the future, Han Li replied in a calm manner. I saw that your second nascent soul has already reached the late spatial tempering stage, so I knew that you had to have cultivated some spiritual sense secret technique that's not inferior to the great blood soul technique. Otherwise, cultivators with insufficient spiritual sense would generally only be able to cultivate second nascent souls with far inferior cultivation bases to the actual cultivators themselves. Take myself for example. This blood soul of mine only possesses early spatial tempering stage magic power. In that case I'll be taking this back. Blood Spirit wasn't surprised by Han Li's words, and she swept a sleeve through the air to withdraw the jade slip. This great blood soul technique and my second nascent soul actually each have their advantages. At the very least, if my second nascent soul were to leave my side for as long as your blood soul has, it would have gone rogue long ago, Han Li said with a smile. That's true. The great blood soul technique includes a special blood refinement secret technique to cultivate a blood soul, and that eliminates the risk of suffering backlash. Otherwise, Taoist Master Blood Crystal wouldn't have been so vastly renowned for inventing this technique, Blood Spirit replied. Han Li merely smiled in response and remained silent. By the way, I recall that you had some questions for me, fellow Taoist Han. I haven't inherited a lot of the memories of my true self, but I'll do my best to answer your questions based on the limited memories I possess, Blood Spirit continued. In that case I'll go right ahead. I'm sure you've already heard about my origins, right, fellow Taoist Blood Spirit? Han Li asked as he turned his gaze toward Su Jiao. I did indeed ask about your origins, and I've learned that not only did you come from the same human world that my true self came from, you also obtained the celestial blue flames that she had left in the human world. As recent as a few days ago, you played a major role in awakening me. Fate truly does act in incredible ways, Blood Spirit sighed with a complex look on her face. It's exactly because of this that I have questions about the human world that I would like you to answer, fellow Taoist, Han Li said in a serious manner. All of your questions are regarding the human world? Blood Spirit seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this. Is there an issue? Han Li asked in a perplexed manner. Indeed there is. If you wish to ask me about the human world, then I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you, Blood Spirit said with a wry smile. Han Li's brows naturally furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't pose any further questions as he knew that Blood Spirit would definitely give him an explanation. Sure enough, a serious look appeared on her face and she continued, It's not that I don't want to answer your questions, it's just that I don't have any memories of the human world, and my understanding of the human world is very murky and indistinct. Why is that? Could it be that you lost your memories of the human world during the time that you were sealed as a blood soul? Han Li asked in a puzzled manner. That's not the case. Back when my true self passed on her memories to me, she simply didn't replicate that part of her memories, Blood Spirit explained. And why did she do that? I'm not sure of that myself. A slightly awkward look appeared on Blood Spirit's face. Han Li's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't press the issue any further. Blood Spirit was also feeling rather apologetic. However, she had another objective for visiting Han Li, and after a brief hesitation she said, I also have something that I would like to ask you as well. Han Li was completely speechless. Not only had Blood Spirit expressed an inability to answer his questions, she was now going to ask him questions instead. Despite his internal reaction, he put on a faint smile and said, You can ask me anything you'd like. Alright then, pardon my intrusion. Fellow Taoist Han, did you happen to obtain any treasures related to my true self during your time in the human world? I sensed a very familiar aura from you back when I first met you a few days ago. I couldn't think of anything, but I have a feeling that you may be in possession of a treasure that's very important, both to me and my true self, Blood Spirit said in a serious manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and only after appraising Blood Spirit for a while did he slowly nod in response. Could this be the item that you're referring to? As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light, which transformed into a miniature azure cauldron that settled over his palm. It was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron. That's the Spirit Void Cauldron. Wait, no, it's the Heaven Void Cauldron. Blood Spirit immediately exclaimed in elation at the sight of treasure, but she then faltered as a complex look appeared on her face. You can still identify this treasure? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. I don't remember much from the human world, but for some reason I recognized this cauldron as soon as I saw it. On top of that, judging from the aura it's releasing, it seems to be extremely similar to the Spirit Void Cauldron that my true self possesses, so it should have been crafted by her as well. Also, I don't know why, but I can sense that this treasure should be extremely important to my true self, Blood Spirit murmured as she appraised the miniature azure cauldron. Extremely important, eh? An ambiguous look appeared on Han Li's face. After a brief pause, Blood Spirit said in a careful manner, "Like I said, I don't know why I feel this way either. I can only assume that this is the result of a strong urge planted in my blood soul by my true self. I won't waste any more time here. I have to recover this Heaven Void Cauldron no matter what. If you agree to hand it over to me, you can state any conditions you may have." Han Li narrowed his eyes as he stroked his chin, yet before he had a chance to reply, Blood Spirit suddenly turned to Su Jiao, and instructed in an implacable voice, "Su Jiao, bring out that thing." "Yes, Senior Blood Spirit." A hint of reluctance appeared on Su Jiao's face, but he still gritted his teeth and waved a sleeve over the storage bracelet on his wrist. A burst of white light swept forth, following which two jade boxes, one large and one small, as well as a blue leather pouch, appeared on the table beside Han Li. "Here is a 30,000-year-old devilish jade flower, and the 8WRM blade, which is a spirit treasure that can wield the power of 8WRMs, as well as a pouch of top-grade spirit stones that are worth 30 million spirit stones. I'm willing to exchange all of this for your Heaven Void Cauldron, and I'll owe you a favor as well, so I'll be sure to thank you handsomely when I return to the human race," Blood Spirit proposed. Han Li chuckled as he instantly injected his spiritual sense into the three containers on the table, and sure enough, they contained exactly what Blood Spirit proclaimed they did. There was a black spirit flower that was extremely beneficial to those using devilish cultivation arts, a strange blue blade with 8WRMs carved on its surface, and a leather pouch that was full of top-grade spirit stones. Han Li raised a hand and drew the jade box containing the black spirit flower into his grasp. "Why have you only taken the devilish jade flower, Brother Han?" Blood Spirit's brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. "This devilish jade flower will indeed be quite useful to me, so I'll accept it in exchange, but I won't be taking the spirit stones and this spirit treasure as I'm not in need of such things. I don't consider myself to be a saint or a gentleman, but I know the importance of giving thanks where it's due. Back when I was in the human world, the celestial blue flames that I absorbed in this cauldron have helped me defeat several powerful enemies, so it wouldn't be right for me to extort you here. Besides, this devilish jade flower is a spirit medicine that can only be found in the Elder Devil realm, so it won't be much less valuable than a spirit treasure," Han Li explained with a smile. The miniature cauldron hovering above his hand then rose up into the air before arriving in front of Blood Spirit in a flash, where it settled before her in a stationary manner. Han Li's actions and words had clearly taken her by surprise, and a peculiar look flashed through her eyes as she appraised the miniature cauldron before her. After a brief silence, her expression returned to normal and she said, "On behalf of the Su family and my true self, I thank you for doing us this great favor. If you ever require any assistance with anything in the future, you can come to the Su family to find me. I'm not all that powerful, but there are some things that I can be of great help in." After that, Blood Spirit swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of crimson light appeared, following which the miniature azure cauldron and the other two items on the table both disappeared in a flash. She then rose and extended a slight curtsy toward Han Li before turning to depart. "I'll also be taking my leave now, Senior." Su Jiao was slightly taken aback by this situation, and he hurriedly rose to his feet to extend a respectful bow toward Han Li before departing with Blood Spirit. Han Li looked on at the entrance to the pavilion for a long while following their departures before finally heaving a faint sigh. For some reason, even though he hadn't received any answers from Blood Spirit, nor any leads that had notified him of the whereabouts of her true self, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders now that he had returned the Heaven Void Cauldron to her. It was as if all of the potential inner demons that could have arisen to impede his cultivation had vanished, and the promise that he had made to the young man with the Wang surname had also been fulfilled. The Heaven Void Cauldron was an exceptional spirit treasure, but there were clearly other uses for it that he was still unaware of. Otherwise, from a pure power perspective, it was actually inferior to a few of the other spirit treasures he possessed. As such, he felt a little forlorn to be handing it over, but he certainly wasn't all that reluctant. Seeing as handing over the cauldron had ironed out his potential inner demons, allowed him to befriend the Su family and the fairy Ice Soul, and also earned him a devilish jade flower that he had only ever heard of, this was certainly not a bad deal. However, now that everything had been taken care of here, it was about time that he left the Su family. There were only a few years left until the Myriad Treasure Convention, and he could take his time to travel there by traversing through the Tianyuan region. With that in mind, Han Li also rose to his feet and slowly made his way over to the staircase. A day later, a streak of azure light flew out of the mountain range that the Sioux family was situated on, and Han Li appeared high up in the air. He turned around to take one final glance at the mountain range down below before continuing in his flight. After just a few flashes, the streak of light vanished into the distance. After that, Han Li embarked on a journey across some of the cities in the Tianyuan region, a journey that would span the length of several years. Some of the renowned sects and major families near the cities all discovered his presence, and they either sent their own high-grade cultivators to visit him, or kept an eye on him in a cautious manner until he departed. Even though he was only traveling over a very small portion of the Tianyuan region, this journey allowed Han Li to develop a better grasp of the situation in the human race. There were indeed far less body integration cultivators in the human race compared to the Jiaoqi race, or even the Flying Spirit race. Aside from the 3 sovereigns and the body integration cultivators under them, there were very few body integration cultivators in the other sects or major families. As for completely vagrant body integration cultivators like himself, there were virtually none in the human race. Han Li had heard that there were more cultivators like him in the demon race, but there still wasn't a significant margin between the numbers. Even if the 2 races were to join forces, they would still only be roughly comparable in power to an average race on the Tianyuan continent. This was why the human and demon races had established their territory in such a secluded part of the Tianyuan continent, where there were no powerful foreign races around. Otherwise, even with the superformation and the protection of Deep Heaven City, the ability of the 2 races to survive the spirit realm would be quite questionable. After all, according to what he had learned, many foreign races that were more powerful than the human and demon races had been wiped out in a short time in the history of the spirit realm. With his newfound powers as a body integration cultivator, he naturally didn't encounter any danger during his journey. On top of that, he slew a few evil cultivators by chance, and forged himself quite a reputation in the Tianyuan region as a result. Thus, any sects and major families were made aware of the fact that an unfathomably powerful body integration cultivator who bore the appearance of a young man had appeared in the human race. After that, even some major powers from the Xianwu region and Tianling region sent people to try and recruit him, but they would naturally all face polite rejections from Han Li. Thus, 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, there were 3 human cultivators in different attire halfway up a lush mountain on the border of the Xianwu region and Tianyuan region. The 3 of them were seated in a stone pavilion and having a pleasant conversation. One of them wore a set of white scholarly robes and had a pair of bright eyes complemented by sharp well-defined brows. He appeared to be in his 30s and was quite a handsome and graceful man. The person beside him wore a set of yellow Taoist robes with a worn-out black wooden sword on his back. This was a young Taoist priest who appeared to only be 17 to 18 years of age. The final person to complete the trio was a young man with a set of ordinary facial features and slightly tanned complexion. He wore a set of long azure robes, and he was none other than Han Li. Han Li currently had a hint of a smile on his face, and he listened patiently to the Taoist priest's epic tale. This is no exaggeration. The Mist-Sea sect that the founding father of our Mist-Sea Taoist temple belonged to back when he was in the lower realm was truly the #1 sect in the world. It dominated the entire human world and crushed all demons that dared to oppose it. Patriarch Profound Spirit Disciple was also renowned as the #1 cultivator in that world. I've inherited his teachings and also taken over the Mist-Sea Taoist temple. If the 2 of you are willing to join our temple, then we'll truly be a force to be reckoned with. Once all 3 of us reach our full potential, we may not be able to make our Taoist temple the #1 sect in the human race, but we'll definitely be able to at least dominate an entire region. Ha! Qi Lingzi, you've said this to me and Brother Han at least 18 times already. Even if we count all the kids in your Mist-Sea temple, it only has 2 or 3 members in total, yet you have the audacity to invite me and Brother Han to join your temple? Your patriarch may have been a dominant force in the human world, but in our spirit realm, he was only an ordinary deity transformation cultivator. Otherwise, how could your temple have fallen so far into obscurity? The white-robed man chuckled, and a green paper fan suddenly appeared in his hand. He opened the fan in a fluid, graceful manner and gently fanned himself with it as he shook his head with an amused smile. You don't know anything, young Master Hai. It's not that the cultivation arts of our Mist-Sea Taoist temple are too weak. The problem is that the boundless Mist-Sea cultivation art my patriarch left behind has extremely special requirements for those who wish to use it. Back when my patriarch ascended to the spirit realm, he was extremely unfortunate to have encountered an exceedingly rare spatial storm. He managed to escape from the spatial storm in the end, but he suffered severe injuries during the ordeal, and he perished not long after founding the Mistsea Taoist temple. Otherwise, our temple definitely wouldn't still be restricted to such an obscure location. The young Taoist priest argued vehemently. I think your patriarch had a lot of foresight. With the current state of your Mistsea Taoist temple, if you had taken over a spirit mountain or spirit vein, the temple would have most likely been destroyed already, isn't that right, Brother Han? Young Master Hai gently closed his fan as he turned to Han Li in an amused manner. Your words do hold some truth, Brother Hai, but at the same time, fellow Taoist Qi Lingzi's cultivation art is quite profound, so it most likely will have some special requirements for those who wish to cultivate it, Han Li replied with a smile. Ah, you see? Even Brother Han is giving me his endorsement. That means that our Mistsea Taoist temple is different from all of those other powers. How about it? If you're willing to join our temple, I can pass the boundless Mistsea cultivation art onto the two of you right away, the young Taoist priest tempted as his eyes narrowed into thin lines. Young Master Hai immediately rolled his eyes in a disdainful manner in response. Han Li was truly intrigued by this comedy duo, and there was still some time before the commencement of the Myriad Treasure Convention anyway, so he wasn't in a hurry. As such, he agreed to travel with the two of them. Thus, he summoned a high-grade flying carriage treasure, and the three of them traveled toward the Xianwu region on the carriage. What rendered Han Li even more speechless was that before he had a chance to inquire about the origins of these two, they revealed everything that he wanted to know and more, through their constant bickering. It turned out that this young Master Hai hailed from a very renowned body refinement family in Immortal City. Even though he possessed an exceptional spiritual root, he was deemed by a mediocre doctor at birth to possess no spiritual root at all. Thus, he had always been nurtured as a body refinement cultivator. However, after displaying his astonishing aptitude in body refinement, he somehow discovered by chance that he possessed a spiritual root, and the revelation had been like a lightning strike to the head for him. Thus, this young Master Hai immediately deemed himself to be different from everyone else and turned his back on the way of body refinement to become a true cultivator. However, he lived in a mortal city where there were no real cultivation sects, and he was a little arrogant, so the average small cultivation sect couldn't catch his eye. Hence, after some careful consideration, he ran away from home in secret to search for a major cultivation sect elsewhere. Along the way, he encountered this Taoist priest of the Mistsea Taoist temple who was planning to attend the Myriad Treasure Convention, and the comical pair immediately hit it off. Thus, they quickly became sworn brothers and decided to travel to the Myriad Treasure Convention together. In the words of Qi Lingzi, the Myriad Treasure Convention was a grand occasion where deity transformation cultivators were as common as blades of grass, and nascent soul cultivators were worth less than excrement. As such, he could easily convince any cultivator there to take him as their disciple, and that would still be a much better option than to join some cultivation sect. Thus, the two of them embarked on this completely blind journey, and if they hadn't encountered Han Li, the two of them would have been in serious trouble. In their eyes, this brother Han was quite mysterious. Not only was his cultivation base only a step away from the core formation stage, he also possessed several treasures that were truly profound. Furthermore, just a few casual tidbits of cultivation guidance from him benefited the two of them immensely. Back when young Master Hai first received guidance from Han Li in the art of body refinement, he had been truly astonished. After all, cultivators who were very knowledgeable in the art of body refinement were truly very rare. As such, Han Li had become more and more unfathomable in their minds over time. Thankfully, both of them had very relaxed personalities, and even though they were aware that Han Li was no ordinary cultivator, that still didn't drive a wedge between them. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li's cultivation base wasn't all that powerful in their eyes, they would have most likely asked him to take them as his disciples. After all, even though Qi Lingzi was constantly proclaiming that he was going to take the Mistsea Taoist temple to greater heights, he had unintentionally revealed that he planned to find another master for himself during the Myriad Treasure Convention, so he certainly wasn't clinging on to his current title as Temple Master. However, he seemed determined to take full advantage of his remaining time as Temple Master before he accepted a new master, as evidenced by the repeated invitations he extended toward Han Li and young Master Hai to his temple. This naturally drew much disdain from young Master Hai, and Han Li was also feeling quite speechless. Thus, the trio traveled for around a month before they reached a mountain that was extremely close to the Xianwu region. They decided to rest there for a while before continuing in their journey, and Qi Lingzi launched into an epic tale about his Mistsea Taoist temple again before extending another invitation for his two companions to join the sect, only for young Master Hai to turn him down once again without any hesitation. Han Li seemed to be appraising their interaction in an amused manner, but he was actually surreptitiously scrutinizing young Master Hai with a hint of blue light flashing in his eyes. All of a sudden, a hint of redness appeared on young Master Hai's face before instantly vanishing. There it is again. Han Li immediately released a wisp of his spiritual sense to scan through young Master Hai's body. Haha, I don't mean to brag, but with my lightning attribute spiritual root, it'll be a simple task for me to accept any deity transformation or spatial tempering cultivator as my master. When I reach my full potential, I'll be sure to. Young Master Hai was clearly in very high spirits, and after boasting about how powerful he was going to become in the future, he began to set out his vision for his wonderful future life as a deity transformation stage patriarch. Unbeknownst to him, the lightning attribute spiritual root that he took such great pride in had already vanished. If any cultivator were to inspect his spiritual root at this moment, they would all conclude that he was only an ordinary body refinement warrior with no spiritual root at all. Han Li's eyelids twitched with astonishment upon seeing this. Young Master Hai's lightning attribute spiritual root had vanished once again, just like it had last time. If the prior trend held true, then his spiritual root would reappear after the passage of a day and a night. The same occurrence had unfolded before Han Li's eyes 10 days ago, and it was truly quite perplexing. He had never heard of any spiritual root in this world that would periodically disappear for short periods of time. This mountain was split up into 9 peaks, and not only were there extremely rare top-grade spirit veins in this mountain, there were also special spirit medicines growing on this mountain that were extremely useful to both the human and demon races. On top of that, 9 Immortal Mountain had a very steep terrain, and was situated in a very special location, so it was guarded by elite warriors from both the human and demon races. As such, even the most bold and brazen members of the two races wouldn't dare to engage in any unscrupulous activities here. During the past few years, the security on 9 Immortal Mountain had been tightened even further. Both the human and demon races had sent out large numbers of troops to evict some of the smaller powers with bad reputations in the nearby area, and in the short span of just 5 to 6 years, it had become a paradise of sorts in the Xianwu region. The myriad treasure convention that was held by the human and demon races once every 1,000 years was about to commence on this mountain. No, we wouldn't dare to do that. In that case, we'll do as Brother Sure says and let the girl go. The middle-aged was elated to hear this. You heard us. We'll let the little girl leave, but if you go back on your word or try anything dodgy, I'm sure you know the consequences that await you. Sure Kuan threatened in a menacing manner. The middle-aged man's expression eased slightly and he said, Rest assured, I'm merely concerned for the safety of my daughter. As long as her safety can be ensured, this blood ginseng is nothing in comparison. No, father, I won't leave you. The little girl was very fair and adorable, looking as if she had walked straight out of an artwork, yet she was currently clinging onto the middle-aged man's robes and shaking her head vigorously. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he quickly transmitted his voice to the little girl. You need to get out of here, silly girl. Go find your grandma so she can come to save me. The little girl faltered slightly upon hearing this before nodding emphatically in response. All right, hurry up and go. Otherwise, I might change my mind, Sure Kuan urged in a menacing voice. Despite her youth, the little girl knew what she had to do in this situation. After taking a final reluctant glance at the middle-aged man, she waved her little hand through the air, and a white talisman appeared in her grasp. She plastered the talisman onto her own body, and a layer of white light immediately surfaced as she flew away. The middle-aged man held the jade box in his hand in a white-knuckled grip while appraising his young daughter in an intent, unblinking manner. The 3 men in black remained still on the spot, and he heaved a faint sigh of relief after the little girl passed by them. However, right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. After the little girl had flown around 20 to 30 feet away from Sure Kuan, a vicious light suddenly flashed through his eyes, and he abruptly swept an arm through the air. His arm then swept backward as a black shadow that extended at an alarming rate. Arg! The little girl let loose a cry of surprise, and she was unable to offer any resistance as she was caught by the Sure Kuan. She was then drawn back in a flash, and a glossy black hand locked itself around her delicate neck. The middle-aged man was naturally both shocked and enraged by this sudden development, and spiritual light erupted from his hands as he yelled, What are you doing, Sure Kuan? Let her go or I'll destroy this blood ginseng right now. Destroy the blood ginseng and I'll do the same to your daughter's neck. Shut up and toss the box over right now. I'll count to 3 and if I don't have the blood ginseng in my hand by then, I'll make sure this day becomes your daughter's death anniversary. 1, 2. Sher Kun completely disregarded the middle-aged man's threats and tightened his fingers around the little girl's neck instead, causing her face to turn slightly purple from horror and asphyxiation. At the same time, he began to count to 3 in a cold manner, not giving the middle-aged man any time to think. The other 2 men in black were elated to see this. Only then did they realize that Sher Kun had no intention of letting the little girl go from the beginning, and merely played a trick so he could take her as hostage. The calmness that the middle-aged man had retained was completely thrown out the window upon seeing this, and his body trembled with rage while his brain completely ceased to function. Right as Sher Kun was about to count to 3, he hurriedly tossed the jade box forward in a panicked manner. One of the men in black chuckled as he stepped forward before making a grabbing motion, and the jade box was immediately drawn into his grasp. Check to see if the blood ginseng is actually in the box. Sher Kun immediately ordered. Yes, brother Sher. The man in black removed the lid of the box, and a burst of crimson light erupted from within as a crimson ginseng that was around a foot in length was revealed. It really is the blood ginseng, brother Sher, the man in black said in an elated manner. Sher Kun and the other man in black were also ecstatic to hear this. The middle-aged man's face had paled even further, and he gritted his teeth as he said in a cold voice, All right, you've got the blood ginseng now, return my daughter to me. Are you telling me to let you leave so you can ask that fairy Yu Hua to hunt us down? Sher Kun harumphed coldly as a sinister look reappeared on his face. You know of my mother-in-law, yet you still dare to do this? The middle-aged man's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. Haha, you think we would target you without digging up some basic background information on you first? We don't want to make a core formation cultivator our enemy, but this is what you get for being in possession of this blood ginseng. With this blood ginseng, the 3 of us will also be able to reach the core formation stage soon, so we won't need to fear fairy Yu Hua. Besides, after we kill you and your daughter, who's even going to know that we were the ones behind this? That's enough chit-chat, kill him. Sher Kun chortled like a madman before black light flashed from his hand as he closed his fingers around the little girl's neck. The middle-aged man let loose a guttural roar of desperation as he swept a sleeve through the air, summoning a small yellow sword that he was about to hurl at Sher Kun. However, it was quite clear that he wouldn't be able to save his daughter in time. Sher Kun clenched his fingers together with a sinister look on his face to snap the little girl's neck, but in this dire situation, an astonishing scene suddenly unfolded. A burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, following which the smooth and worn neck of the little girl was replaced by something hard and icy cold. At the same time, a burst of excruciating pain speared through his fingertips, and he let loose an agonized howl as he hurriedly looked down. As a result, he discovered that the little girl he had abducted had been replaced by a black metal puppet. The puppet was extremely rough and crude, and there were thin blue inch-long spikes all over its body. His hand had been completely shredded by these sharp spikes, and blood was flowing freely from the gashes. He hurled the metal puppet viciously into the distance and roared, "Who's there? Show yourself." At the same time, he abruptly flipped a hand over to summon a stack of black formation flags. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was completely flabbergasted. Only then did the other 2 men in black realize what had just happened, and one of them summoned a pair of short silver halberds, while the other brought out a spiked black shield. Both of them then immediately released their spiritual sense into the surrounding area. I don't know about you, young Master Hai, but I can't just sit here and watch any longer. Looks like a battle is unavoidable. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind a nearby tree. Sher Kun's trio immediately turned toward that direction in unison in an alert manner. You think I'm just going to sit this one out? These are the type of people I hate the most. Robbery is bad enough already, yet they show no hesitation even when killing a little girl. I'm going to thoroughly enjoy beating the crap out of them. But then again, I'm not sure the 2 of us can beat these 3 bastards. Another angry male voice sounded from behind the same tree in response. Haha, fear not. We have Brother Han on our side, don't we? Even if we can't beat them in a 3-on-3 battle, there's definitely no risk involved either, the owner of the first voice chuckled in response. Sher Kun's trio scrutinized the tree in silence with dark expressions on their faces. All of a sudden, azure spiritual light flashed behind the tree, and 3 cultivators abruptly appeared. They consisted of a handsome man in a set of scholarly robes who appeared to be in his 30s, a Taoist priest with a black wooden sword on his back who appeared to be in his late teens, and an azure-robed young man who appeared to be in his 20s with a set of completely mundane facial features. The azure-robed young man held a silver talisman in one hand and a petite figure in the other. It was none other than the little girl, by Guer. They were naturally none other than Han Li's trio. Coincidentally, they had only just arrived at this place as part of their journey. They had been traveling this entire time and were already close to Nine Immortal Mountain, so they planned to rest here for a night before paying the impromptu markets a visit the next day. However, before the 3 of them had even begun resting, Shirkuan and the others also arrived in this secluded place, following which this robbery ensued. This was an extremely common occurrence in the spirit realm, but Shirkuan had gone too far by threatening the middle-aged man with a little girl as his hostage. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi couldn't bear to stand by and watch things unfold any longer, which was why they decided to step in to save the little girl. Of course, they were also accompanied by the unfathomable Han Li, so regardless of how the situation played out, they wouldn't be in any substantial danger. After the 2 of them voluntarily revealed themselves in a fit of justified rage, Han Li could only emerge alongside them with a wry smile on his face. Shirkuan's heart eased slightly upon determining that among the first 2 people who had emerged, one was a Foundation establishment cultivator, while the other was only a mortal. "Who are you and why are you sticking your noses in our business?" "Qi Lingzi, that great replacement talisman of yours sure is quite interesting for it to allow that puppet to take the place of that little girl. Why didn't you use it last time when we were being hunted down? Were you preparing to take this trump card with you into the grave?" Young Master Hai accused as he rolled his eyes at Qi Lingzi. "Of course I wasn't prepared to die before I used this talisman. The great replacement talisman isn't that easy to use. I exhausted almost all of my wealth and I was only able to refine one of these talismans. When I tried to use it, I discovered I had insufficient magic power and was unable to do so. If I hadn't given the talisman to Brother Han for him to use, we wouldn't even have been able to save the little girl," Qi Lingzi countered in an indignant manner. "I see." Young Master Hai was rather taken aback to hear this. The 2 of them completely ignored Shirkuan, and his expression darkened even further. Vicious looks had also appeared in the eyes of the other 2 men in black. As for Han Li, he gently placed the little girl onto the ground beside him as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Bai Guer was still reeling from her near-death ordeal, and she was staring blankly at Han Li's trio, at a complete loss for what to do. "Kill these 3 bastards," Shirkuan commanded with killing intent in his eyes. In his experience, even though there were 3 more opponents, the only one that they actually had to keep an eye on was the azure-robed young man, who was at the late Foundation establishment stage and was still yet to speak. The 3 of them were all late Foundation establishment cultivators, so on paper, they should be able to completely dominate their opponents. Furthermore, the fact that his 2 companions were so wary of him was a clear indication that he possessed an extremely powerful trump or 2 that would pose a threat even to core formation cultivators. Thus, he was naturally very confident in his group's ability to kill this trio. The only issue was that it wouldn't be very realistic to expect them to be able to kill all 3 of these nosy intruders at once. After all, if they were determined to get away, then it would be quite difficult to hunt them down. This was why he hadn't attacked from the very beginning and had attempted to use his words to placate Han Li's trio. However, this wasn't the first time that Shirkuan had done something like this, and he could tell that there would be no way for him to convince this trio through his words. As such, he immediately changed his plan and decided to kill them on the spot. Even if 1 or 2 of them were to escape, Shirkuan's trio could just flee from Nine Immortal Mountain right away and go into hiding. It wasn't like any high-grade cultivator would hunt down a group of Foundation establishment cultivators over something like this. Thus, as soon as he issued the order to kill Han Li's trio, the stack of black formation flags in his hand immediately shot forth as a dozen or so streaks of black light. However, they were targeting the middle-aged man rather than Han Li's trio. The 2 silver halberds and spiked black shield being wielded by his companions also surged toward the middle-aged man in a vicious manner as 2 streaks of silver light and a black cloud. The 3 of them often combined forces to fight enemies, so there was no need for communication before they arrived at a consensus. Their intentions were very clear. They wanted to kill the middle-aged man first before facing Han Li's trio. The middle-aged man's face paled slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately flicked his wrist to send the small yellow sword flying through the air, conjuring up a vast expanse of sword projections that revolved around his body to form a barrier. Immediately thereafter, he swept his other sleeve through the air, and a plume of yellow dust erupted forth before transforming into specks of starlight that inundated his body. A string of rumbling booms rang out, and the 3 sets of treasures were able to destroy the sword barrier with ease. However, they were repelled by the grains of yellow sand, and that came as quite a surprise to Sher Kuan's trio. However, before they had a chance to attack the barrier of starlight again, young Master Hai let loose a loud cry before abruptly stomping a foot onto the ground. The ground below tremored slightly, and his body shot forth like an arrow, appearing in the air above the halberd-wielding cultivator in a flash. A pair of shimmering golden gloves then suddenly appeared on his hands, and he swung his arms through the air, sending countless golden fist projections raining downward like a torrential storm. Before the fist projections had even struck their target, they were already releasing an astonishing aura. The man in black down below was quite alarmed by this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal to withdraw the 2 silver streaks of light in the distance, which returned to his side before forming a silver light barrier to protect him. In the next instant, a string of loud booms rang out in succession, and golden and silver light intertwined to inundate both of them. Young Master Hai chortled in a boisterous manner as brilliant golden light erupted from his fist projections, which crashed down like golden suns, steadily forcing back the silver light. He's a body refinement warrior wielding a spirit tool. The other man in black's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed to his spiked black shield, looking as if he were going to attack young Master Hai as well. However, right at his moment, Qi Lingzi shook his head with a faint sigh. How can you fight him 2-on-1? That's far too shameless. It looks like there's no helping it. It would be unbecoming of a prestigious temple master like me to engage in battle against ruffians like you, but I'll have to make an exception for young Master Hai's sake. As soon as his voice trailed off, he raised a hand before adhering a blue talisman onto his body. A flash of blue light appeared, then vanished in a flash, and Qi Lingzi instantly disappeared. However, the same blue light then immediately reappeared in the air above the shield-wielding man in black. He was quite experienced in battle, and as soon as he sensed that something was amiss about the light, he immediately diverted his shield away from his companion to crash toward it. Bam! The blue light was pulverized like a ball of water and vanished as countless specks of light, but Qi Lingzi was nowhere to be seen. The man in black's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he realized that he had been swindled, but it was already too late, and a cloud of faint blue mist suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately thereafter, several tens of foot-long blue ice spikes shot forth through the air. The man in black possessed a superior cultivation base to Qi Lingzi, but there was no way that he could react to an attack that had been unleashed at such close proximity. Thus, the blue ice spike struck his back in a flash. However, a burst of black light then suddenly appeared, and a black tiger head projection abruptly surfaced within this black light. Most of the ice spikes were blocked by this projection, and only a few of them truly struck the man on the back, causing him to stumble forward as several streams of blood flowed down his body. I'll kill you, you bastard! The man in black immediately flew into a thunderous rage and abruptly made a hand seal. His sleeves bulged and several black ghostly heads flew out from within. All of these ghostly heads were blasting yellow toxic flames out of their mouths as they pounced viciously toward Qi Lingzi. Qi Lingzi was given quite a fright by this sudden attack, and he hurriedly grabbed the black wooden sword on his back. He then made a hand seal with his other hand and rapidly pointed at the wooden sword several times in succession. Bursts of blue light immediately erupted from the tip of the sword before striking the black skulls with unerring accuracy. However, the black ghostly heads only shuddered slightly, but weren't truly damaged by the attacks. Despite this, Qi Lingzi was able to virtually swim through the air with blue light flashing from his body, using some kind of movement technique to make his opponent unable to hit him in spite of the fact that the man in black possessed far superior treasures and cultivation base compared to him. Sher Kuan's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. Even though only 2 of Han Li's trio had attacked, they were far more trouble than he had anticipated. He was confident that his companions would ultimately be able to take care of these 2, but he couldn't afford to wait much longer. Thus he immediately made a decision. The dozen or so streaks of black light were still incessantly bombarding the barrier of starlight around the middle-aged while he flipped a hand over to produce a crimson leather pouch, within which the sound of buzzing could be heard. However, right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Oh, are those spirit insects? They seem to be of a decent caliber as well. It's quite remarkable that a foundation establishment cultivator like you possesses such spirit insects. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were immediately rooted to the spot as the stream of profanities and insults they were yelling abruptly ceased. Only after a long while did young Master Hai harumph, "Qi Lingzi, you're a Foundation establishment cultivator and so is Brother Han. How is there such a huge disparity between your powers? You couldn't take down that man even after fighting him for so long, but Brother Han killed them with just a wave of his hand. Are you too weak or is Brother Han too powerful?" Qi Lingzi was still reeling from astonishment, but he immediately returned to his senses upon hearing this and countered, "You're one to talk. You're a mid-grade body refinement warrior, so you should be no less powerful than a Foundation establishment cultivator. Why didn't you take care of your opponent? Besides, I'm so poor that this wooden sword is all I have left, so I'm unable to unleash many of my more powerful abilities. No matter how I look at it, you can't even compare with Brother Han's pinky finger. Thank heavens I wasn't swindled into joining your Taoist temple. Otherwise, I'd be regretting the decision for the rest of my life." Golden light flashed from young Master Hai's hands, and his golden gloves instantly vanished, only to be replaced by a fan. He gently fanned himself while appraising Qi Lingzi in a smug manner, and Qi Lingzi blushed slightly upon hearing this. He had no counter for young Master Hai's words, so he could only grumble something unintelligible to himself and pretend he hadn't heard anything. Young Master Hai was also quite pleased to have earned such an easy victory in his ongoing war of words with Qi Lingzi, and he also fell silent with a content look on his face. At this point Han Li had also joined them and stood to the side. "I am Bai Huaji. May I ask for your esteemed names, fellow Taoists? Thank you for saving our lives. If you hadn't stepped in, my daughter and I would have been killed for sure." The middle-aged man strode over the three of them with his daughter before extending a deep, grateful bow. At the same time, he couldn't help but appraise Han Li with a hint of awe and veneration in his eyes. After all, Han Li had displayed astonishing power just now, slaying 3 cultivators of the same cultivation base as himself in the blink of an eye. On top of that, he didn't even seem to have unleashed anywhere near his full power, so he was most likely just as powerful as a core formation cultivator. This was clearly the first time that young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi had been treated with such respect by a cultivator of the same caliber as them, and one of them immediately brushed off the matter in a modest manner, while the other accepted the middle-aged man's gratitude in a smug manner before revealing his own name as well as Han Li's to the man. Han Li glanced at the two of them before turning his attention to the little girl, Bai Guer. The little girl was standing behind his father in a shy manner, appraising Han Li's trio with a curious look in her eyes. "This is fellow Taoist Han?" The woman carefully appraised Han Li for a moment, upon which a hint of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. She had naturally seen Han Li dispelling the spiritual pressure that she had just released, and her heart stirred slightly upon hearing that he was also the one who proclaimed that he could cure Bai Guer. She could clearly sense that he was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, but there was some kind of indescribable power radiating from his body, striking her with the feeling that he would destroy her in an instant if she were to attack him. The woman was quite bewildered by this, and she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li for a closer inspection, only for this indescribable power to abruptly vanish as if it had never even appeared in the first place. The woman's bewilderment was exacerbated even further by this, but for the sake of her granddaughter, she put on a smile and said, "My name is Yu Hua, thank you for stepping in to save my son-in-law and granddaughter. If you don't mind, please come to our temporary cave abode. I must thank you for what you've done." Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi both had lackadaisical and casual personalities, but they still couldn't help but feel anxious in the face of a core formation cultivator, and they reflexively turned to Han Li. Han Li's gaze swept over Bai Guer, and he nodded as he replied, "In that case, please pardon our intrusion, fellow Taoist Yu." The woman faltered slightly upon hearing Han Li refer to her on equal terms, but instead of being enraged by this, a hint of elation flashed through her eyes. She had clearly guessed something. "It's far from an intrusion, fellow Taoist. It would be my honor for you to grace my humble abode with your presence." The middle-aged man's mouth gaped open slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to Han Li with a surprised look in his eyes. He was well aware of how proud his mother-in-law was, and it was incredible to him that she was being so polite to a Foundation establishment cultivator. This was the first time that young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi had met a core formation cultivator, so they didn't think anything of this, and they were merely very happy to hear that this fairy Yu Hua was inviting them to her cave abode. Thus Han Li raised a hand to release his flying carriage, yet just as they were about to depart, a faint melody suddenly rang out from a certain direction up above. The music was extremely pleasing to the ears, striking the listener with a sense of entrancement. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this sound before turning toward that direction in unison. There they discovered 5 colored lights swirling in the distance, and 2 rows of black-armored warriors straddling strange steeds with cow heads and tiger bodies emerged. These armored warriors were all completely expressionless and wielded different types of weapons as their steeds slowly flew onward. Fairy Yu Hua directed her spiritual sense toward these armored warriors, upon which she immediately drew a sharp breath. All of these warriors were at the nascent soul stage, and there were over 100 of them. After these warriors emerged from the 5-colored light, a process of black carriages appeared after them, all of which were extremely intricately crafted, and were being drawn by ferocious-looking flying beasts. There were a total of 36 identical carriages, and following them was a series of cultivators in different attire, all of which possessed powerful auras. There were only 18 such cultivators, but all of them were at the late spatial tempering stage. A rumbling boom erupted from within the 5-colored light, and following these cultivators a 2-story pavilion emerged. To put it more accurately, this was a giant beast-drawn carriage that resembled a pavilion. The carriage was several hundred feet tall, and was extremely grandiose to behold. It was being drawn by 8 snowy white peacocks that were over 100 feet in size each, and there was a group of women in colorful palatial dresses on the first floor of the carriage. Each and every one of them was extremely gorgeous, and they were all holding different musical instruments. The heavenly music was originating from none other than the instruments in the hands of these women. However, Han Li's gaze wasn't focused on these women. Instead, he was looking at the second floor of the carriage, where 3 people were sitting around a green jade table. There were some spirit fruits and wines on the table, and the 3 of them were conversing with one another while exchanging toasts. Han Li's eyes then fell upon a massive shimmering silver flag above the giant carriage. This flag had complex and lavish designs on its surface, and bursts of restriction fluctuations were radiating incessantly from it. At the very center of the flag was a huge holy character inscribed in ancient text. That's the flag of the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. This is a holy sovereign's procession. Fairy Yu Hua exclaimed as she stared at the huge flag with astonishment in her eyes. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he focused his gaze once again on the 3 people on the second floor to find that they all had rather peculiar appearances. The one at the center wore a set of white scholar robes. His features were quite graceful and refined, and he wore a faint smile on his face, but his ears were remarkably long. There was a gray-robed elderly man sitting beside him who had a face that resembled a piece of withered and shriveled-up wood, but his eyes were glowing with a faint green light. The final person to complete the trio was a portly monk in a purple kasaya. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and he had quite a benevolent appearance. All 3 of them were body integration cultivators. The elderly man was only an early body integration cultivator, while the monk was a mid-body integration cultivator. As for the white-robed man at the center, he was enshrouded in a layer of white light that was very difficult to see through even for Han Li's spirit eyes, and he was a late-body integration cultivator. It appeared that this white-robed man was indeed the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. Everyone aside from Han Li was looking on in a completely flabbergasted manner. This was the procession of the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, and all of them were feeling quite nervous in its presence, but also very excited. There were only several tens of body integration cultivators in the entire human race, and the 3 sovereigns were the most powerful ones even among those body integration stage beings. There definitely weren't many cultivators in the human race who could truthfully say that they had seen one of the 3 sovereigns in person. As such, they were extremely fortunate to be witnessing this procession. Just as Han Li was carefully appraising the white-robed scholar on the beast-drawn carriage, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign suddenly stirred slightly before rising to his feet and making his way over to the edge of the second floor. Golden light then flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward Han Li's direction. I can sense that a fellow Taoist is nearby. If you don't mind, how about coming up here to have some wine with us? His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it was somehow able to make itself audibly heard by everyone down below. Everyone aside from Han Li stared at one another in a bewildered manner. After a long while, young Master Hai gulped in an unconfident manner and asked, "Was he speaking to us?" "No way. He's clearly referring to whomever he's speaking to as an equal. There's no way it can be one of us," Bai Huaji said as he shook his head vehemently in response. "But there doesn't appear to be anyone else here aside from us," Qi Lingzi murmured as he blinked in a confused manner. That was indeed true. In order to provide themselves with a better setting to kill by Huaji and by Guer, the three scourges of the southern mountain intentionally drew their two intended victims to this secluded place, where there were no other cultivators around in a radius of over 50 kilometers. Everyone else was completely befuddled, but Hanli was naturally aware that the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was speaking to him. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned to young Master Hai and the others. Fellow Taoist Hai, you can go with fellow Taoist Yu Hua to her cave abode and wait for me there. I'll go meet this heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, and I'll catch up to you later. Everyone else was naturally astonished to hear this. Brother Han W, what did you? Young Master Hai was stumbling over his own words. However, Hanli merely shook his head to cut him off, and he flew directly toward the flying carriage in the distance as a streak of azure light, covering a distance of over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. Everyone else looked on with their jaws on the ground, and only Bai Guer was looking at everyone around her with an adorably innocent and confused look on her face. So fellow Taoist Han is a body integration stage senior. I should have guessed this already. Aside from a body integration cultivator, no one else would be able to cure Guer's frost poison. Yu Hua murmured to herself in an ecstatic manner. Fellow Taoist Hai, could it be that you two are also? Bai Huaji stuttered in a stunned manner. No, we're definitely just a pair of normal cultivators. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. We only encountered Brother Han, no, Senior Han, during our journey. We had no idea that he's a body integration cultivator. Qi Lingzi shuddered as he returned to his senses before vehemently shaking his head in response. We traveled with a body integration stage senior for several months, referred to one another as equals and had fruits and tea together. Qi Lingzi, am I dreaming right now? Young Master Hai was at a complete loss for what to think. Meanwhile, Hanli was already close to the flying carriage, and after hearing Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign's words from earlier, all of the armored warriors naturally granted him free passage. The azure light receded, and Hanli appeared on the second floor of the carriage before smiling as he cupped his fist in a salute. Hanli pays his respects to his fellow Taoists. Hanli? Could you be the fellow Taoist Han who recently made his breakthrough in the Tianyuan region? The elderly man's expression stirred slightly as he returned the salute. We are indeed one and the same. Hanli replied with a smile. Now then, fellow Taoist Han, can you tell me which spirit wines you know of that are better than my Tiger Soul spirit wine? Have you tasted those wines for yourself? This heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign really did seem to be an avid wine enthusiast, and immediately raised the question again as soon as Hanli sat down. Your Tiger Soul spirit wine can already be considered to be a very exceptional spirit wine in the spirit realm. However, I was fortunate enough to have tasted a type of 9 aroma spirit wine while I was on the territory of a foreign race. Both the flavor and effects of the wine are not inferior to this Tiger Soul spirit wine, Hanli replied. Spirit wine from a foreign race? Did you manage to bring back a flagon or two of this 9 aroma spirit wine, fellow Taoist Han? Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign asked in a hopeful manner. His two companions were also looking at Hanli in an expectant manner. The 9 aroma spirit wine was brewed by a body integration stage being of that foreign race. At the time, I hadn't even progressed to the body integration stage yet, so I definitely had no right to request for such wine. It was already quite fortunate that a cup of it was offered to me at all, Hanli said with a wry smile. That makes sense. This Tiger Soul spirit wine is also very precious to me, and I wouldn't bring it out just for any guest. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign sighed in a disappointed manner. There's no need to be overly disconsolate, Holy Sovereign. I don't have any 9 aroma spirit wine with me, but I can obtain another type of wine in the near future, and I'll be sure to invite you to taste it then, Hanli suddenly said with a mysterious smile. Before Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign had a chance to raise any questions, Huangdang asked, Oh? What kind of spirit wine is this? Could it be even superior to Tiger Soul spirit wine and that 9 aroma spirit wine? It was no wonder that they were all so interested in wine. Cultivators spent all their time engaging in arduous cultivation, so they didn't see much value in ordinary materialistic things. Aside from spirit tea, male cultivators were generally only interested in some spirit wine. During my travels, I was fortunate enough to have obtained some red silk fruits, which is the main ingredient to brew red silk immortal wine. I haven't gathered all of the other ingredients required yet, but that shouldn't be an issue given some time, Hanli said with a smile. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign faltered slightly upon hearing this before exclaiming, Red Silk Immortal Wine. Is this the immortal wine that's rumored to only exist in the true immortal realm? As for Huang Dang and Tian Chan, they had clearly also heard of this immortal wine, and they were both staring at Han Li in an astonished manner. How could immortal wine from the true immortal realm be brewed in the spirit realm? You're not joking around with us, are you, fellow Taoist Han? Red silk fruits only exist in the true immortal realm. How did you obtain them? Also, I heard that red silk fruits need to be nurtured for tens of thousands of years before they're ready to be brewed into wine, and it's quite difficult to nurture them even in the true immortal realm. Perhaps you mistook something else for red silk fruits? Buddhist Master Tian Chan asked in a stunned manner. I came across these spirit fruits by chance while traveling through the primordial world, and they're already at a point where they're ready to be brewed into wine. As for how they ended up there, that's beyond me. However, I'm sure that they are indeed red silk fruits, Han Li replied in a confident manner. That's fantastic. If you can brew this red silk immortal wine, you have to save 2 or 3 flagons for me. I won't taste your wine for free. The 3 of us will gather all of the other ingredients that you're still missing, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign said in an excited manner. You sure know how to extend generosity at the expense of others, Holy Sovereign. You're the one who wants to taste this wine, yet you're making the 2 of us gather the required ingredients with you. A troubled look appeared on the portly monk's face. Haha, you're not a very honest monk. Are you telling me you're not going to taste the red silk immortal wine at all? It would be an extraordinary opportunity to be able to taste such delectable wine from the true immortal realm, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign said with a smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, the monk replied in a truthful manner, That's true. I'm not a heavy drinker normally, but wine from the true immortal realm is something that I must taste. Huang Dang merely smiled and remained silent. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he was naturally happy to agree to this arrangement. If the 3 of you are willing to help me, I may be able to brew this wine during the Myriad Treasure Convention by using some secret techniques. That would be brilliant. I'm sure this wine will be enough to stun the entire convention. From what I've heard, the tyrant sovereign loves wine just as much as I do. A few of the demon monarchs are also extremely avid wine enthusiasts. Give us a list of ingredients that you require. I've brought along many things from my treasure vault for this grand occasion. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was extremely straightforward and extended a hand toward Han Li to request a list of ingredients. Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a blank jade slip, then pressed his hands together with the jade slip at the center. Spiritual light flashed and a list was made, following which the jade slip was tossed forward. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign drew the jade slip into his grasp, then briefly injected his spiritual sense into it before nodding as he stowed it away. We should have everything ready for you in 2 or 3 days. Would you like to come to me for the ingredients or would you like me to send someone to deliver them to you? There's no need to get someone to deliver them. I still don't know where I'll be staying for now, so I'll pay you a visit in 3 days, Han Li replied after a brief pause. All right. I heard that WRM Monarch Li Hua and Demon Monarch Black Phoenix have already arrived at 9 Immortal Mountain. I can introduce them to you next time, Brother Han. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign agreed with a nod. Demon Monarch Black Phoenix? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Do you know a fellow Taoist Black Phoenix? Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was rather taken aback to see his reaction. I don't know Demon Monarch Black Phoenix, but I've had some run-ins with beings of the Black Phoenix race, Han Li replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. All of the 7 demon monarchs are at least at the mid-body integration stage, and all of them possess extremely powerful bodies, as well as some special innate abilities. Even if you don't plan to befriend them, I suggest you don't cross them for no good reason, Brother Han. Otherwise, things could become quite troublesome for you, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign cautioned in a genuine manner. Thank you for your words of caution, Holy Sovereign. I wouldn't go around offending the 7 demon monarchs for no good reason. I still want to live for a few more years. Han Li chuckled. That would be best. By the way, you must have encountered some miraculous opportunities during your travels to have progressed so quickly, fellow Taoist Han. I assume you'll have some unique insights in cultivation as well, right? In particular, you've only recently broken through the body integration stage bottleneck, so I'm sure your mental state has also benefited significantly. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign suddenly changed the subject to one of cultivation. Han Li naturally wasn't going to pass up such a brilliant opportunity, and a serious look appeared on his face as he replied, I've only just reached the body integration stage, so I still have a lot to learn. It would be an honor for me to exchange some ideas with the 3 of you. After that, Han Li discussed some cultivation experiences and insights with these 3 body integration cultivators, and he only left after half a day had passed, by which time he had benefited immensely from their discussion. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign stood at the edge of the beast-drawn carriage and looked on as Han Li vanished into the distance as a streak of azure light. He then issued a command, and the procession began to advance onward again. What do you think, fellow Taoist Huang Buddhist Master Tian Shan? Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign asked after taking a seat. He's very young. He's very exceptional. After taking a glance at one another, the elderly man and the monk both spoke in unison with serious looks on their faces. Fellow Taoist Huang's great keen eye technique can glean one's true bone age, so for you to call him very young is quite straightforward. However, I'll have to get you to enlighten me on what's so exceptional about him, Buddhist Master Tian Shan. Your Qi inspection technique ranks among the top 3 in our human race, so I'm sure you won't disappoint me, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign said with a faint smile. This man was able to conceal his aura to an extremely discreet extent, but my Qi inspection technique doesn't determine one's powers based on spiritual sense. From what I could see, he is indeed an early body integration cultivator, but his magic power is far more abundant than other cultivators of the same caliber. If I had to give a specific parameter, I would say that he possesses close to twice the amount of magic power a normal early body integration cultivator possesses. Hence, even though he's only at the early body integration stage, his magic power is comparable to that of a mid-body integration cultivator like myself. Tian Shan replied in a careful manner after contemplating the situation for a moment. It appears this fellow Taoist must be using some kind of special cultivation art that's enhancing his spiritual power. However, generally speaking, that would mean that his abilities in other areas would be slightly weaker, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign said with a nod. Tian Shan shook his head in a solemn manner and said, I'm afraid that you're mistaken there, Holy Sovereign. Aside from his immensely abundant magic power and the main cultivation art that he's using, I can also tell he possesses at least 3 or 4 more types of extremely powerful abilities, each of which is most likely not inferior to my Jade Spirit secret technique. Is that true? Huang Dang exclaimed before Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign had a chance to react. Why are you so surprised, fellow Taoist Huang? Surely this revelation isn't enough to draw such a response from you. Could it be that you've also made some other discoveries? Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign asked as he turned to Huang Dang in a calm manner. As I'm sure you're aware, my great keen eye technique can glean some information about one's physical body on top of their bone age, Huang Dang said with a wry smile. Are you saying fellow Taoist Han's physical body is also special in some way? Tian Shan couldn't help but ask. It's not particularly special, it's merely very powerful, Huang Dang replied as a peculiar look appeared on his face. Very powerful. Are you saying his physical body is more powerful than that of our Holy Sovereign? Tian Shan chuckled upon hearing this. Huang Dang's eyelids twitched a little, and he said something that had Tian Shan completely astonished. Even if his physical body is inferior, it won't be inferior by much. Is that so? Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was also rather taken aback to hear this. That's impossible. Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Huang. Our Holy Sovereign not only specializes in a Buddhist cultivation art, but he also used to be a top-grade body refinement warrior. A burst of azure light swept forth, and a certain section of the forest suddenly blurred and warped before shattering into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. The greenery there abruptly vanished, and a tall and bleak rock face appeared in its place. There was a white stone gate that was several tens of feet tall on the rock face, and Han Li raised a hand to send a streak of red light flying through the air, which then disappeared into the stone gate in a flash. He then stood on the spot and waited in a patient manner. Moments later, spiritual light flashed from the stone gate, and it slowly rose up, following which a group of people emerged from within. Fairy Yu Hua by Huaji, Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were all among them. They were led by an elderly woman who was holding a cane with a carved dragon head at the top. She had a head of white hair and wrinkles all over her face, but she was a deity transformation cultivator, which came as a slight surprise to Han Li. The elderly woman carefully appraised Han Li before immediately stepping forward and extending a respectful salute. Junior Tian Qingye and her disciple pays their respects to Senior Han. Fairy Yu Hua and the others hurriedly followed suit. Qi Lingzi and Young Master Hai also extended respectful bows, but the peculiar expressions on their faces clearly suggested that they still hadn't yet come to terms with everything. No need for formalities. Let's talk further after we go in, Han Li said in a calm manner. Yes, Senior Han. I've already prepared some spirit tea for you. I hope it's to your liking, the elderly woman said in a careful manner. Han Li nodded and strode in through the gate without saying anything further. Everyone else naturally followed along behind him in a respectful manner. Moments later, Han Li and the elderly woman had both taken a seat in a tidy stone hall, while Fairy Yu Hua and the others remained standing. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were clearly still in disbelief that Brother Han had suddenly become Senior Han, and they were constantly stealing glances in his direction. Han Li merely ignored them and asked the elderly woman a few questions. Through their conversation he was able to quickly learn about the origins of the elderly woman and Fairy Yu Hua. It turned out that the elderly woman hailed from the Broad Golden sect, which was a medium-sized sect in the Xianwu region. She was one of the sect's 2 elders, and Fairy Yu Hua was a prized disciple of hers, whom she held in high regard due to her stellar aptitude. Bai Guer was Fairy Yu Hua's granddaughter, and her only living descendant, which was why she and her father, Bai Huaji, were able to accompany the elderly woman to this myriad treasure convention. Bai Huaji was trying to sell the blood ginseng that had been passed down in his family for generations in order to buy some medicines to combat Bai Guer's frost poison, but he fell into the trap sprung by the 3 scourges of the southern mountain. If they hadn't bumped into Han Li's trio, he and his daughter would have almost definitely lost their lives there. As such, Fairy Yu Hua and Bai Huaji hurriedly stepped forward to thank Han Li for his kindness at the elderly woman's behest. Han Li naturally waved a hand to brush off their grateful salutes. I very rarely leave my sect to go anywhere, but I've heard that a new body integration stage senior has recently appeared in the Tianyuan region, and he shares the same surname as you. Could it be that you two are one and the same, Senior Han? The elderly woman asked in a careful manner. Body integration cultivators were vastly renowned figures, and even now the elderly woman still didn't dare to completely believe Han Li's identity. I didn't think word would spread so quickly even to the Xianwu region, Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. So you really are the same Senior Han. That makes sense. The Holy Sovereign would only extend an invitation toward a fellow body integration stage senior. The elderly woman was ecstatic to hear this indirect confirmation. Generally speaking, there was no way that an ordinary deity transformation cultivator like her would be able to interact with a body integration cultivator. If she could forge some kind of tie with Han Li now, both she and her sect would benefit immensely. As such, the elderly woman became even more respectful toward Han Li. Han Li looked around before suddenly saying something that came as quite a surprise to everyone. Where's the little girl Guer? I want to take a look at her. The elderly woman and the others exchanged a few glances upon hearing this, and Fairy Yu Hua asked in a careful manner, Senior Han, Guer was suddenly afflicted by her frost poison as soon as she returned, so she's taking a rest in another room. Would you be able to wait for some time? Once she recovers, I'll bring her out to see you right away. I see. There's no need for that, you can take me to her right now. The main reason I decided to come here is for her, Han Li said with a smile as he rose to his feet. Fairy Yu Hua was quite befuddled to hear this, and she was also feeling quite uneasy as she didn't know why this Senior Han was so interested in her granddaughter. However, in Bai Guer's current tormented state, there really wasn't much worse that could happen to her. On top of that, the elderly woman was relentlessly urging her to comply with Han Li's request with her eyes, so she could only grit her teeth and replied, In that case I'll lead to you see Guer right away, Senior Han. Thus, she led Han Li and the others toward the rear hall of the cave abode. After passing through a side door and a simple corridor, they arrived in a bedroom. There was a faint red wooden bed in the room, and Bai Guer was lying on the bed in an unconscious state. Her delicate face was slightly scrunched up with pain, and there was a layer of azure light over her body. Her lips also appeared a little purple. As Han Li approached the wooden bed, he was struck by a burst of scorching heat, which came as a slight surprise to him. However, he then briefly inspected the wooden bed and immediately understood the situation, upon which he shook his head and remarked, Using flame wood to craft a bed can repress the glacial energy within her body to a certain extent, but her frost poison has already fused into her meridians, so this won't really do much. I'm aware of that, but I'm hoping against hope that this bed will slightly alleviate Guer pain when she's beset by her frost poison, Fairy Yu Hua said with a sympathetic and doting look as her gaze fell upon the little girl on the bed. Han Li nodded initially upon hearing this, but then shook his head as he strode over to the red wooden bed. He gently grabbed onto one of Bai Guer's wrists, and blue light flashed incessantly through his eyes. Everyone else looked on with bated breath and didn't dare to make a single sound. Bai Huaji and Fairy Yu Hua were both staring at Han Li with hope in their eyes. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li's eyes suddenly flashed, and a layer of 5-colored glacial light instantly appeared around Bai Guerre's wrist. As the glacial light swirled, the layer of azure light over Bai Guerre's body converged directly toward the part of her arm that was in contact with Han Li's hand. Moments later, an egg-sized ball of faint azure light had taken shape within her wrist. Han Li immediately flipped over his other hand upon seeing this to reveal a shimmering silver needle between two of his fingers, and he stabbed the needle toward Bai Guerre's wrist in a flash. Arg! Bai Huaji and Fairy Yu Hua's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they had to hold themselves back from instinctively rushing forward. Silver light flashed, and a small hole was punctured into Bai Guerre's wrist, following which a drop of blood essence was expelled from the hole at Han Li's behest. The silver needle then vanished from between Han Li's fingers, only to be replaced by a palm-sized white jade plate that was extremely intricate and flawless. Han Li placed the jade plate under Bai Guerre's wrist, and the drop of blood essence instantly fell, freezing solid mid-fall and clattering onto the plate with a pleasant chime. Everyone's expressions changed upon seeing this, but Han Li seemed to have been enlightened by this experiment. He stowed the jade plate and the drop of blood essence away, and the 5-colored glacial light emanating from his palm increased in brightness. The ball of azure chi flashed within the glacial light before quickly fading away into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, Bai Guerre gave a delicate moan and opened her eyes in a slightly disoriented manner. Fairy Yu Hua and Bai Huaji were ecstatic to see this, and hurriedly expressed their gratitude toward Han Li once again. Han Li smiled as the 5-colored glacial light radiating from his hand faded, and he released Bai Guerre's wrist. He then extended a finger and tapped it against her forehead, upon which a white incantation seal vanished into her head in a flash. Bai Guerre's body shuddered slightly in response, and she fell unconscious once again, which was slightly alarming to the others in the room. No need to worry, the frost poison in her body has just been eradicated, but she's still quite frail and needs more rest. I've already examined her condition. Let's go back to the front hall to discuss the other matters, Han Li said before striding out of the room. Everyone else was quite confused, but they naturally didn't dare to disobey him and hurriedly followed him out of the room. Not long after that, Han Li was seated in the hall again, sipping a cup of spirit tea. His eyes were flashing with contemplation, seemingly suggesting that he was grappling with some kind of difficult decision. Everyone else naturally didn't dare to disrupt him, and they were all waiting respectfully in silence for Han Li to speak to them. After a long while, Han Li raised an eyebrow and placed the teacup in his hand down onto the table beside him, seemingly having made a decision. Fellow Taoist Bai, how much do you know about the frost poison your daughter has been afflicted with? Han Li asked. Bai Huaji's heart jolted upon receiving this sudden question, and he hurriedly replied, I've invited some other powerful cultivators to diagnose Guerre's condition in the past, and they told me that Guerre has been afflicted by a special type of frost poison that's vastly different from the ordinary frost poisons in the world. Aside from getting a body integration cultivator to forcibly expel this poison, the only other option open to us is to find a few legendary spirit medicines of extreme yang attribute to neutralize this poison. It's no wonder that they would say that, Han Li chuckled in an ambiguous manner. Senior Han, is there something else that's amiss about Guerre's frost poison? Fairy Yu Hua asked in a concerned manner. Do the two of you know when she first became afflicted by this glacial poison? Han Li asked as opposed to answering Fairy Yu Hua's question. It was when she was 9. She suddenly fell unconscious while cultivating, and only then did we discover the presence of this frost poison within her body. In the beginning it was only an inconspicuous tiny wisp, so we didn't think much of it and used some normal methods to eradicate the poison. However, that only sped up the deterioration of her condition, to the extent that she's in her current state. Back when she was first born, my mother-in-law and I both conducted thorough inspections of her body, but we didn't discover anything amiss. We figured that one of our enemies must have planted this poison in Guerre's body without us noticing. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find who's responsible for this. Otherwise, even if I have to give up my life, I'd. Bai Huaji's pained expression was gradually replaced by one of vengeful fury as he spoke. Fairy Yu Hua's expression had also darkened significantly, clearly also very resentful toward this enemy. Enemy? I'm afraid you're mistaken. This frost poison is something that she's carried from birth, and it's indeed no ordinary frost poison, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. I'm sure you know far more about this matter than we do, Senior Han. Would you be able to explain the situation to my disciple to clear up their misconceptions? The elderly woman asked in a respectful manner. I certainly will. I would have done so even if you hadn't asked me. Guer actually possesses a legendary spirit physique known as the Ice Essence Body. This type of physique is impossible to detect at birth, and its effects will only begin to show at 9 years of age. The first time this poison rears up is when it's at its most ferocious, and it's said that most of the people who possess this spirit physique perish when this poison first appears. As such, there are very few records of this type of spirit physique, even in ancient tomes, and if I hadn't just so happened to have read one of those records, I would also be led into thinking that this was some kind of frost poison that was brought onto her by someone else, Hanli explained. Ice Essence Body? Fairy Yu Hua and Bai Huaji exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. This was the first time they had heard of such a spirit physique, so they were naturally rather perplexed. In contrast, a hint of recognition and shock flashed through the elderly woman's eyes upon hearing this. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi had naturally never heard of this Ice Essence Body, so they could only stare at everyone else. After revealing this information, Hanli picked up his teacup and took another sip, seemingly completely uncaring about whether everyone else believed what he had just said. So Guer really does possess the Ice Essence Body. In that case, it really will be hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse, the elderly woman murmured to herself. You know about this type of spirit physique as well, Master? Fairy Yu Hua asked in a surprised manner. I heard about this type of spirit physique from one of my good friends many years ago, and it's exactly as Senior Han has described it. Never did I think that Guer would possess such a physique. It really is difficult to say how this will affect her, the elderly woman replied after taking a glance at Han Li. What do you mean, Master? Fairy Yu Hua asked. I heard from a good friend of mine that not only will the Ice Essence Body begin to manifest itself when the host is 9 years of age, the frost poison will continue to worsen 1 year after another, and generally speaking, those who possess this spirit physique will be dead for sure by the time they turn 15 or 16. There are only 2 ways for someone with this physique to survive, the elderly woman sighed. What are those 2 ways, Master? Fairy Yu Hua hurriedly asked in an ecstatic manner. One of those ways is to find a body integration cultivator to use their magic power to force this frost poison out of Guer's body every year, then use their true essence to help cleanse her meridians. After 100 years of this, Guer will become accustomed to her physique, and it won't pose any further threat to her. On top of that, through her cultivation she would be able to harness this glacial energy to master an incredibly powerful ability known as the Ice Essence Glacial Soul, the elderly woman replied after a brief hesitation. In that case, this Ice Essence Body should be a fantastic blessing. Why do you say that it could both be a blessing and a curse, Senior? Bai Huaji also asked in an elated manner. That's because those who possess this physique are born with glacial energy within their bodies, and that energy is not that easy to repress. The elation on Fairy Yu Hua's and Bai Huaji's faces immediately faded upon hearing this. There weren't many cultivators who would be willing to accept such a major setback even for those who were closest to them, let alone for the sake of someone that they didn't know at all. What's the second way? Bai Huaji asked in a hopeful manner. The second way is to find some legendary spirit medicines and use them to refine several types of pills with extreme yang attribute. Those pills would nullify the glacial energy and alter one's Ice Essence Body. This method is no easier to accomplish than the first one. Not only are these spirit medicines extremely rare, they only grow in places that would be completely inaccessible to us. Even if we find these medicines and successfully refine the required pills, taking the pills would result in dire consequences. The Ice Essence Body would be dispelled, but the host's spiritual root would also be damaged. At worst, this could reduce them to a mortal, and even in the best-case scenario, their spiritual root would become extremely mediocre, which would make cultivation very difficult for them, the elderly woman replied in a solemn manner. Bai Huaji's face completely paled, and he no longer had anything to say. After a brief silence, Fairy Yu Hua suddenly gritted her teeth and turned to Han Li in a beseeching manner. Senior Han, please save our Guer. We'll be sure to do anything you want to repay you. Everyone else also turned to Han Li upon hearing this. Han Li had stated that he had come here mostly for Bai Guer, so it wasn't entirely out of the question that he would step in to save her. Bai Huaji immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed to Han Li. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and only after a while did he reply, Indeed, I do intend to save her. Thank you for your kindness. Fairy Yu Hua was overcome by elation after having her suspicions confirmed, and she also immediately fell to her knees. However, Han Li shook his head and swept a sleeve through the air, unleashing a burst of enormous power that forcibly supported both her and Bai Huaji into a standing position, thereby preventing them from kowtowing to him. Don't be so quick to thank me. I have some conditions and I'll only save her if you agree to them. I have a very good first impression of Guer, but I wouldn't set myself back several hundred years in my cultivation lightly, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. State any conditions you have, senior. We'll satisfy you as long as it's within our power to do so, Fairy Yu Hua agreed without any hesitation. Bai Huaji's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't state any objections. After all, this was his precious daughter's only chance at survival. I have a very simple condition. I can help her master the Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability, and I can even take her under my wing as an in-name disciple. However, after she masters that ability, she must set off to search for something for me at all costs. This item could be in the human or demon territory, or it could also be in a certain corner of the primordial world, and only those with the Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability would be able to sense and find it. Of course, this is going to be an extremely dangerous task. Do you still plan to agree to this arrangement? Han Li asked. So you're saying Guer may have to venture deep into the primordial world? Bai Huaji drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Fairy Yu's expression also changed slightly, but after a brief pause for contemplation she asked, Senior Han, may I ask roughly what cultivation base Guer will be at when she masters the Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability? I'm afraid that her venture into the primordial world will only be a one-way trip if she's not powerful enough. Han Li seemed to have considered this already, and he replied in a calm manner. Don't worry about that. I'm willing to take her as my in-name disciple and expend so much effort to help her survive, so I'm naturally not going to send her off on a suicide mission. In any case, the thing I want her to track down for me is something that she'll only be able to sense after reaching at least the deity transformation stage. On top of that, I'll be giving her several powerful treasures to protect her, and if the item is in or near the human and demon territories, she won't have to venture into the primordial world at all. Even if it turns out that she'll need to venture deep into the primordial world, I'll make sure she's powerful enough to take care of herself before I send her on her way. The deity transformation stage? That's definitely enough. That level is something that we can only dream of reaching. Besides, if you don't step in, then Guer will only have a few years left to live at most, but she'll at least be able to live for close to 1,000 years before she reaches the deity transformation stage. Fairy Yu Hua didn't possess all that powerful a cultivation base, but she was very decisive and quickly arrived at a decision. Bai Huaji was still rather concerned, but he knew that she was right, so he nodded emphatically in support of this arrangement. The elderly woman naturally had no reason to object either. In that case, I'll take Guer as my in-name disciple, and she'll stay with me during the next 100 years. After that, I'll return her to you, and I won't interfere with her life other than giving her some guidance and cultivation, Han Li said with a benevolent smile. Then I'll leave my daughter in your hands, Senior Han. Bai Huaji was truly put at ease upon hearing this, and he knelt down to kowtow again in a grateful manner. Han Li didn't stop him on this occasion, and Fairy Yu Hua was also expressing her gratitude to him in an excited manner. The elderly woman heaved a long sigh of relief, and she was extremely pleased by this development as well. Han Li had only taken Guer as an in-name disciple, which indicated that he didn't intend to pass down his entire inheritance to her, but at the very least, this created a tie between this body integration stage senior and her broad golden sect. Not taking into account anything else, at least this was a good threat to have up their sleeve to make others think twice before they tried to plot against the broad golden sect. Just as the elderly woman was going to say something to further strengthen the tie she had just established with Han Li, a timid voice suddenly sounded from the side. Senior Han, would the two of us also be able to become your disciples? Everyone faltered slightly before turning toward that direction, only to discover that the one who had spoken was none other than young Master Hai, who had a look on his face that was both anxious and hopeful. You want to become my disciple? I see. I was just thinking about this. How could a body integration cultivator like Senior Han settle in some random place like us ordinary cultivators? Young Master Hai said with a fawning smile. Exactly. I'm sure they'll have an extremely lavish place prepared for Senior Han. We're extremely fortunate to be able to accompany Senior Han, Chi Lingzi also chimed in a fawning manner. Han Li could naturally hear the sycophantic intent behind their words, but he merely chuckled and didn't say anything. Not long after that, their flying carriage flew over a market, then descended into the mountain range down below. For a top-grade flying carriage treasure like this one, the distance of less than 1,000 kilometers was covered in virtually the blink of an eye. A blue sea of clouds suddenly appeared up ahead to impede them, in response to which Han Li merely tapped a foot onto the flying carriage underfoot. The flying carriage immediately circled around before drawing to a halt, and Han Li raised both hands toward the sea of clouds. A loud thunderclap rang out, and 2 bolts of golden lightning vanished into the sea of clouds in a flash. In the next instant, a pair of rumbling booms erupted within the blue clouds, and 2 bursts of enormous spiritual pressure emerged from within, causing the blue clouds to surge and churn violently. After that, Han Li merely clasped his hands behind his back and stood still on the spot, seemingly waiting for something. Young Master Hai and Chi Lingzi were both a little perplexed by this, but they didn't dare to ask any questions and stood obediently by Han Li's side. A short while later, a string of beastly roars rang out from within the sea of mist, and a furious male voice sounded from down below. Who dares to attack the restriction here? Are you not aware that this place became a restricted zone 3 months ago? As soon as this voice fell, a burst of fluctuations erupted from within the sea of clouds, and it parted to reveal a massive passageway that was several tens of feet wide. Blue light flashed and several guards straddling giant flying beasts emerged from within. These guards were all very burly and far taller than Han Li. Their upper bodies were clad in suits of crude white bone armor, and they wore leather pants of different styles on their lower bodies. They were each holding a huge rectangular bone shield in one hand, and a thick black spear in the other. Their steeds resembled giant wolves with huge fleshy wings, and their entire bodies were covered in blue fur. There were also faint sparks of lightning running along their bodies, giving them quite a mysterious appearance. However, none of these guards possessed any magic power fluctuations. They were a rare group of high-grade body refinement warriors. With their powerful bodies alone, they were virtually comparable to core formation cultivators. The 4 guards were rather taken aback by the fact that not only had Han Li refrained from fleeing the scene, he was instead appraising them with an intrigued expression while standing on his flying carriage. A hint of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the leader of the 4 guards upon seeing this. He waved a hand and all 4 of the guards tugged on the reins of their beastly steeds, drawing to a halt at the edge of the sea of clouds. You must be the vastly renowned lightning guards of the Shenwu region, right? You really do live up to your reputation. Seeing as you're here, I presume fellow Taoist Tyrant Sovereign has already arrived at 9 Immortal Mountain, Han Li said in a calm manner. The 4 guards were stunned to hear that Han Li was referring to the Tyrant Sovereign as his equal, and they immediately adopted more respectful mannerisms. The leader of the group hurriedly cupped his fist in a salute and said, "We are indeed part of Master Tyrant Sovereign's lightning guards, but he hasn't arrived here yet. We were sent to 9 Immortal Mountain in advance to help maintain law and order here. May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior?" My surname is Han, but you may not have heard of me. Come to think of it, your Tyrant Sovereign sent someone to recruit me to join the Tyrant Sovereign Palace not long ago, but I had to turn down the offer due to certain reasons, Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. Could it be that you're the new body integration cultivator, Senior Han Li? Oh? You know of me? Han Li was clearly taken aback by the fact that this guard was able to identify him based on his surname alone, and he began to take a closer look at this man. Only then did he discover that even though this man was only a body refinement warrior, there was faint treasure light emanating from his body, suggesting that he was carrying many powerful treasures, so he seemed to be different from his 3 companions. The guard hurriedly explained, "Forgive me for my rudeness earlier, Senior. My grandfather is one of the 4 personal guards of Master Tyrant Sovereign, and I was able to hear about you through him." Personal guards? Oh, I recall hearing about them. I've heard that all 4 of those fellow Taoists are top-grade body refinement warriors, and the Tyrant Sovereign has dedicated a lot of effort to train them. None of them possess any magic power, but they all have extremely powerful bodies with extraordinary strength, and can directly oppose top-grade treasures, Han Li said with a hint of recollection in his eyes. My grandfather would be honored to hear that Senior Han has heard about him. I'm sure you must be weary after traveling all the way here, Senior. Please follow me to the Immortal Welcome Palace so you can rest. The leader of the guards had quite a coarse appearance, but he was displaying a thoughtful side that belied his physical attributes. Now that you mention it, I really am feeling a little weary. Lead the way. Han Li nodded in response. Gladly. Please come with me, Senior Han. The 4 guards extended another respectful salute in unison before slowly flying back into the passageway that had opened up in the sea of clouds. Han Li followed along behind them on his flying carriage. The sea of clouds wasn't very large, and it only took a short while before Han Li and the 4 body refinement warriors emerged on the other side, then flew directly toward a certain massive mountain in the distance. 4 of the peaks of the 9 immortal mountain are owned by our human race, while the demon race owns another 4. The tallest flying immortal peak is a neutral peak that is normally uninhabited by either of our 2 races, so that naturally became the venue for this edition of the Myriad Treasure Convention. We've gathered some human and demon cultivators who are adept in earth attribute cultivation arts, and they're working night and day to set up the entire peak. Of course, a single mountain peak alone won't be enough to house all of the convention goers, so during the period that the convention is being held, the other 8 peaks will also be open to the general public. We'll be constructing 8 secondary convention venues to ensure we have sufficient capacity for everyone. Even so, I think the convention will be extremely packed. After all, almost all past editions of the convention have had over 1 million attendees. Fortunately, we've been preparing for this convention for over a year, so there shouldn't be any issues, but I've heard that this edition of the convention is going to be slightly different. The leader of the guards was very thoughtful and introduced to Han Li the situation on 9 Immortal Mountain and surrounding the Myriad Treasure Convention. However, his voice clearly drew to a rather unnatural halt here. Oh, what's different about this edition? Han Li asked in a slightly intrigued manner. I only stumbled upon some rumors and I can't vouch for their authenticity. Please forgive me if I say something that doesn't prove to be true, the man said after a brief hesitant pause. Rest assured, I'll make my own decisions based on what you tell me. I won't blame you for anything, Han Li assured in an indifferent manner. Alright, then I'll go ahead. I've heard that beings from foreign races may be participating in this edition of the Myriad Treasure Convention, and that they'll be offering some extremely precious treasures from their races for auction, the man said in a careful manner after taking a deep breath. Foreign beings? Which foreign beings are going to be attending? Han Li was truly surprised to hear this. I'm afraid that's beyond me, Senior. I'm just a lightning guard after all, the man said with a wry smile. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face before his expression quickly returned to normal, and he flipped a hand over before tossing a few vials of pills to the 4 guards. That's true. In any case, thank you for disclosing all this information to me. Here are a few vials of Heaven Men pills for the 4 of you. You can take one once every few days to extend your lifespans. Feel free to come and tell me if you hear any more useful information. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Just to clarify, these are probably not the same Heaven Men pills from the Scattered Star Seas arc. The man was ecstatic to hear that they were being given vials of Heaven Men pills, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Thank you, Senior. We'll be sure to notify you if we hear anything of value. The other 3 guards also hurriedly expressed their gratitude in an elated manner. Han Li merely waved a hand before falling silent as he stood on his flying carriage. The 4 lightning guards left Han Li to his own thoughts, and after flying for a while longer, they finally reached the foot of the certain mountain peak. There were many connected buildings and pavilions here that encompassed virtually the entire mountain, and among these buildings was a lavish white jade palace that was 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall, presenting a spectacular sight to behold. A series of intricate pavilions surrounded this palace, amounting to a total of over 100, complementing the jade palace like stars around the moon. This is the Immortal Welcome Palace, Senior Han. All body integration stage seniors can occupy a level of the palace with their entourage. Each level of the palace has a designated teleportation formation, so you'll be able to directly teleport to the public hall on the first floor without having to pass through any of the lower levels. All of these surrounding pavilions have been prepared for spatial tempering stage seniors. However, only body integration stage seniors are granted passage into this place at the moment. Every peak has an immortal welcome palace like this one to accommodate body integration stage seniors, the man introduced in a thorough manner. I see. Has anyone already moved into this palace? Han Li asked in an intrigued manner. This palace is currently only being occupied by Taoist Master Myriad Bone and his entourage, who arrived a month ago, the man replied truthfully. I see. I have heard of Taoist Master Myriad Bone in the past. I heard that he was also a vagrant cultivator, but he founded the White Bone sect around 10,000 years ago, and he seems to have lofty aspirations, Han Li replied. Come to think of it, the White Bone sect is quite a powerful sect that can rank among the top 10 sects of our Xuanwu region, and it's a testament to Senior Myriad Bone's powers that he was able to achieve this in such a short time. By the way, Senior Myriad Bone is currently residing on the top floor of the Immortal Welcome Place. You can inform the manager of this Immortal Welcome Palace of which floor you'd like to stay on, Senior, the man said in a respectful manner. As they were speaking, the 4 lightning guards had already guided Han Li to the entrance of the White Jade Palace, where there were several azure-armored guards standing in a stoic manner. The leader of the lightning guards hurriedly jumped off his giant wolf steed, then approached one of the azure-armored guards before pointing at Han Li while whispering something. The cold expression on the azure-armored guard's face instantly changed, and after carefully inspecting Han Li for a brief moment, he immediately extended a bow toward Han Li before quickly rushing into the palace. The man returned to Han Li's side and said, "Senior Han, I have to go back on patrol duty now, so I won't be able to stay here any longer. The manager of the Immortal Welcome Palace will come out to greet you in person soon. We'll be taking our leave now." The 4 lightning guards extended parting bows toward Han Li as their leader spoke. Han Li naturally wasn't going to stop them, and he waved a hand to grant the lightning guards their leave. Almost as soon as the 4 lightning guards rose up into the air and departed on their giant wolf steeds, 2 people emerged from within the palace. One of them was none other than the azure-armored guard who had just rushed into the palace, and he was accompanied by a white-robed elderly man. The elderly man had his eyes slightly narrowed, and he was a mid-spatial tempering cultivator. "You must be Senior Han. My name is Zhong Mian, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner," the elderly said as he extended a respectful bow from afar. "No need to be so polite, fellow Taoist Zhong. I'm rather weary from my journey, so it would be best if you could organize a place for me to stay right away," Han Li replied in a calm voice as he appraised the elderly man. "Rest assured, Senior, everything has already been prepared and you can move in right away. Senior Myriad Bone has taken the top floor, and the first floor is a public hall, but the other 8 levels are all vacant, and you can choose whichever one you like," Zhong Mian said with a smile. "I'll take the 5th floor then. It's not too high and not too low, just right for me," Han Li decided after a brief pause for thought. "I'll take you to the 5th floor right away, Senior. If there's anything you're displeased with, I'll make adjustments right away," the elderly man said in a fawning manner. Han Li nodded with an indifferent look on his face, and he was led into the hall on the 1st level of the Immortal Welcome Palace. The entire hall was several thousand feet in size, and the walls and ground were all shimmering with light. There were white fist-sized phosphorescent beads embedded into their surfaces, illuminating the entire hall and making it resemble an immortal paradise. There were some white jade tables and chairs placed around the hall, and they were littered throughout the corners. At the center of the hall was a faint silver teleportation formation that appeared to be around 70 to 80 feet in size. The elderly man strode directly into the formation, and Han Li followed along in an expressionless manner. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi exchanged a glance, and they also entered the formation. These buildings were clearly there for the cultivator's entourage to inhabit. They were all surrounded by lush green bamboo plants, and there were a few pavilions that were visible through the bamboo poles, presenting a mesmerizing sight to behold. Who could have imagined that this paradise would only be a single level of this massive palace? Han Li stood near the hall and looked around before asking in a seemingly casual manner, "Is every level in the Immortal Welcome Palace set up like this?" Of course not. Every single level of the Immortal Welcome Palace is set up differently to cater to different preferences. "If you don't like this level, I can take you to another level, Senior Han," Zhong Mian replied. "There's no need for that, I'm quite pleased with this level," Han Li said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. "In that case, please keep this restriction badge safe, Senior. The restriction on each level is different, and only one badge was refined for each level, so I'll have to ask you to return this badge to me at the conclusion of the convention, Senior," the elderly man said with a smile as he passed the silver badge over to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the badge before nodding in response, and the elderly man departed after taking his leave. Thus Han Li's trio was left to their own devices. "You two can live here during the duration of the convention. You can choose any one of the courtyards to stay in. I need to rest, so if there's anything that needs to be discussed, leave it until tomorrow," Han Li instructed. "Yes, Senior." Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi replied in a respectful manner. The two of them then rushed toward the cluster of buildings beside the hall with unadulterated excitement on their faces, and Hanli could hear the sound of them bickering and fooling around in the distance. Hanli shook his head and strode toward the main hall. He found a quiet room in the hall and began to meditate to rest. The next morning, Hanli was still meditating on his futon with azure spiritual light flashing over his body when his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately opened his eyes. In the next instant, a ball of white flames phased directly through the wooden door of his room, then reached him in a flash. Hanli's eyes flashed as he reached out with a finger and gently tapped the ball of white flames. The ball of flames exploded amid a dull thump, vanishing into countless specks of light. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out within the room. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Han, I am Myriad Bone. I heard that you moved into the Immortal Welcome Palace yesterday. If you don't mind, please pay me a visit on the top floor." The voice was quite an elderly one, and it concluded after that brief message. "Taoist Master Myriad Bone, eh?" Hanli stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. Moments later, he rose to his feet before emerging from the room. When Hanli appeared outside the hall, he was immediately greeted by the sight of young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi. The two of them seemed to have been here for a while, and they were conversing with one another in a corner. As soon as Hanli emerged, the two of them immediately stepped forward before extending deep respectful bows. "No need for formalities. What are you two doing here? Why aren't you resting?" Hanli asked with an indifferent wave of his hand. "You're going to the markets outside today, right, Senior Han? The two of us naturally have to accompany you at all times," Qi Lingzi said with a wide grin. "Indeed, we may not be able to serve any important roles, but if there are any errands that you need run, the two of us will be more than willing to provide our services," young Master Hai chimed in. "Hee, who told you I'm going to the markets today?" Hanli chuckled. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were disappointed to hear this. Then, "I know you two want to go to the markets to broaden your horizons, but there's virtually no chance that those markets will be selling anything that I need, so I won't be visiting them under normal circumstances. But then again, there are a lot of high-grade cultivators gathered here, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to take you two to the markets to see the sights. I have to visit Taoist Master Myriad Bone, so I won't be able to take you there. I'll just use my badge to get you two out of the palace and you can return at night," Hanli said in a calm manner. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were still a little disappointed to hear this, but they didn't dare to go against Hanli's instructions, and they immediately agreed to this arrangement. Thus, Hanli led the two of them toward the teleportation formation on the platform, and once the two of them made their way to the center of the formation, Hanli pulled out the silver badge before waving it a couple of times. Silver light radiated from the formation, and the two of them were teleported to the first floor. After that, Hanli also stepped onto the formation before vanishing amid a flash of spiritual light. After about 10 minutes, Hanli found himself in a grand palace constructed from what appeared to be red coral, conversing with an elderly Taoist priest who had a gorgeous woman in his arms. This Taoist priest had a hooked nose and a pair of particularly dark eyes. He wore a set of gray Taoist robes, upon which were imprinted 18 extremely lifelike white skulls. The beautiful concubine sitting on his lap not only had a voluptuous body, her skin was also as smooth as jade. She wore a thin white veil dress and leaned most of her body into the Taoist priest's embrace, revealing only a captivating smiling face as she listened to the Taoist priest's conversation with Hanli. Further away on either side of the hall stood 7 beautiful women, all of whom also wore veil dresses of different colors, and they were standing in a respectful manner with their hands clasped in front of them. This Taoist priest was none other than the owner of this place, the patriarch of the White Bone sect, Taoist Master Myriad Bone. The woman in his arms and the other women in the hall were naturally none other than his concubines. However, the woman he was holding far exceeded the other women both in looks and in disposition, so she was clearly more adored by the Taoist priest. Hanli casually discussed his ventures in the primordial world with Taoist Master Myriad Bone while thinking back to some of the rumors he had heard about this man. It was said that not only did Taoist Master Myriad Bone exclusively use Devil Dao cultivation arts, he was extremely lustful and was an avid practitioner of dual cultivation who pleasured himself with women almost every night. It appeared that those rumors were true. Hee, I'm impressed by how knowledgeable and experienced you are at such a young age, fellow Taoist Han. Back when I first progressed to the body integration stage, I only traveled around the areas near the human race before returning. Now that I'm at such a ripe old age, I don't have the drive or urge to stray far away from the human race anymore, Taoist Master Myriad Bone sighed. You're far too kind, Brother Myriad Bone. I only stayed in the primordial world for so long as I was forced to do so by the circumstances I found myself in. If everything had gone according to plan, I definitely wouldn't have strayed far from our human race either. It was extremely fortunate to have traveled over so much of the continent and still return in one piece, Hanli said with a smile. Haha, it sounds like you're a man of great fortune. You've encountered a string of opportunities during your cultivation, breaking through several stages in succession, and you were able to easily break through your body integration stage bottleneck following your return to the human race. I don't know about historic events too far in the past, but what I'm sure of is that no one in the past several tens of thousands of years has been able to match your rate of progression. Back when I broke through my body integration stage bottleneck, it took me several thousand years before I finally succeeded under fortuitous circumstances, so I simply can't compare with you. With your aptitude and youth, perhaps you'll even have a chance of reaching the Grand Ascension stage in the future, Taoist Master Myriad Bone said with a smile, and there were slightly fawning undertones in his voice. I wouldn't dare to dream of reaching the Grand Ascension stage. I'll be content if I can transcend a few major heavenly tribulations, Hanli said in a modest manner. That's true. The Grand Ascension stage is like a mirage to us. Our human race has existed in the spirit realm for so many years, but we've only produced a total of around a dozen or so Grand Ascension cultivators. There was even a time when we had no Grand Ascension cultivators, and the entire race was under threat of being wiped out. Taoist Master Myriad Bone sighed as a reminiscent look appeared in his eyes. Hanli had indeed heard about this major tribulation that the human race had to endure. At the time, they seemed to also have been attacked by a united army formed by several foreign races. Thankfully, the demon race was at the height of its powers at the time, with 2 Grand Ascension stage beings among their ranks. Furthermore, they were aware that the demon race alone definitely wouldn't be able to ensure their own survival in the spirit realm for long, so they decided to lend the human race their assistance. Otherwise, the human race would have truly been in severe peril. The reminiscent look in Taoist Master Myriad Bone's eyes quickly faded, and he suddenly changed the subject. You've only recently progressed to the body integration stage, so you must be aiming to purchase a lot of things during this Myriad Treasure Convention, right, fellow Taoist Han? I am indeed hoping to secure some pill refinement materials during this convention. After all, only during an event like this will I be able to encounter some rare materials that I normally wouldn't get to see, Hanli replied with a nod. In that case, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Taoist Master Myriad Bone asked with a smile. Oh, please go ahead, fellow Taoist. Hanli was slightly taken aback. You can all go for now. As opposed to immediately offering his suggestion to Hanli, Taoist Master Myriad Bone asked the women in the room and the woman in his arms to leave first. These women naturally did as they were told, extending curtsies toward Hanli and Taoist Master Myriad Bone before exiting the hall. Thus, Hanli and the Taoist Master Myriad Bone were the only ones left in the hall. Only then did a serious look appear on Taoist Master Myriad Bone's face and he said, Fellow Taoist Han, this should be your first time attending a Myriad Treasure Convention as a body integration cultivator. Have you heard of the Black Realm Exchange Convention? Black Realm Exchange Convention? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Is this something like a secret marketplace? Hanli was intrigued by this but not overly surprised. He would instead be surprised if there weren't any secret private markets formed during a grand occasion like the Myriad Treasure Convention. Hanli was clearly intrigued, and Taoist Master Myriad Bone smiled as he continued. Hee, looks like you've already guessed that something like this exists, even though it's your first time hearing of it. For body integration cultivators like us, it's very rare that something catches our interest. Even the auction held at the Myriad Treasure Convention won't be able to satisfy all of our needs. There are many fellow Taoists who are carrying precious treasures but are unwilling to sell them for spirit stones and only want to exchange them for items that they urgently need. There are also some fellow Taoists who possess items of value, but the means through which they obtain those items could be rather unscrupulous, so it would be inadvisable for them to directly auction off these items. Additionally, there are some treasures that are simply too precious, and even body integration cultivators like us would be afraid of being hunted down if word were to spread that such a treasure was in our possession. Hence, several private markets have been set up alongside the Myriad Treasure Convention, among which this Black Realm Convention is the most mysterious one. It's held by a group of mysterious cultivators, and it's catered solely toward body integration cultivators. Generally speaking, very few body integration cultivators who attend the Myriad Treasure Convention will refrain from participating in this private convention. The origins of these cultivators are largely unknown, and they're extremely powerful. There was even one edition of the Exchange Convention where they killed a rabble-rousing mid-body integration cultivator. After that, no one dared to offend the organizers of the convention, so it's also extremely safe there. The Exchange Convention solely facilitates exchanges between items, and it'll only be held once. On top of that, the entire event must conclude within a day, and no questions will be asked about the identities of the attendees, so it's perfect for body integration cultivators like us. Aside from us body integration cultivators, people with treasures that are deemed to be valuable enough will also be permitted to attend the convention. Of course, ordinary treasures won't be accepted. There will also be many powerful beings from the demon race in attendance as well, so some demon beast materials and even spirit beast eggs that won't be available through normal avenues will be up for exchange. There will even be some demonic women being auctioned off there. Oh, in particular, the women from the Heavenly Fox race. All of them are exceptional subjects to engage in dual cultivation with, and many fellow Taoists are very interested in them. Of course, those who end up purchasing those demonic women would definitely have to hide them carefully. Otherwise, if word were to spread to the 7 demon monarchs, hee. Additionally, there will also be some human women with exceptional aptitude that people will be willing to offer for exchange, and the demons are very interested in them as well. At this point, Hanli naturally understood what this so-called Black Realm Exchange Convention was all about. It was basically the exact same occasion as the underground market he had visited in the Great Gene Empire, one of the human world, except the main attendees were going to be body integration stage beings, so the items being exchanged would naturally be far more valuable. At the same time, Hanli was slightly alarmed to hear all this. It was strictly prohibited for human and demon cultivators to forcibly abduct beings from the other race as concubines or subjects for dual cultivation. This was one of the taboo clauses that both races had agreed upon. A long time had passed since that agreement was made, and barely anyone even mentioned this rule anymore, but if someone were to be caught engaging in such activities, they would still definitely be in a lot of trouble. This was a clear indication of just how bold and brazen the organizers of this Black Realm Exchange Convention were. However, this also meant that there were going to be many precious things that couldn't appear on the surface being exchanged in the dark underbelly that was this underground convention. What was of most interest to him was naturally those demon beast materials, and he was quite tempted to attend this underground convention as a result. I really am quite interested in this exchange convention. Where and when is it being held? As the name suggests, the Black Realm Exchange Convention will be held in a mysterious place known as the Black Realm. However, the Black Realm is not a set place. Instead, it's a portable shumi space. That's further testament to the powers of the event's organizers. As for the time, the organizers have their ways of notifying cultivators like us when the convention will be held, as well as how to enter the Black Realm. According to what I've heard, different cultivators will be given different entrance methods. I've already attended this convention multiple times, so I have some avenues through which I can learn some information in advance. If you really want to go, then I can take you with me, Taoist Master Myriad Bone said with a smile. Then I'll be thanking you in advance, fellow Taoist, Hanli agreed with a smile after a brief pause. 1. The underground auction where Hanli traded his 2 Devil Essence diamonds for materials for the monarch's late nascent soul stage puppet. Haha, there's no need to thank me. Even if I hadn't told you about this, someone else would have disclosed this information to you. Perhaps I'll be requiring your assistance for some trivial matters in the future as well, fellow Taoist, Taoist Master Myriad Bone said with a smile. You're far too kind, Taoist Myriad Bone. If there's anything I can assist you with, please feel free to tell me, Hanli replied with a smile. The rest of their conversation progressed in a very smooth and harmonious manner. After discussing some cultivation experiences and insights, Taoist Master Myriad Bone summoned a group of beautiful female disciples to perform an extremely captivating dance, and only then did he accompany Hanli to the teleportation formation. As Hanli vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, Taoist Master Myriad Bone's smile immediately faded, and a slightly dark expression appeared on his face. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted beside him, and a lithe and graceful figure emerged. What do you think, Brother Myriad Bone? Can he be recruited by us? Make sure our efforts aren't just going to waste. The woman was extremely beautiful and wore a white veil dress. Not only did her attire match that of the adored concubine whom Taoist Master Myriad Bone had held in his arms earlier, even their appearances were quite similar. However, the slight differences between the two immediately set the two women apart as two completely different people. This woman's eyes were filled with a seductive light, and she possessed far more allure than Taoist Master Myriad Bone's concubine, enough to make any man go wild. Taoist Master Myriad Bone wasn't surprised at all to hear this woman's voice, and he turned toward her as he replied, "It's still too early to tell. That man is definitely no ordinary cultivator to have reached the body integration stage at such a young age. However, one thing is for sure, we definitely won't be able to recruit him unless we expend some more thought and effort. On top of that, he possesses a lot of latent potential, so perhaps he may even make another breakthrough in the next few centuries. Recruiting him will certainly be a lot better than recruiting those unreliable wily old foxes." "You think he could progress to the mid-body integration stage in the next few centuries? Surely you're thinking far too highly of him. He may have reached the body integration stage in such a short time, but every successive breakthrough beyond this point will be far more difficult than anything he has experienced in the past. Otherwise, how could the two of us have been stuck at the pinnacle of the early body integration stage for tens of thousands of years? Many other body integration stage beings among our human and demon races are also stuck in the same situation, and only a minority have managed to reach the mid-body integration stage, with even less going on to reach the late body integration stage. Regardless of how astonishing his aptitude is, surely it'll have to be several thousand years at least before he can make a breakthrough. Otherwise, if he's able to reach the mid-body integration stage prior to the arrival of the devilish tribulation and is willing to protect me, I wouldn't be opposed to giving myself to him," the seductive woman sighed. Taoist Master Myriad Bone's expression changed slightly at the mention of the words, devilish tribulation, and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly managed to regain his composure and said in a cold voice, "You and I have both endured the last devilish tribulation, and nothing needs to be said about how fearsome the elder devil race is. Among the vagrant body integration cultivators of the human and demon races, most of them perished during that tribulation, and only around 4 or 5 of them managed to survive the ordeal in total." He was able to see through my disguise, but I had already used a heavenly fox race secret technique to completely seal away my magic power for a short time, so no matter how powerful he is, there's no way he would have been able to identify the fact that I'm a body integration cultivator. On top of that, I'm sure that he's determined that we bear no ill will toward him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have conversed with you for so long before departing. Taoist Master Myriad Bone's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he said, "That is indeed true. If he asks me about this next time, I'll just have to make up an excuse to placate him. In all honesty, it doesn't really matter even if he learns my true identity. Am I that unsightly that I can't be presented before others?" the woman asked as she adopted her seductive smile again. Taoist Master Myriad Bone's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he could only remain silent with a wry smile on his face. Contrary to her stunning looks, this fairy Hua of the heavenly fox race was an extremely ruthless and dangerous character. She had once sucked away the true yang essence of hundreds of young male demons, and for that she was hunted down by the heavenly fox monarch himself for a long while, but still managed to escape with her life. With that harrowing past behind her, Taoist Master Myriad Bone naturally didn't dare to let others know that he was on friendly terms with this woman. "Alright, now that we've had our first meeting with fellow Taoist Han, I'm going to go into seclusion for a few days. I recently attained some sudden enlightenment in my cultivation and wish to explore that further. It would be inconvenient for you to live here with me, so I'll have to ask you to leave," Taoist Master Myriad Bone said in a casual voice. "You sure are a sly old Taoist priest. You're just scared that I'll go after your disciples. You're fabricating the excuse that it would be inconvenient for me to live here. Am I going to occupy the entirety of this massive space? Come to think of it, you've brought a few disciples with you who have decent aptitude. I've heard that you also brought along the sons and grandson that you adore the most. You better keep a close eye on them." The woman chuckled in a seductive manner before her body swayed, and she abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spiritual light flashed within the teleportation formation, and she reappeared inside the formation, having already reverted back to the appearance of Taoist Master Myriad Bone's concubine. Taoist Master Myriad Bone's face paled slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly summoned a silver badge before waving it toward the formation. A buzzing sound rang out from the teleportation formation, and the woman was instantly teleported away. Only then did Taoist Master Myriad Bone shake his head with a wry smile and depart from the scene. Meanwhile, Han Li had already returned to the 5th floor, and he was sitting by himself on the main seat in the hall, contemplating something in silence. He was trying to figure out what this Taoist Master Myriad Bone's intentions were. He naturally wasn't convinced that Taoist Master Myriad Bone had merely invited him in an attempt to befriend him with pure motives. Furthermore, the concubine that he had been holding had unleashed an extremely advanced illusionary technique to conceal her true appearance, which was rather suspicious. However, he didn't detect any ill intent from their speech and actions, which was why he had been content to converse with Taoist Master Myriad Bone for so long before departing. Besides, with his current powers he could put up a good fight even against a late body integration cultivator, so he had nothing to fear even if they did harbor some kind of ulterior motive. Additionally, the Black Realm Exchange Convention that they had mentioned was truly something that he was interested in attending. After all, he wasn't really banking on reaping much rewards from the Myriad Treasure Convention. Part of the reason why he had come here was to fulfill the agreement he had made with that demonic woman back in Deep Heaven City, and on top of that, he also wanted to take this opportunity to acquaint himself with other cultivators of the same caliber and see what the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs were like. He wanted to compare them to the holy grade beings he had encountered in the foreign races. If he could purchase a large amount of demon beast materials from the demonic woman and also reap many rewards during the Black Realm Exchange Convention, then there was a good chance that he would be able to gather all of the materials required to refine his second extreme mountain. If he could accomplish that, then he would have another immensely powerful treasure at his disposal, and with those 2 extreme mountains, it would also become an extremely easy task for him to transcend his first few major heavenly tribulations. On top of that, it seemed that he would be able to find a 3rd extreme mountain in the not-too-distant future as well. However, that would depend on whether his new in-name disciple could successfully cultivate her Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability. One of the 5 mountains required to refine the 5 extreme mountains was none other than the Vastine Glacial Soul Mountain. The Vastine stones that this mountain was comprised of were different from profound jade. It could only be found in an extreme glacial realm, but only after being stimulated by someone could it release glacial soul chi, which was extraordinarily cold. Such a mountain generally stood hundreds of thousands of feet beneath a glacier, and due to the vast amount of glacial chi around it, even Han Li's tremendously powerful spiritual sense wouldn't be able to detect it. Only those with the aforementioned ability would be able to sense the Vastine stones from afar. As for the range within which these Vastine stones could be sensed, that would depend on the size of the Vastine stones and the potency of the cultivator's Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability. The Vastine Glacial Soul Mountain that he was searching for was naturally extremely massive, and as long as one were to master the Ice Essence Glacial Soul ability, they would definitely be able to sense it even from hundreds of thousands of feet. Of course, Han Li had no idea whether such a mountain could be found. Thankfully, he knew of many extreme glacial realms in the human and demon territories alone. Compared to the other few types of extreme mountains, this one was the easiest to source, but it was still yet to be seen whether he could track down such a mountain. However, for the sake of his future major heavenly tribulations, Han Li naturally couldn't relinquish any shred of hope, which was why he had decided to save Bai Guer without any hesitation after discovering her special physique. He possessed a vast amount of pills, so saving her wouldn't cause as huge a setback in his cultivation as it would for other cultivators of his caliber, but it would still definitely delay his cultivation for over 100 years. However, if he could refine the Glacial Soul Extreme Mountain and make some further advancements in his power, he could consider creating a clone of himself with restricted magic power to return to the human world. There were 2 places in the human world where sightings of Great North Essence lights had been made, so there was definitely a good chance that a Great North Essence mountain could be found there. As such, there was a good chance that he would be able to gather 4 of the 5 extreme mountains. If he were fortunate enough to gather the materials required for the last extreme mountain as well and refine all 5 extreme mountains, he most likely wouldn't have to worry about major heavenly tribulations for a very long time to come. With sufficient time, he was confident in his own ability to reach the Grand Ascension stage, and it certainly wasn't impossible for him to ascend to the true immortal realm eventually. Han Li's expression remained calm and unchanged, but these thoughts were rapidly flashing through his mind. After a while, he stood up before making his way toward one of the side doors of the hall. His plan was to continue resting in the hall for the next 2 days, then pay Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign a visit to collect the ingredients required to brew Red Silk Immortal Wine. Seeing as he was planning to attend this Black Realm convention, it certainly wouldn't be a bad idea to refine some red silk immortal wine. If he were to encounter some extremely avid wine enthusiasts among the cultivators there, the wine would possess extremely high exchange value. Otherwise, even though he was carrying many treasures and spirit medicines, there really wasn't all that much that he could bring out for exchange. Myriad-year spirit medicines were indeed quite rare, but they weren't too precious in the eyes of body integration cultivators. As for the powerful treasures that he had, most of them were useful to him, so he couldn't just offer them for exchange. Thus, night slowly fell, and only when it had turned dark outside did young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi return in an excited manner. Han Li could sense that the two of them had appeared in the teleportation formation on the first floor, and he used his restriction badge to summon them to the fifth floor. After that, he issued some instructions to them, and even though they had a lot to say to him, they could only bite their tongues and return to their living quarters. 2 days later, Han Li paid a visit to Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, who was staying in another immortal welcome palace, and secured a large amount of ingredients from him. What was slightly unfortunate was that the two demon monarchs, the Black Phoenix Monarch and WRM Monarch Li Hua, both had something to do, so they were no longer on Nine Immortal Mountain. It was most likely the case that they were only going to come back prior to the commencement of the Myriad Treasure Convention. Han Li was naturally slightly disappointed, but he didn't think too much of it as he was in a hurry to brew the immortal wine. Thus, he quickly took his leave from Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign's residence and returned to his own immortal welcome palace. He entered a secret chamber on the 5th floor, then began to brew red silk immortal wine according to the procedure detailed on the ancient tome. He stayed in the secret chamber for half a month without coming out even once. He naturally couldn't brew all of the red silk fruits that he had into wine, and aside from the 2 flagons he had promised Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, he only brewed 7 more flagons beyond that. Han Li was well aware of the correlation between rarity and value. Even though this red silk immortal wine was wine of the true immortal realm and had never been seen in the spirit realm before, bringing out too much at once would still severely dent its value. Furthermore, consumption of this red silk immortal wine over an extended period of time could enhance one's constitution and extend one's lifespan, so Han Li was planning to drink it himself for a long time to come. After brewing the wine, Han Li continued to meditate and cultivate in the hall most of the time, and he would occasionally leave the 5th floor to meet and interact with the other body integration cultivators who had arrived. There were a few of them that he found to be quite enjoyable to interact with, and they established a close acquaintanceship. As for that Taoist master Myriad Bone, he was still as warm and hospitable toward Han Li as ever. He had even invited Han Li to attend a small private exchange convention that could only be attended by cultivators at or above the spatial tempering stage, and Han Li had secured some materials that he required during the event. This further improved Han Li's impression of Taoist master Myriad Bone, which had been quite positive to begin with. As time passed, more and more body integration cultivators began to move into the immortal welcome palaces, and around a month prior to the commencement of the Myriad Treasure Convention, the immortal welcome palaces had been mostly occupied. Among these body integration cultivators were grand elders from some major powers, as well as beings who ruled over a certain territory themselves, and there weren't that many vagrant cultivators like Han Li. However, aside from Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was the only other one among the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs to arrive. However, this demon monarch immediately went into seclusion after moving into 9 Immortal Mountain, refusing to see anyone, thereby creating a sense of mystery and intrigue around him. Come to think of it, this Mouse Monarch Dong Tian had always been the most enigmatic among the 7 demon monarchs. It was said that he was constantly using a secret technique to conceal himself, and very few people among the human and demon races had seen his true appearance. What was most bizarre was that barely anyone knew anything about his abilities. It seemed that this demon monarch never fought others in front of an audience, but the high-grade beings who had crossed him in the past had all disappeared from the 2 races one after another. No one could confirm whether he was behind all of this, but everyone knew that it was definitely not a good idea to mess with this Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. This demon monarch was a member of the Jade Mouse race, which held a very important position in the demon race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the demon monarchs. After all, the demon race was different from the human race. Even if they were considered to be top-tier beings among the demon race, they still had to have sufficient backing before they could become demon monarchs. In contrast, power was generally passed down from generation to generation for the 3 human sovereigns. Han Li really wanted to go and meet this mouse monarch, but the latter clearly had no intention of seeing anyone, so he could only give up on this matter. Thus, during the remaining time, Han Li acquainted himself with more body integration stage cultivators and also studied that strange disappearing spiritual root of young Master Hai's. Not only had he read many tomes for this, he had even asked young Master Hai to release some blood essence for further study. From his efforts, he managed to deduce a few murky possibilities. However, he would still have to observe young Master Hai for some time longer before he could ascertain the true nature of his spiritual root. During this time, Han Li was quite benevolent toward his two companions. Not only did he allow young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi to enter and exit the palace as they pleased, he also provided occasional guidance to them in their cultivation, which benefited them immensely. On this day, Han Li was explaining some aspects of a cultivation art to young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi, and just as he was about to take a sip of spirit tea, his expression suddenly stiffened slightly. Qi Lingzi reacted quite quickly and asked, "Is something wrong, senior?" "You'll know what's going on soon," Han Li replied with furrowed brows. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi exchanged a slightly bewildered glance upon hearing this, but they didn't dare to press Han Li any further for answers, so they could only wait in silence. After a full 10 minutes had passed, a dull thump suddenly rang out from outside the palace. The entire ground beneath their feet and the surroundings walls then tremored slightly, and both young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were given quite a fright as they cast their astonished eyes toward the door. Han Li remained still on his seat, but a slightly solemn look had also appeared on his face. One dull thump rang out after another, and tremors continued to run through the entire palace. It was as if there was some kind of gargantuan creature slowly approaching the immortal Welcome Palace. "What's going on, Senior Han?" Young Master Hai couldn't help but ask in a bewildered manner. "You two won't be able to sense anything here. Let me take you two to broaden your horizons." Han Li sighed before rising to his feet, then swept his sleeve toward the two of them. A burst of azure light immediately swept forth to encompass the trio, and they vanished as a streak of azure light. In the next instant, the three of them appeared in the teleportation formation before teleporting out of the 5th floor. The three of them then emerged from the teleportation formation on the 1st floor of the immortal Welcome Palace, then rose up into the air as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, the azure light faded, and the trio appeared on the summit of a tall mountain, where they were able to see everything within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Without the immortal Welcome Palace's restrictions acting as a buffer, the rumbling booms in the distance were even more earth-shattering. The entire 9 immortal mountains seemed to be quaking as a gargantuan being approached from the distance. "What is that? It looks like a living walking piece of land." Qi Lingzi's jaw dropped straight to the ground as he cast his gaze into the distance. Young Master Hai blinked rapidly in an astonished manner as if he were afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It was no wonder that they were so astonished. There was currently an immeasurably massive mass of black land approaching them from afar, and the rumbling booms were emanating from directly beneath this unfathomably massive chunk of black land. This plot of land seemed to be extremely dry, and its surface was riddled with countless cracks, forming a series of extremely deep rifts and ravines. What was even more astonishing was that at the center of the plot of land was a tall and majestic black fortress, around which stood countless black armored guards. They were standing in a completely still manner with cold expressions on their faces, and holding all types of long halberds and giant axes. There were also over 1,000 guards clad in bone armor atop giant blue wolf steeds flying in the air above the fortress, and they were none other than lightning guards. One group of guards stood in a stationary manner on the ground, while the other group of guards soared through the air, and the combination of the two created quite an intimidating sight to behold. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed and blue light flashed through his pupils as he said, "I can see you, fellow Taoist. Why don't you come out to meet me?" An unfamiliar yet extremely pleasant female voice rang out from behind him in response. "As expected, my little tricks aren't enough to fool you, Brother Han. Tiske, the tyrant sovereign spirit beast steed sure is massive. It most likely has something to do with the legendary transport spirit." Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was feeling slightly alarmed. With his immensely powerful spiritual sense, it was quite incredible that someone had managed to get so close to him before he finally noticed their presence. He slowly turned toward the one who had just spoken, and discovered there was a beautiful young woman in a 5-colored palatial dress, appraising him with a smile over 100 feet away. As Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward her, a hint of befuddlement appeared in his eyes. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Han, my name is Lu Qing. As I'm sure you've already noticed, this is just a puppet clone of mine rather than my true body, the young woman said in a composed manner as she extended a curtsy toward Han Li. Lu Qing? I've heard that the former Heavenly Spirit Sovereign had a pair of trusted subordinates, one of whom excelled in the art of puppetry while the other was adept in disguise techniques. Among them, the former is known as Lu Qing or Fairy Thousand Spirit. Could that be you? Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. I'm truly flattered that you know of me, fellow Taoist Han. I should have attended such a grand occasion in person, but I've reached a critical juncture in my cultivation of a secret technique, so I'm unable to leave my secret chamber. As such, I had no choice but to send this puppet clone in my stead. Thankfully, this clone of mine has built up somewhat of a reputation for itself and was allowed to enter this place. The woman spoke in a calm and graceful manner, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon verifying her identity. This Fairy Thousand Spirit was only a subordinate to Heavenly Spirit Sovereign, but it was said that she possessed outstanding aptitude in the art of puppetry. On top of that, her skills in that area had drastically improved even further after she pledged her allegiance to Heavenly Spirit Sovereign. She was renowned as the second most proficient human in the puppetry arts, second only to the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign himself, who excelled in both puppetry and illusionary techniques. This Fairy Thousand Spirit and Heavenly Spirit Sovereign's other trusted subordinate had been won over by Heavenly Spirit Sovereign's abilities, and were therefore willing to pledge their allegiance to him. Even though this was only a puppet, Han Li could tell that it was most likely not inferior in power to a late spatial tempering stage being. As such, even though he was rather surprised that this Lu Qing seemed to recognize him, he immediately cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Apologies for my rudeness, Fairy Thousand Spirit. In regard to the transport spirit you just referred to, could this be the ancient divine tortoise that's able to carry Xianwu City on its back?" Indeed. The transport spirit is a giant beast that has inherited the bloodline of the true spirit Xianwu, and I was fortunate enough to have been able to see it in person. Its sheer size is so astounding that no one would dare to oppose it. On top of that, it's also proficient in powerful water and earth attribute abilities, and its defenses are so powerful that even the average divine spirit treasure wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch on it. This giant beast in front of us is most likely only one of the descendants of that tortoise, Lu Qing chuckled. This is only one of its descendants? Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath as he turned back to the massive plot of approaching land. That's right, the true transport spirit is more than 10,000 times larger than this creature, Lu Qing replied with an earnest nod. I'm very intrigued to see this transport spirit for myself now, Han Li mused as he cast his gaze into the distance. It won't be easy to witness that giant beast. At the time, I traveled to Xianwu City as part of the Spirit Sovereign's entourage, and it was only through sheer luck that I managed to catch a glimpse of the creature from afar. Once every 3,000 years, the giant tortoise emerges to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and I was fortunate enough to be present at the time. Otherwise, it spends most of its time with its body mostly buried in the earth, and its limbs and head are also retracted back into its shell as it hibernates. I see, my eyes have truly been opened, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Lu Qing with a slightly wistful look in his eyes. Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were completely enraptured by their conversation, and they were clearly filled with yearning toward this unfathomable world inhabited by these truly powerful beings. When the giant beast in the distance was still several tens of kilometers away from the Nine Immortal Mountain, it finally drew to a halt, and the tremors running through the ground abruptly ceased. Right at this moment, the giant plot of land slowly rose up from the ground, transforming into a giant black mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall in mere moments. Faint tremors emanated from the bottom of the black mountain again, and an enormous head emerged from the soil before casting its gaze toward the nearby spectating cultivators, which naturally included Han Li and Lu Qing. Han Li focused his gaze on the head of the creature to find that it was extremely intimidating in appearance. There were a dozen or so curved horns of different sizes on its head, and the vulnerable points on its neck were all covered by thick black scales. The giant beast also had a remarkably long mouth, and as it opened its mouth, a pungent odor swept forth while rows of giant sharp teeth were revealed. Han Li looked on at the creature's sharp teeth, and he estimated that it would take hundreds of someone of his size to provide an ample mouthful for this creature to devour. Qi Lingzi was quite a courageous character, but even his face had paled slightly at the sight of this ferocious gargantuan beast. Meanwhile, young Master Hai was looking back and forth between the creature and his own body. Qi Lingzi asked in a curious manner, "What are you doing?" I'm just comparing to see if I'm as big as one of that thing's teeth, young Master Hai replied, leaving Qi Lingzi feeling completely speechless. Han Li's lips also twitched slightly upon hearing young Master Hai's response. This guy really had been born to be a comedian. The giant tortoise suddenly let loose an earth-shattering roar before withdrawing its head and limbs into the ground again, and the giant black mountain it had transformed into immediately fell still. Only then did the black armored guards around the fortress spring into action. The lightning guards in the air descended into the fortress while the black armored guards formed teams and rose up into the air, pulling out a series of formation tools as they completed various tasks around the black mountain. Moments later, layers of restrictions had been set up around the mountain, and a layer of black mist permeated forth to completely conceal the fortress on it. After that, the black armored guards immediately rushed into the black mist and vanished. Everything within the mist fell silent, creating a stark contrast with the massive commotion that had been caused earlier. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from another mountain, and a streak of golden light shot forth before arriving in the air above the black mist after just a few flashes. The golden light faded, and a shimmering golden WRM was revealed with a single horn that was over 100 feet in length on its head. A smiling white-robed man stood on the back of the golden WRM. It was none other than Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. Long time no see, fellow Taoist Shen Wu. Care for a reunion? Just come in if you want to see me, you old geezer. I'm sure a mere illusionary formation won't be enough to keep you out. A cold voice responded from within the black mist, and the owner of the voice wasn't making any effort to be respectful or polite toward Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. Hehe, I'll help myself then. Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign chuckled, seemingly completely unbothered by the animosity being directed at him. He tapped his foot onto the back of his golden WRM steed, and it immediately vanished into the black mist as a ball of golden light. The black mist then fell silent once again. All of the spectating body integration cultivators knew that nothing more would come of this, so they all returned to their living quarters. Han Li naturally harbored the same intentions, and he cupped his fist in a salute to Lu Qing to bid her farewell. To his surprise, before he could say anything, Lu Qing suddenly smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to my humble abode, fellow Taoist Han. There is an acquaintance of yours who would like to see you." An acquaintance of mine? Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. Indeed. She's actually the descendant of an old friend of mine, and I just so happened to encounter her during my journey here, so I brought her to the Immortal Welcome Palace with me. As for exactly who it is, you'll know when you get there, Lu Qing replied with a smile. You're really piquing my curiosity, Fairy Lu. In that case, please pardon my intrusion, Han Li said, and even though his expression remained unchanged, there were many thoughts flashing through his mind at once. I'm glad to hear that you're willing to come, fellow Taoist Han. I live on the level directly above yours. There's nothing more to see here, so let's go back together, Lu Qing said with a smile, and based on visual information alone, it was impossible to tell that she was actually a puppet. It was no wonder that she was renowned as the second most proficient puppetry master in the human race. Just this extremely lifelike puppet alone was sufficient testament to her abilities. Now that Heavenly Spirit Sovereign had passed away, she would naturally inherit his status as the most proficient puppetry master among all humans. Han Li nodded in response before turning to young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi as he instructed. You two take this restriction badge and go back first. The two of them naturally accepted this instruction in a respectful manner. After that, Han Li departed with Lu Qing toward the Immortal Welcome Palace down below. Not long after that, Han Li encountered a white-robed young woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age in a green hall on the 6th floor of the Immortal Welcome Palace. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the young woman. Fellow Taoist Yi. Ying pays her respects to Senior Han. I didn't think that you would have progressed to the body integration stage since we separated in the Wood Tribe, Ying said with a complex look on her face as she extended a curtsy toward Han Li. I must say, I'm quite surprised to see you here, Fairy Ying. A smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he swept a sleeve through the air to send forth a burst of invisible force that prevented Ying from sinking down into her curtsy. At the same time, he swept his spiritual sense toward her and discovered that she had already reached the early spatial tempering stage. As expected of a member of the Yi family who possessed the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, her rate of cultivation far exceeded that of the average cultivator. The Heavenly Phoenix true blood that Han Li had obtained was from her, so he was reflexively more polite toward her. My mother is good friends with Aunt Lu, and she implored Aunt Lu to take me here with her, Ying explained with a smile. There's no need to place me on such a pedestal, Inger. Your mother and I are as close as sisters. I was more than willing to bring you along with me, Lu Qing chuckled. Ying naturally expressed her gratitude toward Lu Qing again upon hearing this. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's smile suddenly faded as he said, I assume you didn't ask Fairy Lu to bring me here just because you wanted to meet me, right? Ying faltered slightly upon hearing this before a slightly embarrassed look appeared on her face. That is indeed true, Senior. I'll leave you two to discuss this matter on your own then, Lu Qing said in a thoughtful manner before turning to leave. Please wait, Aunt Lu, this actually has something to do with you as well, so there's no need for you to leave, Ying hurriedly said. A slightly surprised look appeared on Lu Qing's face as she stopped before turning back to Ying. Oh, in that case I'll also stay and listen to what you have to say. Han Li stroked his chin, and an intrigued look also appeared on his face. Ying paused momentarily as a serious look appeared on her face and she continued, I have two things that I have to discuss with the two of you, one of which won't have much to do with Senior Han, but it'll be very much related to Aunt Lu. Lu Qing's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Aunt Lu, I heard that you've been in seclusion ever since the Spirit Sovereign passed away. Does this mean you've already made a decision to contest for the newly vacated Spirit Sovereign berth? Ying asked. Lu Qing's expression changed slightly, and only after a short while did she nod in admission. Indeed. I've already mastered the former Spirit Sovereign's puppet secret techniques and refined several extremely powerful puppets. If I can make further improvements in my powers during my time in seclusion, I should be able to combat even late body integration cultivators, so I naturally intend to put my name forward. Her voice wasn't very loud, but she seemed to be quite confident. Ying said in a serious manner, My mother has asked to relay a message to you, do not contest for the birth of Spirit Sovereign no matter what. If you secure the position, it will only bring you misfortune. Is that so? I'm aware that your mother is an extremely intelligent and talented individual, but how can she possibly see into the future? Could it be that she received some news about the matter? Lu Qing was immediately able to deduce something upon hearing this. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Aunt Lu. I haven't even revealed everything yet, and you've already guessed the general gist of things. Senior Han, I ask that you keep what I'm about to say next a secret, Ying said as she suddenly turned to Han Li. Han Li could tell from her cautious display that she was going to say something quite important, so he nodded in response without any hesitation. I promise that I definitely won't reveal to anyone what you're about to say next. Ying nodded in a content manner upon hearing this before continuing, perhaps Senior Han may not know about this, but I'm sure that Aunt Lu has heard about how the devilish tribulation is going to descend upon our spirit realm within the next 1,000 years. A hint of fear flashed through her eyes as she spoke, and Lu Qing's expression darkened slightly, but she seemed to have already been aware of this. In contrast, Han Li was quite alarmed by this. Devilish tribulation? It was no wonder that he was oblivious to this. All of the other body integration cultivators of the human race had been at the body integration stage for thousands of years, so they naturally had some avenues through which they had been made aware of this. However, Han Li had only been back in human territory for several years and hadn't yet had a chance to acquaint himself with many other body integration cultivators, so he naturally knew nothing about the imminent devilish tribulation. After all, information surrounding the devilish tribulation was only circulating among body integration cultivators, and it was kept confidential from all other cultivators in case the human and demon races were plunged into turmoil by this news before the devilish tribulation even struck. Han Li naturally knew what this devilish tribulation was from the tomes he had read in the human race, but never did he think that it was going to strike within the next 1,000 years. Could it be that he really was simply this unlucky? Several centuries ago he had encountered an attack on Deep Heaven City from an army of foreign races that took place once every several tens of thousands of years, and now he was about to face something even more perilous. He was finally beginning to understand why so many major powers were eager to recruit him and offer him such alluring conditions. If it weren't for the fact that he was extremely averse to having his freedom restricted by others, he would have been very tempted by a few of the major powers that had approached him. Could it be that this devilish tribulation has something to do with the birth of the Spirit Sovereign? Han Li asked. Indeed, Senior Han. On this occasion, whoever inherits the position of the Spirit Sovereign will be in grave danger in the upcoming devilish tribulation. Aunt Lu, as you know, my grandmother was one of Senior Mo Jinli's in-name disciples, and even after she became the leader of our Yi family, she still regards Senior Mo as her master. Several years ago, Senior Mo suddenly came to our Yi family while carrying injuries, and only after speaking with my grandmother for a day and a night did he depart. Lu Qing drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. What did you say? Senior Mo Jianli was carrying injuries? That's impossible. What in this realm could possibly harm him? Unless... Lu Qing's voice trailed off as a thought occurred to her. Han Li had naturally also heard of this grand ascension stage human being, and he was slightly alarmed to hear this as well. Looks like you've figured it out, Aunt Lu. Not long ago, Senior Mo used the power of the star disk to forcibly open up an inter-realm passageway to the Devil Realm, hoping to conduct some reconnaissance on the Elder Devil race prior to the arrival of the Devilish Tribulation. Unfortunately, he was discovered by two holy patriarchs of the Elder Devil race, and was forced to battle them. Thankfully, Senior Mo had been quite cautious and borrowed a powerful life-saving treasure from that patriarch of the demon race, and that treasure allowed him to escape back into our spirit realm without too many mishaps. That's already a massive silver lining on this dark cloud. Ying explained. Senior Mo traveled to the Elder Devil realm? I've been in seclusion for these past few years, so I had no idea about this. Why did Senior Mo do something so dangerous? If I recall correctly, he didn't do anything like this prior to the last devilish tribulation, Lu Qing said with tightly furrowed brows. Senior Mo didn't elaborate much on that, but he seemed to have been clued in somehow that this devilish tribulation was going to be far more perilous than all of the previous ones, and both of our races could be wiped out if we're not careful. That's why Senior Mo took the risk to venture into the Elder Devil realm, and even though he didn't stay there for long, he did discover some extremely dangerous signs. As such, he came to our Yi family as soon as he returned from the Elder Devil realm and asked for some heavenly phoenix true blood, which he was going to use to refine an extremely powerful treasure to combat this devilish tribulation. Otherwise, our Yi family would also be oblivious to just how perilous this devilish tribulation is going to be, Ying said with a resigned expression. Both Han Li and Lu Qing were very alarmed at this point. Han Li suddenly asked, did Senior Mo ever mention exactly what he saw in the Elder Devil realm? I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. My grandmother spoke to everyone in our family about this once, and perhaps my mother knows more than I do, but this is all of the information that I have on the matter. On this occasion, my mother sent me out specifically to caution Aunt Lu and a few other seniors that our family is close with not to contest for the position of the Spirit Sovereign. It seems that the first few passageways that will be opened up between the Elder Devil realm and the Spirit realm will appear near the Atlas Sentient Tree in the Tianling region. As such, the Spirit Sovereign's holy city will most likely be the most prominent target for the Elder Devil race on this occasion. Once the devilish tribulation strikes, the three sovereigns are strictly prohibited from abandoning their cities. Aside from that, Senior Mo Jianli and those on the Holy Island also intend to make the Heavenly Spirit City bait to lure the Elder Devil race and whittle down their army as much as possible using the power of the Atlas Sentient Tree and the many restrictions in the city, thereby alleviating the pressure on the rest of the human race. Hehe, it seems your mother is still as mischievous as she was when we had last met so many years ago. Go on then, I'll listen to what you have to say. Thus, Yi Ying's lips tremored as she transmitted her voice to Lu Qing, and Han Li looked from the side with a curious look in his eyes. Moments later, Lu Qing's smile stiffened, and her cheeks suddenly became quite flushed. Is that true? Your mother isn't deceiving me, is she? The calm and collected Lu Qing had completely lost her composure, and even her voice was trembling slightly. I can assure you that it's true. My mother knows that you've been regretting this ever since it happened all those years ago. This is a rather perilous juncture, but it's still quite a significant opportunity. As long as you're willing to join our Yi family, we're willing to assist you with all our power, Ying assured in an affirmative manner. Alright, I'll join your Yi family. Even if there were only a sliver of a chance, I definitely wouldn't give up on it, let alone such a significant opportunity, Lu Qing immediately agreed, and her face had become extremely pale. That's great. You'll be able to live with my mother, and I'll be able to consult you about some puppetry secret techniques now, Ying said with an elated smile. However, Lu Qing was clearly still reeling from what she had heard, and she could only just barely muster up a smile for Ying in response. What is your verdict, Senior Han? Ying turned to Han Li in an expectant manner. I've already refused so many invitations, so I naturally have no intention of joining the Yi family either, Han Li replied without making any attempt to mince his words. I had thought that you would change your mind after hearing about the imminent devilish tribulation. In that case, my mother also has a message for you. If you still aren't willing to change your mind after hearing it, then just forget I ever extended this offer, Ying insisted. Oh? Go on then, Hanli said as he raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile on his face. He had no ties in the spirit realm, so he was convinced that she wouldn't be able to say anything that would change his mind. Senior Han, have you heard of our Yi family's grass soul pill and our great Nirvana Holy Spirit secret technique? Ying asked. I'm naturally aware of the vastly renowned grass soul pill. This is one of the few types of pills in our human race that can enhance the magic power of even body integration cultivators, and from what I've heard, your Yi family very rarely brings out these pills for sale. At the very least, I haven't seen them in any market I've visited. As for this great Nirvana Holy Spirit secret technique, it's the first time I've heard of such a thing, Hanli said after a brief pause for contemplation. In that case, I won't elaborate on the function of the grass soul pills. As long as you agree to join our Yi family, my mother is willing to offer you 30 of these pills at once. I'm sure they'll be of great assistance to you when you attempt to break through to the mid-body integration stage in the future. As for the great Nirvana Holy Spirit art, a woman from our Yi family with the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline and a man must use the technique together to make full use of it. This technique has no other function, but it can stimulate a cultivator's latent potential and gradually refine their physical constitution. When cultivated to the final stage, one would attain an ability similar to an immortal body that would allow one to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. For some reason, a faint blush had appeared on Yi Ying's face as she spoke. Hanli was rather tempted to hear this potential prospect of attaining an immortal body. If he were to completely master his Provenance True Devil arts in the future, one of his greatest assets in battle would be his close-quarters combat abilities. If he could attain an immortal body as well, that would enhance his powers significantly. However, why did Yi Ying have such a strange expression on her face? Hanli couldn't help but appraise her in a slightly befuddled manner. Lu Qing faltered slightly upon hearing Yi Ying's words before turning to Hanli, then turning back to look at Yi Ying, and she suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 1801. Concern Inger, if fellow Taoist Han agrees to join your Yi family, you'll be the one assisting him in cultivating the great Nirvana Holy Spirit art, right? That makes sense considering fellow Taoist Han is a body integration cultivator. The average member of the Yi family most likely won't have Phoenix bloodlines of sufficient purity to cultivate the art to the desired effect. I had heard that there are a lot of people in this generation of the Yi family, but very few of them have truly inherited the Heavenly Phoenix true blood. Fellow Taoist Han seems to have always been alone, so he'd be a perfect candidate, Lu Qing said in an amused manner as she temporarily cast aside her own train of thought. That? I wouldn't know about that. That'll depend on whether fellow Taoist Han will be willing to join our Yi family, and even if he is, my mother will have to make that final decision. Yi Ying's blush had deepened even further, and she was tripping over her own words slightly. Lu Qing merely smiled and remained silent. Hanli certainly wasn't an idiot, and he immediately came to realize that this great Nirvana Holy Spirit art was a dual cultivation art. From Yi Ying's awkward display, it was quite likely the case that she would be the one to cultivate this technique with him if he were to join the Yi family. Hanli found this to be slightly awkward as well, but his expression remained calm, and after a brief moment of contemplation he shook his head in response. I appreciate the kind offer from your Yi family, but I've already decided not to bind myself to any particular power, so I'll have to turn you down. Yi Ying seemed to be quite relieved to hear Hanli's refusal, but there was a hint of disappointment deep in her eyes as well. However, she quickly cast those emotions aside and said, "In that case, I won't make any further mention of this. However, would you be willing to accept another exchange? We would like you to lend us your assistance once in 10 years in exchange for a reward." A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "Are you referring to the True Spirit ceremony that'll be held in 10 years? You already know of this, Senior Han? Could it be?" Yi Ying reacted very quickly, and a thought immediately occurred to her. "Indeed, you were one step too late, I'm afraid. I've already made an agreement with Fairy Xiaofeng to assist the Gu family during the True Spirit ceremony," Han Li explained with a slightly resigned look on his face. "The Gu family? That won't be an issue then. The Gu family has always been on extremely good terms with our Yi family, so we won't have to contend with you during the ceremony," Yi Ying said with a relieved expression. "I see, I'm glad to hear that." Han Li nodded as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Ying had said everything she had to say, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to linger much longer. Thus, after making conversation for a short while, he took his leave in a polite manner and departed. Lu Qing and Yi Ying both accompanied him to the teleportation formation, and after Han Li vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, Lu Qing heaved a forlorn sigh. What a pity. What do you mean by that, Aunt Lu? Yi Ying was rather befuddled to hear this. I'm naturally referring to the fact that your mother wasn't able to recruit this man into the Yi family. He managed to reach the body integration stage at such a young age. If he can survive the imminent devilish tribulation, he'll have an immeasurable future ahead of him. Body integration cultivators stand at the pinnacle of the human race, but my grandmother is already a mid-body integration cultivator. If she were to use her heavenly phoenix bloodline as well, she would even be able to contend with late body integration stage beings. Now that you've also joined our Yi family, it's not all that important whether Senior Han joins us or not. Regardless of whether it's the imminent true spirit ceremony or the devilish tribulation in the future, we should have more than enough power to protect ourselves. Besides, with the conditions offered by our Yi family, I'm sure we'll be able to recruit other vagrant body integration cultivators, Ying replied, seemingly in a nonchalant manner, but it was quite clear that she was still feeling rather indignant about Han Li's indirect rejection. Perhaps. Your mother is most likely only holding him in such high regard for his potential. However, this fellow Taoist Han gives me a very peculiar feeling. It's as if the conditions you offered really weren't all that tempting to him at all. It's a pity that only this puppet clone of mine is here. If my true body were present, I could invite him to a sparring match to test out his abilities, Lu Qing said with a contemplative look in her eyes. What's there to test out? He's only recently progressed to the body integration stage, so there's no way he'll be a match for you. On top of that, I heard from my mother that prior to passing away, Heavenly Spirit Sovereign passed on several of his most powerful puppets to you, so your powers are most likely not inferior to the likes of the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs, right, Aunt Lu? Ying said with a wide grin. Lu Qing's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before she shook her head with a wry smile. Your Yi family sure is good at securing obscure information. Not many people know about this. I didn't think that your mother would be one of them. I really must commend your Yi family on that. Yi Ying merely chuckled and remained silent. Meanwhile, Han Li had returned to the 5th floor, and after issuing some instructions to young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi, he immediately entered the secret chamber in the hall before taking a seat with his legs crossed. He had originally thought that he would be able to take his time in his cultivation now that he had reached the body integration stage, but after hearing about the imminent devilish tribulation, he had naturally changed his mind. He had to change his plans for the next several centuries in order to make himself more powerful as quickly as possible, thereby minimizing his chances of perishing in this devilish tribulation. After all, many of the 3 sovereigns and demon monarchs had perished during the last devilish tribulation, and this one was apparently going to be even more fierce and difficult to endure. What made Han Li even more concerned was that he had once crossed sacred ancestor Yuan Cha of the Elder Devil realm back when he was in the human world. One of her spiritual sense clones had descended into the human world and had been devoured by Silvermoon. The sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm were the equivalent of Grand Ascension cultivators in the human race, and if Yuan Cha were to descend into the spirit realm during the devilish tribulation, there was a good chance that she would hunt down Han Li herself or send out her subordinates to do so. As such, he had to elevate his cultivation base to the late body integration stage prior to the arrival of this devilish tribulation. Only then would he be able to ensure his own survival in the devilish tribulation, and with his vast array of powerful abilities and treasures, he would be able to put up a fight even against the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil race. However, through the conversations he had with other body integration cultivators, he had learned that making progress after reaching the body integration stage was far more difficult even than what he had envisioned. Normal early body integration cultivators would often spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years just to make a breakthrough, and there were many who never made this breakthrough and simply perished during a major heavenly tribulation. As for those who were able to progress to the late body integration stage, those were even more uncommon. Even the past and present 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs weren't all at the late body integration stage. Furthermore, he was on a very tight schedule. Thankfully, he had those spirit medicines that he had sourced from the vast glacial realm, which would allow him to refine a large amount of pills that would enhance his magic power, even at the body integration stage. This would allow him to cultivate at several times the efficiency of the average cultivator, and it shouldn't be a difficult task for him to accumulate sufficient magic power during the next few centuries. Thus, the only issue that stood in his path was actually breaking through the bottlenecks. Even after consuming so many spirit medicines that could enhance one's spiritual root, his aptitude was still not much better than that of the average cultivator. Perhaps his only option was to prepare some more things that could forcibly stimulate him to make breakthroughs. At the very least, he could look forward to that spirit void pill that he had finessed, as well as the divine infernal river elixir promised to him by Qing Yuanzi. With that in mind, Han Li's heart was eased slightly, following which a thought suddenly occurred to him. He flipped his hand over to summon a black spirit beast bracelet before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. Within the space inside the bracelet was a hibernating little lac monkey. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. Ever since it had slain that heavenly devilish monarch, it had been hibernating in this spirit beast bracelet. Otherwise, with the incredible powers that it had displayed in the past, it would undoubtedly be a huge asset to Han Li when facing powerful enemies. Thankfully, he still had some time before the devilish tribulation arrived, and he was sure that it wouldn't hibernate for 1,000 years. With that in mind, Han Li stowed the spirit beast bracelet away in a flash before producing the shimmering golden myriad sword artwork. He flicked his wrist and tossed it forward, upon which it slowly unfurled before hovering in a stationary manner before him. The sword observation art hidden within this artwork was an incredible ability. He had only gleaned a small portion of it, and that had been enough to significantly enhance the power of his azure coilsword formation. If he could master it in its entirety, it would definitely give him an enormous power boost. He had already come into contact with many body integration cultivators at this point, and even though most of them were vagrant cultivators or cultivators who belonged to sects or major families, that was enough. Han Li stayed in the secret chamber for over 10 days without leaving once, and the Myriad Treasure Convention finally officially commenced. On this day, Han Li was seated on his futon, and he suddenly seemed to have sensed something as he swept a sleeve through the air to stow away the myriad sword artwork before him. He then rose to his feet before emerging from the secret chamber to find that young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were waiting respectfully for him in the hall. The two of them immediately extended salutes toward him as he emerged, following which young Master Hai pulled a shimmering golden slip out of his sleeve before handing it over to Han Li with both hands. "Senior Han, this is an invitation slip sent to you by the Myriad Treasure Convention. As long as you hold this invitation slip, you can access all of the auctions and venues in the event. On top of that, due to the fact that this is the first day of the Myriad Treasure Convention, there's going to be a large auction held on the Flying Immortal Peak. According to past conventions, this will be the Myriad Treasure Convention's most important auction, and it also heralds the commencement of the convention. All of the most important treasures of the convention will appear on the auction," Qi Lingzi explained in a respectful manner. "Oh? You two seem to have gathered a lot of information about this. Looks like all the walking around you did these past few days wasn't just a waste of time," Han Li said with a smile as he accepted the golden invitation slip before taking a glance at it. On the surface of the slip were the words "Myriad Treasure," inscribed in ancient text, and on the other side was a shimmering silver diagram of a prized treasure. "Have the 7 demon monarchs all arrived during my time in seclusion?" Han Li asked as he stowed the golden slip away. "All of them have arrived aside from Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei and the Heavenly Fox Monarch," young Master Hai replied in a respectful manner. "Those two haven't arrived? That's interesting. Generally speaking, the 7 demon monarchs regard this Myriad Treasure Convention as an extremely important event and wouldn't miss it for no good reason," Han Li mused as his brows furrowed slightly. "I heard that Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei is in seclusion, cultivating a powerful ability, so he won't be able to attend the convention. As for the Heavenly Fox Monarch, he doesn't seem to be on the territory of the Heavenly Fox race. He only sent someone to announce that he had some important matters to attend to, and that's all the news we have about him," Qi Lingzi replied in a truthful manner. "I see. In that case, let's set off as well. There will be many events held during the Myriad Treasure Convention, but I'll only actually be interested in a few of them, and I definitely can't miss the first auction. You two can come with me. Not everyone will be granted access to the auction, but with this golden slip, I should be able to bring along a couple disciples," Han Li suddenly said with a smile. The two of them faltered slightly upon hearing this before an excited look appeared on young Master Hai's face. "Disciples? Does that mean you're willing to take us as your disciples, Senior Han?" Han Li shook his head and put on a serious expression as he replied, You two are too weak to become my disciples, but I can take you as my in-name disciples if you'd like. You can become official disciples of mine whenever you reach the deity transformation stage. I hope you won't disappoint me. We'd love to be your in-name disciples. We pay our respects to our master. Qi Lingzi knelt down and kowtowed thrice in succession without any hesitation. Young Master Hai was also extremely excited and emulated Qi Lingzi. Han Li could see that the two of them were being sincere, so he accepted these formalities before waving his sleeve through the air, unleashing a burst of force that helped the two of them to their feet. This Mistsea Taoist temple may be an insignificant little sect, but according to my observations, its ability and secret techniques are quite powerful and are also very suitable for you to cultivate. Hence, I won't need to give you any further instructions on your main cultivation art. All I'll do is pass on some secret techniques to you once you become powerful enough to cultivate them. Thus, you'll still need to continue to keep the inheritance of the Mistsea Taoist temple alive. When you become powerful enough, you can become the Mistsea Taoist temple master again and take the temple to greater heights. I definitely won't stop you from pursuing this endeavor. Hence, I decided to accept you as my disciple as you already have your own inheritance and require minimal instruction in your cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't burden myself like this no matter how brilliant your aptitude was. Of course, now that you're my disciple, I certainly won't be stingy and withhold any resources that you may require to further your cultivation. However, if you don't wish to conform to me and think that you can do better on your own with the inheritance you've received, you can revoke your pledge to become my disciple, Han Li said in a calm manner. Qi Lingzi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he fell to his knees again as he hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare, master. Being able to become your in-name disciple is a vastly fortunate outcome for me. As for what kind of cultivation arts I should use, that will naturally be up to you, and I'll accept whatever arrangement without any complaints. Han Li nodded in a pleased manner before turning to young Master Hai. In that case there are no issues between us. As for young Master Hai, please call me Hai Yuetian Master. Young Master Hai is just a nickname my friends gave me as a joke. I wouldn't dare to impose the title upon you, Master, young Master Hai hurriedly said. So Hai Yuetian is your name. In that case I'll call you Yuetian from now on, Han Li said with a smile. Yes, Master. Hai Yuetian naturally accepted this arrangement in a respectful manner. Your situation is completely different from that of Qi Lingzi. During these past few days, I've conducted thorough examinations of your spiritual root and also made some inquiries to other body integration stage fellow Taoists. Through this, I can now confirm that not only do you possess the rare molten body, that strange lightning spiritual root in your body is most likely the legendary recessive spiritual root. Therefore, to put it more accurately, it should be referred to as the recessive lightning spiritual root. Recessive lightning spiritual root? Hai Yuetian was still as confused as ever. The molten body is quite rare, but with the massive population that the human race has, there are quite a few who possess this physique, and it's the reason behind why you're able to progress so quickly in body refinement arts. As for your recessive spiritual root, that's something much rarer and more complex. There haven't been many recorded cases of recessive spiritual roots in history, so I didn't think of this right away, and it took me a long time before I could ascertain that it actually applied to you. Furthermore, recessive spiritual roots are extremely difficult to discover, and the probability of someone possessing such a spiritual root is definitely no higher than those who have inherited true spirit bloodlines, Han Li explained. Why is that? Qi Lingzi couldn't help but ask. That's because recessive spiritual roots can only be found in someone with a special physique or has inherited a special bloodline. Only those people have a certain chance of having their spiritual roots weakened or concealed by their special physiques or bloodlines. However, recessive spiritual roots are generally not very useful, and most cultivation sects wouldn't accept someone with such a trait unless the constitution or bloodline they possessed was extremely powerful, or if they possessed one of very few types of spiritual roots, such as one of the lightning or darkness attributes. Even so, the times when the spiritual root appears and disappears will have to be taken into account to determine whether the host of such a spiritual root will be worth nurturing. If the recessive spiritual root disappears for too long at a time, it'll be extremely difficult for them to cultivate, as the host would only be able to cultivate their magic power when the recessive spiritual root appears, Han Li explained. Hai Yuetian's eyes were practically glowing as he listened intently to Han Li's every word. He finally understood why he had been misdiagnosed at birth to possess no spiritual root, and he asked, "Master, your explanation is very clear about why a recessive spiritual root would make it difficult for one to cultivate, but why is it that there are only a few attributes of recessive spiritual roots that are held in high regard? I see you've pinpointed the most important part of this right away. The darkness attribute spiritual root doesn't apply to you. This type of spiritual root is even rarer than your recessive lightning spiritual root, and there's only been one recorded case of it. As for your recessive lightning spiritual root, it'll make it several times more difficult for you to cultivate your magic power than it is for normal cultivators, but once you attain the Tao of lightning, you'll be one of the very few types of people in this world who can assist others in transcending their lightning tribulations," Han Li replied. "He'll be able to help others transcend their lightning tribulations?" Qi Lingzi exclaimed before even Hai Yuetian could say anything. As a cultivator himself, he was naturally more aware of the impact of Han Li's words than Hai Yuetian was as a body refinement warrior. Indeed. Hence, even though those with recessive lightning spiritual roots are very difficult to nurture, most sects would still do their best to nurture such a prospect as long as there's even the slightest sliver of an opportunity that they could become a high-grade cultivator in the future. However, if there's simply no potential at all for the host to get to such a level, then even someone with the rarer recessive darkness spiritual root would be discarded as a lost cause. I decided to accept you as my disciple as your physique and spiritual root are very suitable for inheriting my path of simultaneous cultivation. Even during the period of time where your spiritual root goes into its recessive state, you can cultivate some body refinement techniques so you won't be wasting your time. On top of that, I also have some lightning cultivation arts that you can use. If you manage to become a high-grade cultivator in the future, you'll be able to assist me while I transcend my future tribulations, and you could even be the difference between success and failure for me. Han Li revealed his own selfish motives without any attempt at deception. If I truly can become a high-grade cultivator someday, I'll definitely do everything in my power to assist you in your tribulation transcendence, Master, Hai Yuetian immediately said with a respectful bow. There's no need for you to be overly concerned about that for now. I'm not exactly pinning all of my hopes on this. Many years would have already passed before you become ready to assist me in my tribulation transcendence, so I wouldn't be overly reliant on something so unpredictable. The main reason I've decided to take you two as my disciples is because I'm quite fond of your personalities and values. However, don't think that I'll forget about how you two called me Brother Han for the entire journey to this place. Han Li chuckled. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi could only offer awkward smiles in response. Alright, it's about time we left. I'm quite interested in meeting some of the body integration stage fellow Taoists that I've yet to encounter, and we've also heard that there could be foreign beings coming to attend this convention, so that'll be quite interesting as well. I wonder which foreign race would go to the trouble of sending someone here from afar, Han Li said in a serious manner as his smile faded. Yes, Master. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi hurriedly answered, and Han Li nodded before leading the two of them out of the hall. After exiting the Immortal Welcome Palace, they could see spiritual light flashing in the distant sky. Groups of armored warriors were patrolling the air at low altitudes, and there were also humanoid figures further away in the distance. However, as soon as they reached within 5 kilometers of the Immortal Welcome Palace, they would be held back by the nearby guards. It was clear that 9 Immortal Mountain was now accessible to the public. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to send forth a burst of azure light, which swept up his 2 unnamed disciples before he rose up into the air. There was a flight restriction order on 9 Immortal Mountain, but it naturally didn't apply to body integration cultivators like Han Li. After determining that Han Li had flown out of the Immortal Welcome Palace, all of the patrolling guards merely turned a blind eye to his blatant violation of the flight restriction order. Thus, Han Li's trio flew toward the flying Immortal Peak as a streak of azure light. From their vantage point up above, they could clearly see that there were hordes of human and demonic beings down below. It wasn't exactly packed to the rafters, but there was nowhere one could look without seeing a human or demon. In particular, the buildings that were venues for the convention had been surrounded by beings from both races, and the population density only increased closer to the flying Immortal Peak. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi looked on with excitement in their eyes, but Han Li had attended many of these types of conventions, so the novelty had long since worn out for him. After briefly inspecting the situation down below, he moved on in an indifferent manner and reached the flying Immortal Peak after about 7 or 8 more minutes of flight. Not only were there far more patrolling guards in this area, Some lightning guards on giant wolf steeds had also begun to appear in the air. When Han Li was a few kilometers away from the flying immortal peak, he was finally intercepted by several lightning guards. "Please forgive us for the intrusion, Senior, but we are bound by duty to check your invitation slip." The guards were led by a tall and broad elderly man, and he remained on his wolf steed, but cupped his fist in a respectful salute. Han Li glanced at the lightning guards before sweeping a sleeve through the air to send a streak of golden light flying toward them. The elderly man raised a hand to catch the golden light, and it was none other than Han Li's golden invitation slip. He was clearly only a body refinement warrior, but he was somehow able to glean the information hidden within the invitation slip with just a cursory touch. "Apologies for my rudeness, Senior Han. Are you here to participate in the auction? If so, I would be honored to guide you to the Myriad Treasure Hall." "Sure, lead the way then," Han Li replied with a nod. The elderly man immediately waved a hand toward his companions, instructing them to continue patrolling the area while he flew toward the flying immortal peak on his flying wolf steed. The flying immortal peak had a virtually vertical terrain that was extremely precarious, and there was no path leading up to the pinnacle from the foot of the mountain. If a mortal were to attempt to climb it, they would struggle to make any progress at all, let alone build any constructions on the peak. However, this was a simple task for cultivators. A vast sea of clouds had been conjured up both halfway up the mountain, as well as the pinnacle of the peak, and they were connected by 5 colored bridges, each of which was over 1,000 feet in length, and the Myriad Treasure Hall was situated within the sea of clouds at the pinnacle of the mountain. From afar, Han Li could see a series of pavilions and buildings within the white clouds, as well as hints of greenery. The sounds of flowing water and cheerful chirping could also be heard, and it resembled an immortal paradise. He had already heard about how beautiful this flying immortal peak was, but it was still quite an awe-inspiring experience to be seeing it for himself. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi were completely entranced by this glorious sight. Aside from Han Li's trio, there were other cultivators who were also converging from all directions, but those people weren't able to fly directly toward the peak without any inhibitions. Most of them arrived at the foot of the mountain before being transported up the mountain by flying carriages, then making their way into the sea of clouds along the 5 colored bridges. Body integration cultivators like Han Li were few and far in between, and they would only make fleeting appearances before vanishing into the sea of clouds in a flash. Han Li was guided into the air above a certain palace before descending near a certain secluded entrance. There were a dozen or so guards and several servants waiting at the entrance, and there was a middle-aged man in a set of brocade robes standing before them, conversing with a woman in a black dress with a fawning smile on his face. Han Li could only see the tall and slender profile of the woman in black from behind, and she was giving off an indescribable air of authority, indicating that she seemed to be quite an important figure. Behind her stood another woman in purple who appeared to be around 17 to 18 years of age. She had an oval face and gave off a graceful and refined disposition. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but there was a rare refreshing air about her that was very alluring nonetheless. The nearby guards and servants were clearly aware that these two were very important figures, but they still couldn't help but steal furtive glances at the woman in purple. The woman in purple paid no heed to this scrutiny and listened to the conversation between the woman in black and the middle-aged man with a sweet smile on her face. Han Li's gaze lingered momentarily on the woman in purple before moving on to the middle-aged man and the woman in black, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. In the next instant, he descended with Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi near the entrance amid a flash of azure light. In doing so, they naturally attracted the attention of everyone at the entrance, and they all cast their eyes toward Han Li's trio. Only then did Han Li get a clear glimpse of the woman in black, and she discovered that she was quite a regal beauty with slender brows and well-shaped eyes, as well as a thin nose and petite lips. However, she faltered momentarily at the sight of Han Li before turning to the woman in purple with a peculiar look on her face. Meanwhile, a hint of elation flashed through the eyes of the woman in purple, but she immediately hid her emotions thereafter. The brocade-robed man swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which a perplexed look appeared on his face. However, a thought then immediately occurred to him and he smiled as he said, "I don't think I've seen you before, fellow Taoist. Could you be the new body integration cultivator, fellow Taoist Han Li?" This man was also an early body integration cultivator, so Han Li immediately cupped his fist in a salute. "I am indeed Han Li. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" "He, I'm the Deputy City Lord of Xianwu City, Pringju. I'm also the human supervisor for this convention. It truly is very much worthy of celebration that our human race is able to welcome another body integration cultivator, Peng Ju said in a polite manner. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist. I've only just reached the body integration stage, so I'm still sorely lacking in both magic power and strength. I'll have to rely on you for guidance, City Lord Peng, Han Li replied in a modest manner. All of us body integration cultivators from the human and demon races have heard about how you progressed from the deity transformation stage to the body integration stage in just a few centuries. With your aptitude, it's highly likely that you'll leave all of us old geezers behind, Peng Ju chuckled. Haha, thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist Peng. May I ask who this is? Han Li asked as he turned toward the woman in the black dress. This woman's magic power was abundant to the extreme, and she was a late body integration cultivator, which came as a slight shock to Han Li, and he couldn't help but guess at her true identity. As for the woman in purple, he reflexively ignored her. My name is Xiao Guan. Have you heard of me, fellow Taoist Han? The woman in black appraised Han Li with an intrigued smile. You're the Black Phoenix Monarch. He had already guessed this to be the case, but his heart still jolted slightly upon receiving confirmation of this. Looks like you have heard of me, fellow Taoist Han. Come to think of it, you seem to have had some run-ins with a junior of mine by the name of Xiao Hong, the woman chuckled. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he wanted to say something to explain himself, but Xiao Guan merely waved a nonchalant hand. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han, it was Xiao Hong who went too far back then. To think that she would dare to collude with others to try and secure the Yi family's heavenly phoenix true blood. I've already handed down a punishment to her and ordered her to stay in seclusion for 1,000 years to repent. I only brought this up as I wanted to thank you for not allowing her to sour our relationship with the Yi family. You most likely aren't aware of this, but the Yi family's grand elder has been a good friend of mine for many years, and I definitely don't want to see our relationship deteriorate because of something like this. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, and he didn't know if Xiao Guan was telling the truth, but he naturally went along with it and replied with a smile. In that case, I won't need to explain myself then. Peng Ju was naturally unaware of the run-ins that Han Li had had with the Black Phoenix race, but he was still quite pleased to see him and the Black Phoenix monarch settle their differences so easily nonetheless. Thus, he cupped his fist as a salute to the two of them and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Han, the auction is about to begin, please go in first. I still have to wait here for other fellow Taoists to arrive. It is indeed time for me to go in. Let's go, Dyer. Xiao Guan nodded in response before waving a hand toward the woman in purple, then made her way into the palace in an elegant and graceful manner. Dyer? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to the woman in purple with a peculiar look. However, she had since lowered her head and departed with Xiao Guan without taking a single glance at Han Li. Throughout this process, she hadn't spoken a single word to him. Han Li was rather suspicious about this, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as the woman in purple departed. Could it be that this Dyer was the little girl that Xiao Hong had taken away from him so long ago? 1. That Dyer had been born to human and demon parents, and she seemed to have been held in high regard by the Black Phoenix race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a deity transformation stage demonic cultivator in the form of Xiao Hong to infiltrate deep into human territory to take her away. If this woman in purple really was Dyer, then it wouldn't be strange at all for her to appear beside the Black Phoenix monarch. However, it was rather implausible to think that she could become an early deity transformation cultivator from a mere mortal in just a few hundred years. Even if the Black Phoenix race held Dyer in very high regard, and she possessed an extremely powerful Black Phoenix bloodline, this rate of progress was still far too astonishing. It was no less impressive a transformation than his progression from the deity transformation stage to the body integration stage in a few centuries. He could still clearly recall Dyer's physical appearance, and while it was indeed true that a lot of time had passed since they had been together, he was unable to see many similarities between the woman in purple and Dyer as a little girl. Furthermore, if this really was Dyer, then why didn't she greet him? His appearance hadn't changed at all during the past few centuries. The little girl had been very fond of and reliant on him in the past. Han Li became even more confused as these thoughts ran through his mind. Peng Ju was also a little perplexed to see Han Li standing on the spot, seemingly in deep thought, but he didn't urge Han Li to hurry along and merely appraised him in silence with a polite smile on his face. Brother Peng, is that fellow Taoist Dyer also a member of the Black Phoenix race? Do you know what relationship she shares with fellow Taoist Xiao? Han Li finally asked. I had thought that you hadn't noticed her, Brother Han. According to what I've heard, this Dyer is a direct lineal descendant of fellow Taoist Xiao, and she's vastly renowned among the younger generation of the demon race. I've heard that not only does she possess astonishing cultivation aptitude, she also possesses beauty in equal measure and is known as Fairy Phoenix Spirit. Countless demonic young men have become infatuated after seeing her true appearance and have sought out a relationship with her, all to no avail, Peng Ju replied with a smile. True appearance? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It's no wonder that you haven't heard about this, fellow Taoist Han. Her current appearance has been concealed by fellow Taoist Xiao using one of her bonded true feathers. Unless one were to remove the feather, no one would be able to glean her true appearance no matter what powerful abilities they possess. According to fellow Taoist Xiao, this was a precautionary measure taken to avoid potential trouble during the Myriad Treasure Convention. Are you interested in her as well, fellow Taoist Han? Come to think of it, you may be a body integration cultivator, but you're certainly a lot younger than other fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base. If you were to pursue her, I think you would have a decent chance. Apparently she's not a pure-blood member of the Black Phoenix race, but half human, half demon instead, Peng Ju said with a suggestive smile. Of course, he was only making a joke and didn't seriously think that Han Li was interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with this Dyer. Surely you jest, Brother Peng. I was only asking as I had sensed that woman possesses a rather unique disposition. It's about time I went in as well, Han Li replied with a smile. Peng Ju didn't think too much of this and cupped his fist in another salute. I still have to wait for other fellow Taoists, so I won't accompany you any further. At this moment, another female servant strode over to Han Li before leading his trio into the palace. In the instant that Han Li turned away from Peng Ju, a contemplative look resurfaced in his eyes. After the group passed through a long corridor paved with white jade, they arrived in a massive hall that was split up into several levels. This was a circular hall that was tens of thousands of feet in size with a white jade platform that was over 100 feet tall at the center. There was no one on the platform, but balls of spiritual light were shimmering incessantly at its four corners. Situated at each of those four corners was a silver flying sword that was around 3 feet in length. Beneath the platform were 8 golden armored halberd-wielding guards. Their faces had all been concealed behind silver visors, and black baleful chi was swirling around their bodies, presenting a rather mysterious sight to behold. Han Li glanced at the 4 flying swords and 8 golden armored warriors as blue light flashed through his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. Not only were all of the flying sword spirit treasures, they also had a certain type of connection between one another, so it was quite clear that they comprised a set of treasures. Each flying sword was already a spirit treasure on its own, so the combination of the 4 would naturally be extremely powerful. As for the 8 armored guards, Han Li couldn't sense any magic power fluctuations from them, but the black baleful chi swirling around their bodies was an indication of how fearsome they were. With that in mind, Han Li's trio was led by the servant to the highest level of the hall, which was the 3rd level, and they were guided into an extremely intricately decorated room. The room was only around 70 to 80 feet in size, but it was complete with tables and chairs, as well pots of spirit flowers growing in each of the 4 corners. There was a square window on the wall facing the tall platform, and there was faint white mist in front of the window, preventing others from being able to see into the room, but it didn't obstruct the vision of those in the room in the slightest. Senior, are you pleased with this VIP room? If not, I can take you to another one, the servant asked in a respectful manner. No need, I'm happy with this one, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. In that case I'll be taking my leave. Feel free to call for me if you need me, I'll be standing outside the door, the servant said as she lowered her head. Han Li nodded in response before waving a dismissive hand, and the servant immediately left the room and closed the door gently behind her. Meanwhile, Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi were constantly inspecting the room in a curious manner, and their eyes finally fell upon the window. Han Li strode over to one of the chairs in front of the window before taking a seat. In front of the chair was a green wooden table, upon which sat a formation plate that he could use to place bids. Han Li merely took an errant glance at everything before casting his gaze out the window again in an expressionless manner. At this point, tens of thousands of humans and demons were already visible through the window, and they had taken up all of the seats on the 1st and 2nd levels. Most of them were at the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage. As for body integration stage beings like Han Li, All of them were naturally guided to individual cabins on the third floor. Han Li looked around, and after discovering that there was nothing worth seeing for the moment, he closed his eyes to rest. Haiyue Tian and Qi Lingzi naturally stood behind him on either side in a respectful manner. After a long while, the chatter and commotion coming from down below suddenly cut off, and the entire massive hall instantly fell silent. Han Li reopened his eyes and cast his gaze toward the tall platform through the window. There were currently two people standing side by side on the platform, both of which had extremely peculiar appearances. One of them was over 20 feet tall with black chi swirling around his body. He seemed to be a burly man, but it was impossible to glean his true appearance. Meanwhile, his companion was even taller than him, and had a crimson horn on his head, as well as a pair of remarkably large green eyes, and translucent scales on either side of his face. This was quite clearly a metamorphosed demon. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of them, but his expression remained unchanged. At this moment, the man enshrouded in black chi suddenly said, "I'm sure most of you recognize me as the Tyrant Sovereign and also know a fellow Taoist Li Hua beside me, so I won't make any detailed introductions. I hereby announce the commencement of the first auction of the Myriad Treasure Convention." 1. Chapter 1291, the chapter where Han Li parts with Dyer. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.